Chapter 9:24a. Settling the Cycle of Karma. Chapter 9:24a. Settling the Cycle of Karma. Yeah. The space within the extreme violet ring was sizable and comfortable. When Lin Ming received the Lin family clan into his spatial ring, he had left the majority of the buildings intact. As Lin Ming saw these buildings, memories began to emerge within his mind. Hidden Smoke Hall, Rainflower Pavilion. As Lin Ming looked at these places that once resembled the most noble and upper-crust society of the family clan, he felt emotions swell within him. These were areas that only the young masters and ladies of the family clan could enter. They would ride on wooden sedans and enjoy the flowery scenery. They would be accompanied by groups of servants, as well as having trays of fruits and exquisite desserts waiting for them at any time. When Lin Ming was young, this represented the ultimate lifestyle in his mind. He had longed for this type of wealthy life, and thought that after he grew up and reached the peak of martial arts, he could also become such a top character. But now, none of this was what he pursued. In the past, Lin Ming came to the Lin mansion several times with his father to prepare for great feasts. His job was to debone meat. With his sharp boning knife in hand, he would slice vicious beasts into various parts and watch as his father cooked them into a number of different dishes. Besides that, he and the Lin family didn't have much exchanges. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. To martial artists that lived for tens of thousands of years, 10 years was an insignificant period of time. But as Lin Ming recalled the memories of his childhood, all of those scenes and recollections of the past seemed blurry and remote. The Lin family descendants all arranged themselves according to rank and seniority and stood behind Lin Wanshan. A respected mortal family like the Lin family had strict rules and tedious customs. Now that they were greeting Lin Ming, they naturally couldn't show poor etiquette. As the Lin family descendants looked at Lin Ming, their eyes were filled with both respect and unease. To a legendary character like Lin Ming, all of them had been influenced by him, but very few had ever seen or heard from him. In the past several years, the Lin family status had grown several times over, and they had faintly become the Sky Fortune Kingdom's #1 family. Lin Wanshan had been assigned the title of Duke Lin. The Lin family's properties and businesses were countless. They could be said to be at the zenith of their glory. Even the Sky Fortune Kingdom Emperor, Yang Lin, had to be respectful when seeing Lin Wanshan. Not only did Lin Wanshan not need to bow, but he was even offered a sight. In private, Yang Lin also had to call Lin Wanshan Uncle Lin. Such respect and courtesy was rarely honored ever since the founding of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Wanshan wasn't an idiot to think that Yang Lin treated him with respect because he appreciated his talents. Rather, all of this was because of Lin Ming. Even Yang Lin becoming the emperor was because of Lin Ming's support. The truth was that after Lin Ming left the 7 profound valleys, the Lin family descendants had no idea what degree Lin Ming had reached. They only knew that he was extremely fierce. Even after Situ Yaoshi and the others came, they still had difficulty understanding the situation of the world. Those people already completely surpassed their imaginations. Some Lin family juniors and even elders began to pay their respects to Lin Ming and bow. This wasn't unusual. According to the customs of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if an empress were produced within the family clan, then when the empress returned to her home, there would be a grand festive celebration. Everyone in the family would bathe in incense, and there would be great banquets for days, ceremonial worshiping of ancestors, and events all around. Even the patriarch of the family would have to bow down on both knees, even if he were the empress's father. Now Lin Ming's status was countless times higher than a mere empress of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. According to the customs of a mortal family, everyone had to bow to Lin Ming. There were many Lin family descendants. Merely among the servants, there were over 1,000 sharing the same surname. As Lin Ming gazed upon such a large family, he actually didn't feel much of a sense of belonging. In his mind, his true family were his parents, his sister, and Lin Xiaodong, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan. Everyone else could only be considered distant relatives. Everyone, there is no need for such ceremony. Uncle Lin, please rise. I cannot afford such courtesy. When I left home in the past to pursue the road of martial arts, I never imagined I would bring such great blessings and such great disasters to the Lin family. After the beast tide ended, I haven't set foot in Green Mulberry City. I didn't think that you all would be drawn into my troubles. Nephew Lin, you can't say that. As long as the family clan remains prosperous in the future, then let alone losing a hand. I wouldn't even blink if I had to sacrifice my life. Lin Wanshan honestly and earnestly said, to a traditional respected family, the prosperity of the family clan and the passing of the glory on to the next generation was the most important matter. Even a clansman's life was expendable in the face of such an important matter. Lin Ming's eyes moved to Lin Wanshan's left hand, and he saw that his hand had already been cut off. Lin Ming sighed. In this calamity, many Lin family descendants should have died. There were even many that had lost their feet or arms, and all of this was because of him. He took out some pill bottles from his spatial ring and said, "Here are some medicinal pills that can regenerate limbs. For all those who had their arms or legs cut off, please take these pills to restore them." Spirit medicines that could regenerate mortal limbs weren't considered too precious. Lin Ming had put out many different types of medicines, but none of these medicines were suitable for high-level martial artists. To a high-level martial artist that had crossed life destruction, their body would reform into a spirit body. If their arm was cut down and an ordinary untempered arm was attached in place of the old, then that would become nothing but a burden to them. In a fight, once true essence flooded into that limb, it would simply explode when it became unable to withstand the amount of true essence. Of course, to a mortal and their daily life, none of this was a problem. As Lin Wanshan saw all of these spirit medicines, his heart was overjoyed. No one wished to be disabled for the rest of their lives. As the rest of the Lin family descendants saw these spirit medicines, that tiny trace of resentment they held towards Lin Ming also vanished. And here are some other medicines. Although they are useless to me, if a mortal were to take them, they can prolong life and eliminate all diseases. They can live for over 100-some years. As for the rest, it's to help raise the martial artists. Allow the martial arts masters of the family to eat these, and it'll allow them to break through the body transformation realm and help their cultivation increase by leaps and bounds. If a Hotian master were to eat these medicines, it can even help them break through to the Xiantian realm. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out another massive pile of medicinal pills. All of these medicines pills had been obtained from the countless martial artists he had killed. These were only basic low-level medicines, but to a small sect, they were priceless treasures. Just these dozens of medicinal pills that could allow a Hotian master to break into the Xiantian realm was enough to make a third-grade sect go crazy with jealousy. One can see this from just how much effort Qinzia had spent in order to obtain a heaven-opening pill. These are spirit pills that can allow a Hotian master to break into the Xiantian realm. Lin Wanshan gulped with some difficulty. He had some experience and certainly knew how precious these types of miracle medicines were. They were truly precious. A single one of these pills was equivalent to a city. Lin Ming had casually handed out several dozen of these pills. That was equal to several dozen cities' worth of wealth. Lin Wanshan was unavoidably uneasy that such precious treasures were placed within the family clan. Lin Ming saw through Lin Wanshan's thoughts and said, "Rest assured, the sects that will be jealous of these pills are small sects. They won't dare to move against the Lin family. As for those sects that dare to move against the Lin family, they won't care about these low-level medicines. Lin Ming waved his hand. These words caused all of the Lin family descendants to fall into an incredulous daze, to casually hand over so many pills on the level of a heaven-opening pill, and still call them low-level medicines. Lin Ming's boundary was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then pulled out a set of puppets from his spatial ring. There were a total of 18 puppets, and each one resembled a cruel demon, grim and savage, as if they were devils that had crawled up from hell. These were the puppets left behind by Corpsemancer. He had used these puppets when he was still at a low stage of life destruction, but after he entered the Destiny Decree, these puppets weren't too useful to him anymore. They remained as only part of his collection. Lin Ming originally didn't have any use for them, but now they actually came in handy. Lin Ming took out a jade slip and placed a soul mark on it. He poured some true essence into the jade slip and passed it to Lin Wanshan, just for emergencies. I give these puppets to the Lin family as protective guards. If the Lin family suffers a disaster one day, they can use this jade slip to control the puppets and safely pass through that calamity. This jade slip can be given to the patriarch of the Lin family. It can be considered a keepsake of the patriarch and passed down through generations. As Lin Ming spoke, the Lin family descendants stared at the puppets with curiosity and horror. Corpsemancer was a bloodthirsty individual that loved death and chaos. These puppets had mostly been crafted from the corpses of top masters, and their skin and bones were tempered by sacrifices. These 18 puppets had crossed through oceans of blood, and the killing intent they exuded was nearly thick enough to condense into reality. If a mortal looked at them for too long, their souls would be damaged. "Don't look at them," Lin Ming calmly said. He sent out an energy wave that completely isolated the killing intent emanating from the puppets. The mortal Lin family descendants were all lost in a stupor until Lin Ming sealed off the puppets' killing intent. Their consciousness slowly returned, and a cold sweat began to ooze off their bodies. If just looking at these inactive puppets could do this to them, then it was hard to imagine how powerful they would be once activated. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and 18 gray balls of energy shot into the 18 puppets. This was the compressed heavenly demon force field. He said, "Any one of these 18 puppets can easily sweep away the 7 profound valleys. If the 18 of them join forces, their power will increase 100 times over. It will be enough to protect the Lin family and guarantee your safety." Sweep away the 7 profound valleys? 18 join forces. Their power will increase 100 times over? Lin Wanshan's eyes widened as he heard Lin Ming's words. Although he knew Lin Ming had reached a boundary that none of them were able to comprehend, the 7 profound valleys was still a heaven-like existence to the mortals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even the Emperor wasn't able to defy them. And the 7 profound valleys could even remove the Emperor if they wished. If that wasn't heaven, then what was? And such a heaven could be easily swept away by a single puppet. The psychological impact to Lin Wanshan could be imagined. Lin Ming said, "That's right. But the true essence I left behind in this jade slip is only enough to activate these puppets 2 times. Once they have been activated 2 times and the true essence is exhausted, the force field I left within the puppets will swallow them up and reduce them to dust. This is also to prevent other sects from coveting these puppets and bringing trouble to the Lin family." Only 2 times. As Lin Wanshan heard these words, he thought it was somewhat a pity. It was obvious that Lin Ming had the ability to activate these puppets many more times, but he simply didn't want to do that. For him to destroy these puppets after they were used proved that these puppets weren't worth anything to Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued, 2 times is the limit. This is to prevent the descendants of the family clan to use these puppets to wage war with the world, recklessly plundering other lands and committing evil. For a large family clan to rely on external forces to establish itself that will make the family clan's foundation shaky and able to fall apart in a single night. Placing a limit of 2 times is so that the family clan will only use them in periods of great calamity. If the Lin family wishes to develop, then they must rely on their own foundations. As for what possible calamities may come your way, that will likely only happen when the switching of dynasties occurs, and that is only something that happens every several hundred years. These 18 puppets will guarantee the Lin family 1,000 years of prosperity. That alone should be enough. Chapter 9:24b. Settling the Cycle of Karma. Chapter 9:24b. Settling the Cycle of Karma. As Lin Ming spoke, Lin Wanshan could only nod. Lin Ming saw Lin Wanshan's disappointment that these 18 puppets would be destroyed after they were used twice, but he wasn't surprised. After all, a patriarch of a mortal family had a single, most important goal, and that was ensuring the prosperity of his descendants. How could his heart not ache upon learning that such divine objects that could protect his family clan would disappear after being used? It was just that with Lin Ming's status, there was nothing he could say. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Even if these 18 puppets I leave behind can be used permanently, it still won't be enough for the Lin family to remain prosperous forever. Instead, it might cause the Lin family's might to rise as fast as a bubble, and also blow up as fast as a bubble. 100-year dynasty, 1,000-year sect, and a 10,000-year holy land. Who doesn't want to enjoy glory and prosperity forever? I also want the Lin family to develop into a superpower that can live on for tens of thousands of years. But the Lin family doesn't have the foundation to do so, nor does it have the destiny. If the Lin family is one day beaten into the sands of time and lost to the world, that is merely the cycle of samsara at work. It's to be mourned, but it isn't a bad thing." Lin Ming said these words to Lin Wanshan, but also to himself. A holy land like the silent demon emperor city existed for only 3,000 to 4,000 years, and even a divine kingdom would one day topple to the ground and be forgotten. The boundless universe was endless and infinite, but it was not eternal. This was the law of the heavenly Tao. A martial artist that chased after the peak of martial arts and wanted to live on forever in the world was defying the will of the heavens. To step on this road meant to encounter countless dangers. Without a great destiny and valorous perseverance, one would never succeed. Lin Wanshan knew that what Lin Ming said was the truth, and he had no words to refute him. If a small and weak family clan held a great power in their hands, that would only end in their own suffering and doom. Very well. After today's matters, this can be considered as having settled the karma between me and the Lin family. Once I leave this world, the prosperity and decline of the Lin family will all depend on your own samsara and destiny. If you wish to resist samsara, you can only step onto the road of martial arts and resist destiny. If one day such a person were to appear within the Lin family again, then that would be the Lin family's good fortune. If a martial artist wished to ensure that their conscience and heart were complete, then they couldn't entangle themselves in cause and effect. They had to straighten out their karma in the world. It was impossible to cut it off. Lin Ming's karmic ties to this world were 2. First was the Lin family clan, and second was Qin Xingxuan Mu Qinyu and his parents. Lin Ming didn't plan to receive the Lin family clan into the Divine Phoenix clan. In the end, the Lin family clan was only a mortal family clan. They had very few martial talents. Even if Lin Ming were to bring them to Divine Phoenix Island, it still wouldn't result in their family clan developing further. Rather, it would only burden Divine Phoenix Island. If so, then it was better to let the Lin family clan stay in the mortal world. They could be kings, emperors, and rulers. They could achieve the ultimate glory and wealth possible to mortals. As for Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others, that was another matter. After all of this was finished, Lin Ming turned to Lan Yunyue and said, Yunue, come with me. Lin Ming moved towards the hidden smoke pavilion. Lan Yunue hesitated for a moment, but silently followed him from behind. As she looked at Lin Ming's tall and broad back, she felt 100 different complex emotions swell up in her heart. In these last 10 years, Lan Yunue had regretted what she had done, but as her personality and mind gradually matured with adulthood, she began to see things differently, and she began to understand many things. What was not hers was ultimately not hers. Perhaps the path she had chosen was also long ago decided by the hands of fate. Lin Ming was a dragon amongst men, but she was not a phoenix amongst women. The great gulf that existed between them would only grow larger and larger. In other words, even if she didn't betray Lin Ming in the past, it was impossible for them to grow old together until both of them had heads full of white hair. Since this was their fate, perhaps giving all of this up was a good deed instead. Within the luxurious and jade-inlaid hidden smoke pavilion, Lin Ming randomly gestured to a chair in front. Lan Yunue cautiously sat down in the center, her figure only occupying a third of the seat. Lin Ming said, "Yunue, if you never left me, then perhaps I would have had different experiences, and the scene now would have been different." Lin Ming obtained the magic cube in the kitchen of the Great Clarity Pavilion as he was deboning a gold-backed pangolin. It had come from the beast's stomach. The reason that Lin Ming had gone to Great Clarity Pavilion was because Zhu Yan's friend had forced him to lose his lodgings. All of this had been set in motion by Lan Yunue leaving Lin Ming. Lan Yunue gently shook her head. Fate has no ifs or whats. These years, I believe more and more that heaven has arranged our paths for us. I've become used to this simple and plain life, and as I grow, I've learned to slowly endure the sins brought about by the vanity and impulsiveness of my youth. Lan Yunue's voice was soft. She smoothed the hair that fell down her shoulders. Her face was still beautiful, and her temperament was still pleasant and charming. Unexpectedly, there was even a faint taste of innocence to her, as if she were someone that had returned to their true state after 10 years of trials and tribulations. As Lin Ming finally saw Lan Yunue again, he couldn't help but acknowledge that even though she was a mortal woman, she had an inherent beauty and elegance contained in her temperament and experience. She was like a thick, enthralling novel, leaving behind an emotional aftertaste to all who read her. You're right. Fate has no ifs or whats, but that doesn't mean that destiny cannot be changed. The past me also followed the flow of fate, but the current me has enough strength and destiny to resist that river of fate and defy the will of the heavens. When one had a great destiny and lived the life of an emperor, they would be able to resist fate and survive, turning bad luck into good fortune. As for this destiny, part of it was bestowed by the heavens, and another part of it was accumulated through the trials he went through. Even in the mortal world, there were similar views. For instance, the mortal who had a tough life and wouldn't die, the #1 scholar who could divine the stars, or even historical figures that were true dragons and sons of heaven with the life of an emperor. In mortal history, these so-called kings and emperors would often encounter many instances of assassination in their lives, but they would manage to avoid death every time. This was a result of their destiny. There was nearly never a case of a fierce and valiant hero who stole the hearts of the world that would be assassinated before they achieved their ambitions. As Lin Ming spoke, he held onto Lin Yunue's sleeve that held her cut-off hand. She was shocked and instinctively pulled back, not wanting to show off such a horrifying sight to Lin Ming. But her sleeve was tightly caught by him. The originally slender and beautiful fingers had all been cut off, making one's heart fill with incomparably pain. Lin Ming remained silent and began to slowly urge his energy into her body. Lan Yunue felt a sudden flow of heat enter her, spreading through all her meridians, her limbs, her bones, and making her feel extremely comfortable. Quickly, Lan Yunue felt her body become increasingly hot. She began to fragrantly sweat from all over, and before long her clothes were soaked wet. Faint traces of gray material came out with this sweat. These were the impurities within Lan Yunyue. Lin Ming used his own true essence to help Lan Yunyue cleanse her being and wash her marrows. The reason he was able to do so was because after crossing life destruction and forming a complete spirit body, his understandings into the structures and principles of the human body had risen to a new level. If someone were to do this rashly, they would only end up ruining the other person's meridians. After all, a mortal's body was exceedingly fragile. This process continued for a full hour. Lin Ming patiently and gently combed through every inch of Lan Yunyue's meridians. At the end, her complexion was bright red, and her chest was heaving up and down. Good, Lin Ming said. He released another burst of energy that eliminated Lan Yunyue's fatigue. Lan Yunyue was surprised to find that she could clearly feel the flow of energy within her meridians. She had a faint feeling that as long as she wished to, she could clearly see throughout her own body. This is the pulse condensation realm. Lan Yunyue's cultivation was only at the altering muscle stage. In the martial world, those that entered into the Xiantian realm would condense prenatal energy within their bodies, returning to a fetus-like state where they breathed in energy and remained free from the pollution of the world. This could be called the time when one truly became a martial cultivator. Below the Xiantian realm, they wouldn't be able to clear the impurities from their bodies and remain only a mortal. This isn't the pulse condensation realm. Lin Ming shook his head. Although I can help you directly increase your cultivation, that'll only ruin your mentality and drive. It'll affect your future progress. Now I have rid all of the postnatal air from your body and transformed the meridians and cells of your body with energy. You shouldn't have any problems in cultivating to the Xiantian realm. Moreover, here is a pill that can help you regenerate your arm and extend your life by several hundred years. In the future, I'll also grant you further resources. If you cultivate diligently, you should be able to break into the revolving core realm and live 1,000 or even 2,000 years. That is the limit of what I'm able to help you to. To arrive at life destruction may be far too difficult for you. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out a medicinal pill from a jade bottle and slipped it between Lan Yunyue's lips. He whispered, "Swallow this after chewing. This pill has mild aftereffects and shouldn't bring you any harm." Lan Yunyue tightened her lips and stared at Lin Ming as if she were in a daze. There was an unreadable emotion that played across her face. Eventually, she began to carefully chew the pill. The pill was bitter. It was bitter like the last 10 years of life she had lived. As Lan Yunyue looked at the young man in front of her, who was once her boyfriend, she couldn't stop tears from forming at the corners of her eyes. She began to silently cry. By meeting Lin Ming, she had made far too many mistakes and lost far too many things, but she had also obtained many things. He was a memory that she would never be able to forget, a figure that was eternally etched into her heart. Lin Ming smiled, his gaze gentle and charming. He reached out a hand and wiped away her tears. "I'll bring you somewhere. In the future, you can cultivate there. One day, I'll leave this world, but that doesn't mean that this will be our final farewell. If there is a chance, then I'll return, and we'll walk with each other once more." Everything that Lin Ming did now was to resolve the worries he had left on this planet and to prepare himself to ascend into the divine realm. Although he didn't know what Yang Yun's plan was, the only thing he didn't doubt was that the battle between them was inevitable. And at this time, millions of miles away, Yang Yun was sitting cross-legged atop a mound of rocks. All around him was a bright sea of crimson red blood. Countless skeletons floated in this sea of blood. Some of these skeletons were jet black, hard like divine iron, and some resembled dark red blood, with an infernal energy that pierced through the heavens. There were even some that were crystal clear like jade, sending out a faint heavenly energy. Without a doubt, These skeletons were all supreme elders during their lifetime. They were far stronger than Yang Laotian and Uyehua, and even far stronger than the 8 Fall Thunder Emperor that had died in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. These skeletons were all from characters that had lived 100,000 years ago. They had once been divine realm powerhouses. Waves of blood beat against the stone, causing it to splash into the air. In the far-off horizon, a blue light shot towards this place. This light was a bronze ghost coffin, and atop of this coffin was a demon youth. That youth was White Demon. Demon Lord, why did you summon me back? Has something happened? White Demon fell onto a rock opposite of Yang Yun and bowed in respect. Chapter 9:25. Merciless Indifference. Chapter 9:25. Merciless Indifference. In the span of 3 years, Yang Yun's looks hadn't changed, but his temperament was completely different. The past Yang Yun had white clothes that fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was ethereal, as if he were untainted by the world. His words were elegant, and he was extraordinarily handsome. To describe him with a term would be a jade-like gentleman. The current Yang Yun was completely different. There was no longer even the slightest shadow of his past self in his current incarnation. He wore a long crimson robe, and most of his clothes were pulled wide open, revealing powerful shoulders and a defined chest that surged with vitality. His muscles were aesthetic and beautifully cut, as if they were formed from jade, crystalline, and without flaw. There was a red line that slashed down between his eyebrows with 2 sharp points and a round center, looking like an eye. It lent him a devilish charm. Such a transformation was because Yang Yun was approaching the demonic path. A martial artist's aura was, in the end, the energy field that surrounded them. Those that studied orthodox cultivation methods would have an energy field that veered towards the correct path, and those that studied demonic path cultivation methods had temperaments that tended to seem demonic, their auras seemingly more demonic and bloody. Originally, with Yang Yun's methods and outstanding talents, everyone believed that he would become a great leader and hero of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. No one imagined that after the trip into the Temple of Marvels, such an unbelievable series of events would follow. Yang Yun had actually slain his own great-grandfather, and even forced his father into a dead end. Afterwards, not only did Yang Yun take control of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom, but he also established dominance over the other 3 divine kingdoms. The world was already under his control. If he managed to fuse the 4 divine kingdoms together, he would establish a true 6th-grade sect. A 5th-grade sect took life-destruction powerhouses as elders, and if they had a divine sea leader, then they would be called a Holy Land. A 6th-grade sect took divine sea powerhouses as elders, and the highest under the heavens as their leader. For the last 100,000 years, there had been 10 people that appeared in the martial world that qualified as the highest under the heavens, but the number of 6th-grade sects did not surpass 3. Every time a 6th-grade sect appeared, that was the gathering of the entire continent's strength, a brief moment of flourishing history. If Yang Yun managed to join the 4 divine kingdoms together, he could complete this great goal. At this time, Yang Yun's eyes were closed and his face expressionless. He exuded a forceful and compelling momentum from his body, making him feel unapproachable. Demon Lord, why have you summoned me back? White Demon fell onto one knee. The one he was kneeling to was the ancient devil within Yang Yun's body. For these past 3 years, more and more of the ancient devil's personality and past appearance began to reappear in Yang Yun. In the battle within the Temple of Marvels, the ancient devil had lost 2/3 of his soul. But for these last 3 years, the ancient devil had been restoring and nourishing himself in this blood pond. He collected the countless skeletons of supreme elders that had died in the Great War 100,000 years ago, gathering them together to absorb their energy. The current ancient devil had already restored his combat strength to a certain degree. If he were to possess Yang Yun now, his strength would even surpass White Demon. White Demon became increasingly respectful towards him. "You cannot defeat Lin Ming," the ancient devil said. Although he hadn't seen the great battle between White Demon and Lin Ming, he had been able to draw sufficient conclusions from the incomplete information White Demon had sent him. White Demon didn't seem too convinced, but he couldn't help but acknowledge, "I don't know where, but Lin Ming has managed to inherit some extremely powerful force field. If I'm not wrong, then it should be part of the primordious martial intent that Empyrean Primordius wielded in the past. Once this strange martial intent activates, it'll form a mystical space around him, covering the world in a range of 1,300 miles, and all laws and energy lose their effectiveness within. With a long-distance attack, my lance light weakens to less than 30% of its original strength after piercing through to the center. But if I were to enter that strange space and fight him, that instead causes all of the true essence in my body to be suppressed by the undeniable principles within, there simply wasn't anything I could do against Lin Ming. If it weren't for that strange space, I would have been able to kill him in 3 moves. White Demon said with resentful bitterness. When he fought against Lin Ming, it made him feel like he had strength that he couldn't use. It was an extremely vexing feeling. Primordious martial intent. The ancient devil's eyes suddenly shot open, and his expression changed. As someone who participated in the Great War 100,000 years ago, he had personally witnessed the scene of Empyrean Primordius activate his primordious martial intent, and instantly exterminating tens of thousands of divine realm powerhouses where they stood. The ancient devil naturally knew just what these words meant. He pondered over this for 15 minutes and said, "I've looked up Lin Ming's life history. Before he was 15 years old, his talent was average and his achievements common. But after he reached 15 years of age, his growth became out of control. In just 10 short years, he grew to such a degree already. It's obvious that 10 years ago he managed to encounter some heaven-defying lucky chance. And I suspect that this lucky chance has some relation with Empyrean Primordius. Could that black vortex within Lin Ming's body be the elementary form of the primordious martial intent?" The ancient devil muttered to himself. He had only seen the primordious martial intent. He had no understandings of it. It was impossible for the likes of him to speculate on existences at the boundary of Empyrean Primordius. As for the magic cube, the ancient devil simply didn't know about this. He had no idea that Lin Ming would have such an fortuitous encounter at 15 years of age. So he came to such a misunderstanding. As White Demon saw the ancient devil deep in thought, he brown-nosed and said, "No matter what lucky chance Lin Ming had, after killing him, all of that will belong to Sir Demon Lord. Everything he has done or achieved is just a gift for you." As White Demon spoke to hear, the ancient devil started to laugh out loud. "You're right. After some more time passes, my great blood-refining art will reach large success. At that time, I'll kill Lin Ming and obtain all of the secrets on his body, as well as all of the destiny that he's accumulated." White Demon glanced over the surrounding blood pond and said, "Since the last time I was here, 20% of the blood pond's power has been absorbed by you. If this continues, will it be enough for you to reach perfection in your great blood-refining art?" Blood essence was highly nourishing to the divine soul. When the ancient devil killed Yang Laotian and Uya Hua, he had done so to lay dominance over the 4 divine kingdoms, but also for their blood essence. In these past 3 years, the ancient devil gathered the deep-sea clans of the Fog Sea and ordered them to slay countless deep-sea vicious beasts, using their blood to complete this blood pond. The ancient devil had collected the remains of some powerhouses from the Sea of Miracles and tossed their skeletons into the blood pond. All of these were conditions he prepared to cultivate the great blood refining art. That's right. The grade of these deep-sea vicious beasts isn't high enough. Although there are many high-level vicious beasts in the sea, those divine C-rank vicious beasts, normally stay far off in 500,000 feet water depths. Even I would find it hard to withstand the pressure at such depths, much less kill them. As for the remains of these divine realm powerhouses, although they used to be fierce existences, after 100,000 years have passed, their blood has nearly all dried up, and they don't have much effect. The ancient devil shook his head as he spoke. Whiteman's thoughts stirred. Is the reason that Sir Demon Lord called me back so hastily that he wishes for me to kill some deep-sea vicious beasts to help your supernatural powers reach large success? The ancient devil nodded. Indeed, what I need now is fresh blood essence. It's unlikely that you'll be able to kill divine C-rank deep-sea vicious beasts. Currently, my supernatural powers are just short of reaching completion. The blood essence of basic vicious beasts is no longer useful to me. Then what should we do? Although human divine sea powerhouses are easy to kill, they focus on their dantian, and the power of their blood is far inferior to a complete vicious beast. White Demon said with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, the ancient devil's lips curved up into a sly smile. Human blood naturally has a limited effect, but if they have the blood of different beasts within their bodies, then that is a different matter. For instance, the ancient Phoenix clan bloodline or the Hydra clan bloodline are both excellent bloodlines. Whiteman's eyes widened, and a chill crawled up his back. He had the Hydra bloodline. Whoosh! The surrounding world suddenly changed. A deep blood-red barrier rose up, covering White Demon and the ancient devil inside. This was the spectral blood skylock array. This was far different from the spectral blood skylock array that had been set for Lin Ming. This spectral blood skylock array was personally controlled by the ancient devil and also had the massive blood pond as support. There was no comparison in the strength between the two. Even Lin Ming would be hard-pressed to break through if he personally came here. Moreover, Whiteman's ability to break through array formations was far inferior to Lin Ming's. Demon Lord, you... White Demon looked at the ancient devil with a disbelieving incredulity etched onto his face. As a subordinate to the ancient devil, he owed a great debt of gratitude to him. The reason that White Demon was able to cultivate to such an extent was all because the ancient devil had provided him with sufficient resources. For all these years, he maintained utter loyalty to the ancient devil. He never thought that one day he would be the one taken as a sacrifice. If you look for vicious beasts, their blood won't be enough. Lin Ming's growth is too fast, and I don't have much time left. I'm only a step away from completion. I need your bloodline as the last finishing touch. You currently have a late divine sea cultivation, and in the past you even reached the higher divine transformation realm. Your Hydra bloodline is just what I need. All I can do is take your minor sacrifice to realize my great plans. The ancient devil had no expression on his face, nor did his voice have any emotion. Whiteman's eyes turned blood red. He grasped his purple spear, feeling as if a knife had been twisted into his heart. He never imagined that one day the benefactor he respected so much would betray him in such a manner. Sir Demon Lord, I don't believe this. In the sea of miracles, your physical body was destroyed, and your strength greatly reduced. Without a mortal body, you didn't have any combat strength at all. If it weren't for my shelter and support, you would never have been able to live until now. We spent over 100,000 years in the sea of miracles together, and yet you are doing this to me? The ancient devil indifferently looked at White Demon. There is no more meaning in mentioning matters that have already passed. You cannot resist me. 100,000 years ago, when I trained you, I already placed a spell in your body. With this big array here as support, killing you is as simple as turning my hand. I don't believe this. I won't believe this. Whiteman's eyes blazed as he stared into the ancient devil's eyes. Suddenly, his mind shook as he became aware of what was happening. You are not the Demon Lord. You are Yang Yun. Where is the Demon Lord? Sir Demon Lord, Sir Demon Lord, save me. Yang Yun wishes to kill me. No matter how much White Demon shouted, the young man in front of him maintained his cold apathy, as if everything happening was within his plans and under his control. To think that you would recognize me at the end. Correct. I am not the Demon Lord. I am me. I am Yang Yun. Yang Yun stood up, looking over White Demon as a divine god oversees mortals, a merciless indifference in his eyes. Chapter 9:26, The End of White Demon. Chapter 9:26, The End of White Demon. Impossible. Impossible. Whiteman's mental state became extremely unstable. You sealed away the Demon Lord. How can you have the power? There is nothing that's impossible. White Demon, go in peace and follow your master. Yang Yun's hands grasped the void, and the blood pool around him suddenly soared up into the sky, turning into a massive python. You damned beast! You ungrateful little bastard! If it weren't for us, you would have already died, unknown and forgotten. How could you have such strength to stand at the peak of this continent? White Demon hysterically shouted. His eyes were blood red. He wished that he could tear Yang Yun to pieces. Ungrateful! Yang Yun sneered. You think I'm a little child who'll be fooled by such meaningless words? Between you two and I, we've already been mutually using each other. I've never trusted you, and you've never trusted me. If I didn't act against your master, then once that devil's supernatural powers reached large success, I would have already become a sacrifice or had my body stolen away. Yang Yun pulled out a bright crimson treasure sword from his spatial ring. This sword had also been refined within the blood pond, and its power was incomparable to the past. He stroked the flat blade of the sword and left a touch of fresh blood on the edge. The sword blade absorbed the blood, becoming increasingly beguiling and bewitching. Demon Lord, have you been sealed away? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. White Demon revolved all of the energy within his body and poured it into his voice, forming a sonic boom that shot towards Yang Yun like landslides and tsunamis. This was one of the Hydra clan's unique sonic energy martial skills called the Heaven-Devouring Roar. He poured his energy into a sound wave to attack the enemy, which was extremely effective towards the intangible and invisible divine soul. White Demon wanted to use this sort of impact to awaken the ancient devil. Yang Yun remained unmoved. He coldly said, "There is no need to shout. Most of your lord's strength was swallowed up by Lin Ming in the Temple of Marvels, and now his strength has sharply dropped. At that time, I bided my time, saved my strength, and while he was recovering from his wounds, I suppressed him in a single go and swallowed him up. For these past few years, the Demon Lord that you've been bowing to is me, Yang Yun. Even if you shout until your throat tears apart, he still won't awaken." What? White Demon found this unbelievable. He crazily shouted, without erasing the spirit mark, "You'll lose yourself if you swallow the souls of others. How is this possible? How is this possible?" "You're right. I was unable to erase the devil's spirit mark, and could only seal him away. Even so, I will frequently lose my personality, and my memories will become muddled. Sometimes I don't even know who I am anymore. Everything that happens, I rely on my own willpower to withstand and overcome. In the future, once my cultivation rises further and my understanding of the soul increases, I'll completely eat up the devil's soul and cancel his spirit mark along with all his memories." A soul was composed of memories and a spirit mark. Both were inseparable from each other. If Lin Ming wished to thoroughly erase the ancient devil's spirit mark, he also had to destroy the associated memories. But by that time, the ancient devil's memories would also become useless to Yang Yun. Whiteman's heart chilled as he heard this. This Yang Yun was simply a madman, Although Yang Yun seemed to casually say all of this, the truth was that this method was the same as suicide. No one was willing to take their own soul as a joke and rely upon some so-called willpower to overcome the extremely dangerous loss of personality and individuality. Once they failed to do so, they would become insane, falling into depravity and becoming a lunatic with no sense of self. As for Yang Yun relying on enhancing his boundary in the future and then eliminating the devil's spirit mark, that was far too difficult. Once memories were fused together, wanting to separate them was easier said than done. If he made a single misstep in the process, he could possibly erase his own memories. The reason Yang Yun chose such a dangerous path was because he truly did need the ancient devil's knowledge. When the ancient devil tried to possess Lin Ming and suffered a near-fatal backlash, he had lost most of his soul. But the part that was left behind was the essence of the ancient devil's soul and the source of his memories. It was even more important than the other two parts combined. This was also a reasonable matter. In the dangers of possessing someone, the ancient devil would naturally save the most important part of his soul as a contingency. Yang Yun's ambitions were great. He wanted to become an unrivaled powerhouse and climb to the peak of all martial arts. He didn't want to be stopped at the Sky Spill continent. So to do this, he had to take the risk. Madman, you are an absolute madman. Whiteman's complexion paled. Facing this maniacal Yang Yun, he felt nothing but fear. Those that didn't fear a strong opponent feared those that didn't care for their life. Those that didn't fear those that didn't care for their lives feared those that were demented. In Whiteman's eyes, this Yang Yun was a demented madman. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. From the start, they underestimated Yang Yun and chosen the wrong person. They had raised a tiger, creating this disaster, and making all of their efforts a gift for someone else. Bang! Thousands of blood waves shot up into the sky, twisting together into the giant blood python that fell towards White Demon. Yang Yun soared high into the skies, seeming as if he controlled this world. You're truly a faithful dog. Now, show me your final worth. At this moment, words were useless. There was only battle. White Demon gave a loud shout, and a massive Hydra Phantom appeared behind him. He grasped his purple lance and shot towards Yang Yun. Hydra bloodline, broken star. As Yang Yun saw White Demon strike out with his strongest attack, a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. He casually formed a seal and sent it flying towards White Demon. Whiteman's body shook, and the Hydra behind him suddenly vanished, all of the condensed true essence dissipating into thin air. What? White Demon was shocked. He glared at Yang Yun with hatred blazing in his eyes. You despicable scum! He wished that he could devour Yang Yun, but an irresistible energy was suppressing him, giving him no chance to defy. At the same time, the rivers of blood in the air that formed a python fell down and swallowed him. Energy violently exploded, and a massive wave of blood shot into the sky, forming endless clouds of blood. Finally, all of it rained down. Over 30% of Whiteman's meridian shattered. He floated face up in a sea of blood, his face pale and fading. His nose and ears were leaking blood, and his eyes were filled with wavering despair. White Demon smiled. It was pitiful and wretched. Demon Lord, you didn't trust me. In the end, you didn't trust me. In the Sea of Miracles, I was loyal and devoted to you for 100,000 years, and yet you still didn't lift the binding spell in my body. Now, that choice will take my life today. It'll take my life. Yang Yun glanced at White Demon without sympathy. He hadn't used any martial skill just now. All he had done was use his great strength to activate the spell that the ancient devil had left within White Demon. This was the safest and also cruelest method to defeat White Demon. There was not even a chance for him to desperately struggle. To a martial artist, this was the saddest way to die. They possessed supernatural powers, had unwavering confidence in their strength, and yet they didn't even have a chance to fight for their life. In the battle with Lin Ming, you consumed far too much energy, and you rushed all the way here without giving yourself a chance to restore your strength. All of that led to you not having any chance to resist this spell. Yang Yun's words were ruthless and indifferent. Before you die, I would like to advise you one last time. In this world, the only one you can trust is yourself. Your lord was not mistaken. The only reason he would be defeated by me is because his destiny is lacking and he was severely wounded by Lin Ming. But as for you, you died in a far too stupid manner. Yang Yun lifted his right hand and grasped the void. An arrow of blood pierced through Whiteman's chest and then flew up high into the sky. All of Whiteman's blood essence began to be attracted by an invisible force streaming out from his body. It condensed in the air, forming a blood-red light that constantly sparkled, incomparably brilliant. White Demon watched helplessly as all his blood essence left through his heart and formed a beautiful, yet strange scene in the air. The corners of his lips curved up in an ironic smile. He never thought that his end would come like this. Blood continued flowing out from Whiteman's body. The Hydra bloodline was extremely tough. In addition, White Demon had once reached the divine transformation realm that existed above the divine sea, making his physical body that much tougher. Even though his heart was ruined and his blood essence sucked out from his body, he still didn't die. Instead, his body withered as more and more blood was pumped out of his body. Finally, all of Whiteman's blood essence and vitality were completely sucked out by Yang Yun. Yang Yun shot seals of energy into that mass of blood. Faintly, a blood-soaked phantom hydra appeared in that mass of blood. It was the last struggles of the blood essence and vitality. The blood vitality actually formed a true shape. Whiteman's blood essence quality is indeed wonderful. Yang Yun murmured. His hand movements became faster. He wanted to refine the blood vitality form. There were many times when a precious pill was formed and produced a phantom form after leaving the furnace. This was because the medicinal energy was too rich. After a long period of time, it might even develop its own intelligence. Heavenly materials that existed for a long period of time would also possess a medicine spirit. This was the same concept. Although the blood vitality phantom form was from forming a spirit, it didn't have any intelligence, merely survival instincts. As it was covered by Yang Yun's blood energy and began to be slowly refined, it crazily struggled. However, it was ultimately impossible to resist Yang Yun's strength. All of its spiritual energy was sucked out, and it began to slowly sag down. Fuse. Yang Yun clutched his hands together, and the phantom hydra blood vitality was eventually absorbed by the mass of blood essence, becoming one and turning into a thumb-sized blood pill. With this blood pill, this blood pond will become a blood spring. That is a qualitative leap upwards. It will finally allow me to achieve perfection in my great blood refining art. So long as my great blood refining art reaches perfection, I'll be able to rely on an array formation and sense a person's blood vitality, locking onto them in a range of 1 million miles. When that time comes, Lin Ming, there will be no place left for you to run to. You have the life of an emperor, and your destiny rises like a rainbow. As for me, although I have gathered and accumulated my own destiny for 40 years, my destiny is still inferior to yours, and even your life is tougher than mine. If I fight you, even if I'm stronger than you, I still don't have too great of an assurance to defeat you. But even so, our battle cannot be avoided. I tried to kill you, I had the entire world hunt you, and I even harmed your family. Our enmity will never be resolved. Just the destiny and secrets that you possess leave me with no choice but to slay you. Yang Yun's ambitions and heart were higher than the heavens, but his true life and talent were worthless. The reason he could obtain his current achievements was because he relied on the ancient devil's resources and teachings. In the divine realm, although the ancient devil could be considered having some ability, he wasn't an overlord, much less a great figure. Even if Yang Yun swallowed his memories and reached his boundary in the future, it would be exceedingly hard, nearly impossible to rise anymore. He had to inherit another destiny. This destiny would come from Lin Ming. Since ancient time, if a genius didn't experience lucky chances, they would never have great achievements. But all lucky chances came from betting one's life and struggling until the end. Now, with such an extraordinary and singular lucky chance placed in front of him, even though Yang Yun knew that there was danger, he still had to stake his life on it. Chapter 9:27. Once again battling the purple lion thunder source. Chapter 9:27. Once again battling the purple lion thunder source. 15 days later. 8,000-mile black swamp. As the sky spill continent's true life forbidden zone, the 8,000-mile black swamp was permanently covered in dark gray clouds. Here existed dangers upon dangers. If a life-destruction powerhouse entered, survival would be perilous with 9 chance of death and only 1 hope of life. Even a weak divine sea powerhouse could perish here if their luck was lacking. At this time, a black-clothed youth appeared in the skies above the 8,000-mile black swamp. He carried a thick saber in his hands, and his appearance was plain and normal. He looked like someone that could be easily lost within a crowd. This person was Lin Ming, after he used his appearance-changing technique. After forcing White Demon back, Lin Ming had rushed to the 8,000-mile black swamp. Because he had to pass through a number of transmission arrays to arrive here, he chose to use an appearance-changing technique in order to avoid any unnecessary troubles. He didn't go to see Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan first. The giant Leviathan had swam far too deep in the South Sea and was still a long distance away. Moreover, there weren't any transmission arrays in the deep-sea lands. Even if Lin Ming flew at full speed towards the giant Leviathan, it would still take him a very long time. Lin Ming couldn't afford the time it would take him to do that. According to Situ Yaoshi's memories, he had at most 1 year before he had to fight Yang Yun. The battle was inevitable. He was now overflowing with spirit medicines, and his cultivation was also quickly approaching a bottleneck. If he had enough time and was able to single-mindedly go into seclusion, he would be able to cross more stages of life destruction, finally emerging at the 6th or 7th stage of life destruction. Unfortunately, he only had a single year. He had to make full use of this year. Thus he came to the 8,000-mile black swamp for a single objective. That was the purple lion thunder source. When Lin Ming was at the late revolving core realm, he had entered the skies above the 8,000-mile black swamp and encountered the purple lion thunder source, let alone swallowing it. Lin Ming had almost been the one devoured by it instead. If it weren't for the frightening deterrence of the heretical god sprout and argent white sword, he might have really died in the 9 heavens thunder dominion. It should be here. Lin Ming followed the route in his memories and arrived underneath the area of the 8-fall Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. He looked upwards at the sky. "Are you sure?" Demon Shine asked. "About 70%, Lin Ming responded, not daring to have absolute certainty. The space and time within the 8,000-mile black swamp was in disarray. Even though Lin Ming had greatly progressed in the concepts of space and time, he couldn't guarantee that he could find the same location he reached in the past. Lin Ming suppressed the aura of the heretical god sprout and shot into the skies. He broke into a sea of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning flashed in the sky, and arcs of electricity swept through the skies. To the current Lin Ming, this sort of endless thunder was like a mortal bathing in warm water. Not only did he not feel discomfort, but it was rather comfortable and enjoyable. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. Lin Ming passed straight into the Thunder Dominion. The color of thunder constantly changed around him, and also increased in strength. However, Lin Ming seemed unaware of this all. 70 miles, 80 miles, all the way to the 90-mile range of the Thunder Dominion. Here, not only did the color of thunder change, but even its shape changed. The past thunder came in the form of arcs, but the current power of thunder here was fantastical sheets of glimmering light. Purple-white, deep purple, golden red. All of it linked into a single endless stretch of thunder that continued on forever without the slightest sound. It looked like a multicolored mist, a colorful land where immortals dwelled. Beneath this tranquil facade, there was actually a terrifying, killing intent hiding. The golden red lightning here had been used by Lin Ming to break through to the first stage of life destruction. If enough of this golden red lightning was gathered, even a divine sea powerhouse would be struck to death. When Lin Ming's cultivation was at the late revolving core, he had been forced to stop here, unable to go any further in. But now, even this fierce and violet golden red lightning was not a threat to Lin Ming. Continue upwards. The 100-mile range Thunder Dominion. In the past, although Lin Ming hadn't dared to step into the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, he had still released a wisp of his perception to investigate the area. The 100-mile Thunder Dominion and the 90-mile Thunder Dominion were two completely different realities. There were numerous large and small thunderballs up here, each of them floating around light stars in the sky. A horrifying power of thunder formed a force field that wrapped around them. The space near these thunderballs was already twisted to shreds, and countless space cracks blanketed the area. Regardless whether space or energy, both were unstable, and even the power of laws was affected. If the 90-mile Thunder Dominion was a land where a divine sea powerhouse who studied thunder tribute cultivation could possibly survive, then the 100-mile Thunder Dominion was a true absolute life forbidden zone. All who entered here were doomed to die. Even Lin Ming had to be extremely cautious after reaching the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. He didn't dare to rush in. Instead, he used his perception to investigate the area. I wondered just how these islands were formed. The skies of the 100-mile Thunder Dominion were completely different, as if this was an entirely different world altogether. Many islands of various sizes floated in the sky, and each of these islands held a magnetic god tree. These magnetic god trees safely coexisted with the thunderballs that floated in the air. Some of them even had roots that extended into these thunderballs, absorbing their energy. Each and every one of these magnetic god trees were undoubtedly precious treasures. It was just that the last time Lin Ming had come here, he couldn't even approach them, much less move them. A magnetic god tree itself contains a terrifying attack power, and it is also incomparably durable. Cutting them wouldn't be easy at all. Even if the current me wants to investigate these god trees, that is also very dangerous. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then his thoughts suddenly stirred, and a smile curved up his lips. "You've come? There is no need to hide. I've already sensed you." Lin Ming's eyes locked onto a direction. Several breaths of time later, the lightning there began to waver like ripples in the water, forming into countless threads of lightning that gathered together, finally forming into a small purple lion. This lion was only 3 feet long, and after forming itself, it looked no different from a real lion. Its body was robust and powerful, and its purple mane was glorious and magnificent. Every hair strand was clearly differentiated, and its amber eyes were bright and watery. It didn't seem as if it were formed from the power of thunder, but rather from a genuine lion. This was the purple lion Thunder Source. Thunder Source, the source of thunder. It was an existence a step above a thunder soul. The lowest level thunder source was at least 10 times more terrifying than a thunder soul. The purple lion thunder source already had an inkling of spiritual intelligence. In truth, it had discovered Lin Ming, from the very start. This was because some of its energy emitted from Lin Ming's body. That was the energy of the twin life thunder crystal. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the twin life thunder crystal and the purple lion thunder source were born together. They were from the same body. So, the purple lion thunder source could certainly feel its presence. The twin life thunder crystal was involved with the evolution of the purple lion thunder soul, but such an important object had actually been stolen away by this young man in front of it. How could it not hate Lin Ming to the bones? It was only that it could feel Lin Ming's great strength. This young man was already incomparable to several years ago. This caused it to feel a great deal of fear, and was also the reason why it didn't immediately appear. Rather, it remained hidden, secretly observing him. Even though Lin Ming was strong, it was impossible for the purple lion thunder source to give up on the twin life thunder crystal. It prepared to desperately gamble on a battle and waited for a chance to launch a sneak attack. But it had been discovered by Lin Ming. Your intelligence isn't too bad. Your twin life thunder crystal has already been absorbed by me. If you want to take it back, your only choice is to devour me. Lin Ming extracted a purple long spear as he spoke. This was a weapon that Jiang Ziji had left in the palace within the extreme violet ring. It was a high-grade heaven-step thunder attribute long spear. It was nothing to someone like Jiang Ziji, but to Lin Ming now, it was actually extremely convenient. To deal with the intangible purple lion thunder source, the heavy and cumbersome great desolate blood, halberd, wasn't the best choice to do so. Instead, the blood and death energy on the great desolate blood, halberd might be restrained by the power of thunder instead. The best weapon for this situation was undoubtedly this purple spear. Submit to me and travel the world with me. I'll allow you to evolve. Lin Ming pointed his spear towards the purple lion thunder source. An invisible force field erupted from his body. Before now, he had been deliberately suppressing the heretical god sprout's aura. He was afraid he would startle the purple lion thunder source and cause it to be too afraid to approach him. Now, he no longer needed to do that. The heretical god seed was dual attribute thunder and fire, transcendent divine might. With the full eruption of the heretical god seed's aura, it immediately created an immense pressure on the purple lion thunder source. This was a feeling of awe and dread that swelled up within the purple lion thunder source, which seemed as if it had already been etched into its soul from the very time it was born all those hundreds of millions of years ago. It was a feeling that it could never erase. In that moment, a trace of fear and alarm flashed in the purple lion thunder source's eyes. But it immediately forced out all those emotions, replacing them with a burning anger. As a thunder source, it was extremely arrogant and haughty. How could it be willing to surrender to a human and be used however which way? Roar. The purple lion thunder source emitted a heaven-shaking roar, bringing with it the glory of the world, all lightning in the 90-mile thunder dominion, the purple white, the purple gold, and the golden red. All of it was swept up into a massive multicolored vortex. If several dozen arcs of this golden red lightning gathered together, it'd be enough to threaten the life of a divine sea powerhouse. With so much power of thunder gathered here together, the might could be imagined. A brilliant fighting intent sizzled in Lin Ming's eyes. This purple lion thunder source could obtain increased power from the surroundings in the nine heavens thunder dominion. As it desperately went all out, its strength was terrifying. If Lin Ming wanted to absorb this thunder source, he would need to be exceedingly careful. Otherwise, there was a chance he would suffer a backlash and burn away all his meridians, dying in the process. With the support of the massive amount of thunder energy within the nine heavens thunder dominion, the purple lion thunder sources suddenly expanded to a horrifying degree. Its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. It was certainly afraid of the power and pressure from Lin Ming's heretical god seed, but it also desired to possess this power. If it could swallow Lin Ming its evolution would reach new heights. As these thoughts appeared in the purple lion thunder source's mind, it began to react in a crazed and excited manner. Chila. The lightning behind the purple lion thunder source twisted into colorful lightning dragons that shot towards Lin Ming. The 5-colored lightning dragons emitted whistling cries, their howls echoing between the heavens and earth like rolling thunderclaps, piercing straight through the world. Lin Ming's eyes were icy cold. He revolved his true essence to the limit and poured his grand mist battle spirit into his purple long spear, thrusting straight towards the light dragons. Chi, chi, chi. Purple golden thunder surged. Even the misty light within the Thunder Dominion was split apart. Lin Ming's grand mist battle spirit directly bore the attacks of the 5-colored lightning dragons, withstanding the baptism of thunder. But not only did the grand mist battle spirit not weaken, it instead became increasingly strong. Heavenly demon martial intent, grand mist space. As the lightning dragons roared, an enchanting red lotus slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming. An invisible force field surged outwards, bringing with it an ancient and boundless atmosphere. In an instant, the 9 heavens Thunder Dominion was enshrouded by the grand mist space. The grand mist space was able to smother out nearly all energies and power of laws. Thunder belonged to the class of the 5 main elements. The power of thunder was born after chaos, and was exactly one of the laws that was suppressed by the grand mist space. Chapter 9:28. Swallowing the Thunder Source. Chapter 9:28. Swallowing the Thunder Source. The grand mist space was broad and vast, extending outwards for over 1,000 miles. As the purple lion thunder source was covered in the grand mist space, it suddenly felt its connection to the power of thunder in the world cut off, greatly startling it. Law of annihilation. Chain of stars. Lin Ming suddenly shook his long spear, and the power of space erupted. A strong destruction twist force dispersed, combining with the elementary grand mist energy and spinning itself into a chaos storm. The lightning dragons sent out by the purple lion thunder source were all swallowed up. With the choking power of the chaos storm combined together with the suppression of thunder laws from the grand mist space, the lightning dragons shattered like glass in just several breaths of time. After the lightning dragons shattered, they turned into a pure power of thunder. Lin Ming swept out his purple long spear, swallowing up all of the power of thunder like a thirsty whale. As the purple lion thunder source saw a massive amount of its own energies being sucked up by Lin Ming, it flew into a violent rage. Roar! With a loud cry, it shot towards Lin Ming. A thunder source was the origin of thunder that was produced over hundreds of millions of years. It symbolized the greatest power of thunder. As it threw its body towards Lin Ming, even the grand mist space around it began to tremble. You're truly worthy of being a thunder source, but the more powerful you are only means the greater the power you bring to me will be. A flash of excitement shone in Lin Ming's eyes. He raised his long spear and lashed it out like a whip. As the spear came smashing down, it contained the compressed energy of the heretical god Sprout, as well as the grand mist battle spirit. If someone who just entered the late divine sea were to withstand this strike, they would be greatly wounded, and even their dantian might shatter. Although the inherent energy within the purple lion thunder source was potent, it didn't have the ability or knowledge of cultivation methods. Even though it held so much energy within itself, it was actually unable to display its full potential. Lin Ming didn't fear the current purple lion thunder source's main form. What he feared was what would happen after swallowing it, and the terrifying impact to his meridians that the terrifying energy would cause. If his control was lacking in the slightest, all of his meridians would burn to a crisp. Whoosh! The spear came slashing down like a purple arc of light. nearly splitting the void in half. But the purple lion thunder source suddenly vanished in that moment. A series of purple phantoms appeared in the void like an ethereal dream. Thunder was the fastest of the main elements, and this purple lion thunder source also had an intangible body. Its speed was nearly unrivaled. You want to compare speed? I also have faith in my own speed. Lin Ming coldly smiled. The gate of wonder opened, and it merged with the mystic lightning shade and golden rock, shattering the void. His body became a blur, splitting into countless fading lights that nearly filled the entire grand mist space. Chasing thunder. While using his extreme speed, Lin Ming also poured the power of thunder from the heretical god Sprout into his purple spear and thrust outwards. The attack power of chasing thunder wasn't too high, but just in terms of being a concept-based martial skill, it was able to reach the limit of speed. To deal with the intangible purple lion thunder source, he didn't need an extremely powerful attack. In fact, all he needed was a thunder law martial skill attack to damage the purple lion thunder source to an even greater extent. With so many movement techniques combined with chasing thunder, he overtook the purple lion thunder source in the blink of an eye. As the purple lion thunder source saw Lin Ming catch up, its eyes filled with an incredulous disbelief. The reason that it dared to attempt ambushing Lin Ming was mainly because it had to retake the twin-life thunder crystal within Lin Ming's body, and secondly because it believed its own speed was extraordinary and abnormal. It believed that no matter what happened, it could freely come and go as it pleased. It never imagined that Lin Ming's speed would actually surpass its own. The purple lion thunder source finally began to feel fear. Bang! Lin Ming's spear struck the purple lion thunder source. Lin Ming didn't feel as if he stabbed into a body, but a violent energy still surged into his meridians, wanting to burn his body. This was the energy of the purple lion thunder source causing a backlash. If a normal divine sea powerhouse were to have such a brutal thunder energy enter their bodies, they would be severely wounded. But this wasn't anything much to Lin Ming. His thoughts touched upon the heretical god Sprout as he revolved the energy in his body, instantly sweeping away the violent thunder energy within him. As for his meridians, his own body had already been tempered by thunder, so he didn't receive any damage at all. The purple lion thunder source was in a miserable state after its stomach was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. Its main form had been shaken by the power of laws within Lin Ming's chasing thunder, causing a massive portion of its energy to disperse. In this grand mist space, not only was it unable to supplement itself with energy from the Thunder Dominion, but instead it had to constantly consume energy. Its body suddenly turned much less ethereal and illusory, and its shining eyes began to dim down. If the purple lion thunder source had resembled a real lion in the past, the current purple lion thunder source seemed like a reflection in the water, blurry and unclear. It's injured. Take this chance to cage it. Demon Shine's voice sounded out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Without needing Demon Shine's advice, Lin Ming already shot out 8 gray marks of energy that turned into thunder symbols and flew into the purple lion thunder source's body. This was the concept of thunder that Lin Ming had perceived through Jiang Ziji's jade slips. The 12 lighting symbols that comprised the mystic lightning shade were also based off a similar principle. But those 12 lighting symbols revolved the power of thunder to stimulate the potential of the body, whereas these 8 thunder symbols utilized the power of thunder to display a sealing effect. As these lighting symbols flew into the purple lion thunder source, the purple lion thunder source felt as if a saber had been thrust into its body, its strength rapidly reducing. It desperately roared out, wanting to use energy to break off all 8 of the thunder symbols. But these thunder symbols were like barbed shackles that chained it down. They deeply dug themselves into its body. The more the purple lion thunder source struggled, the more pain it felt. A whir, a whir. The purple lion thunder source sent out pitiful cries. Lin Ming didn't give it the chance to recover. He stepped on golden rock, shattering the void. flashing through space and appeared right above the purple lion thunder source. Both of Lin Ming's hands grasped the purple long spear. An endless amount of thunder energy swelled into the spear as he brought it crashing down. Puff! The long spear nearly split the purple lion thunder source in half. The fading purple lion thunder was simply unable to dodge. Disregarding the pain that racked its body, it cried out again and again, its roars shaking the heavens and earth. It wanted to shake loose these thunder symbol shackles, but at this moment, it suddenly felt as if it had lost control of all the energy in its body. All of that energy was being rapidly sucked out via Lin Ming's spear. In just several blinks of an eye, the purple lion thunder source's body lost its luster, nearly turning transparent. Its roars were also feeble, lacking the strength He had before. The 8 thunder symbols in its body were like shackles of divine iron, not even allowing it to move in the slightest. The current purple lion thunder source could not ascend into heaven nor escape into the earth. There was no path left for it to go. The Grand Miss Space blockade also cut off all of its energy supply. Finally, the purple lion thunder source was overcome by despair. It howled again and again, begging for mercy, but Lin Ming ignored its cries and continued to draw out the energy from its body. Yield to me, otherwise I will destroy your spiritual wisdom and only absorb the source of your energy. Although this is a bit less effective to me, the difference won't be too great. Moreover, if I wipe out your spiritual wisdom and only absorb your energy, the energy would also be much easier for me to control. There are plenty of benefits to doing so. Lin Ming's face was mercilessly indifferent, and the energy in his hands became increasingly strong. The purple lion thunder source didn't doubt that at the moment it refused, Lin Ming would really wipe out its spiritual wisdom. After a brief moment of hesitation, the purple lion thunder source finally showed a begging expression. It issued a series of purring awoo cries as its body shrank, finally submitting itself to Lin Ming. Hee, if you've taken this fellow without wiping out its spiritual wisdom, it'll be a bit dangerous. If there is ever a day you are seriously wounded, this fellow might take that chance to revolt. Demon Shine said. He wasn't too approving of Lin Ming's methods. Lin Ming had also thought of this point. He said, if I erase its spiritual wisdom, that'll be the same as erasing the most essential part of the thunder source. Not only will its strength be reduced, but attacks using it will lack that spiritual sense, and it won't be able to evolve in the future either. Moreover, what is more important is that if it submits to me without resistance, it'll be much easier for me to absorb. If I try to absorb such a violent thunder source now that doesn't have any spiritual wisdom, my meridians might not be able to withstand the immense pressure. I have no idea whether or not I would be successful. Lin Ming didn't fear that the purple lion thunder source would betray him in the future. With his rate of growth, his strength would soon far surpass the purple lion thunder source. And there was also the suppression of the heretical god sprout. Once the purple lion thunder source entered the heretical god sprout, its energy would come under the control of the transcendent divine might. Wasn't betraying him easier said than done? Come in. Lin Ming grasped out his hand and directly grabbed the tiny purple lion thunder source in his hand. In that moment, an energy vortex formed in Lin Ming's hand. All of the thunder origin energy that comprised the purple lion thunder source's body was continuously absorbed by this vortex, constantly flowing into the heretical god sprout, vitalizing the heretical god sprout's leaves and roots. The purple lion thunder source didn't dare to resist. It allowed Lin Ming to draw out all of its energy. At that time, it would only be able to retain its own spiritual wisdom, and most of its energy would be under Lin Ming's control. As Lin Ming absorbed it, the purple lion thunder source became increasingly small. Finally, it shrank to a size even smaller than Lin Ming's palm before it was also sucked into the vortex. Like this, it traveled through Lin Ming's meridians until it reached his dantian. There it saw the heretical god sprout. The sprout didn't contain too formidable a thunder energy. It was only a third of the purple lion thunder source's prime condition. However, the energy it contained was extremely pure, and moreover exuded a faint aura of the great Tao laws, causing it to feel fear and alarm as it approached. Compared to this heretical god sprout, all of the essence of thunder that it had ever absorbed in the past was nothing at all. They were on two completely different levels. After discovering this, the purple lion thunder source no longer held any resistance to being absorbed by the heretical god sprout. The key point was that it wasn't able to resist. It obediently allowed itself to be absorbed by the heretical god sprout, completely fusing into the branches and leaves. At that moment, the heretical god sprout also began to gently wiggle around. A young leaf began to bud out from the crown of the sprout, slowly unfurling out from a curled form. The veins of the leaf became gradually clear. This leaf had an incomparably strange appearance. It resembled a small furnace, and on the surface of this furnace was the design of a purple lion. Chapter 9:29. To another level. Chapter 9:29. To another level. Yeah. The heretical god sprout grew. Lin Ming was overjoyed as he saw the heretical god sprout that had grown by an inch. He could clearly feel that the heretical god sprout's strength increased by a great deal. This would help him to perceive the concepts of thunder and fire to an even higher degree in the future. It was as if there was some divine power assisting him. After he ascended to the divine realm, chances were likely that he would join the ancient Phoenix clan and receive the direction of Fairy Feng. At that time, with the support of the heretical god Sprout, his strength would surely rapidly rise. After the purple lion thunder source was completely absorbed, lightning began to twinkle above the heretical god Sprout. Lin Ming closed his eyes and sensed within himself, nodding with satisfaction. The heretical god Sprout's control of energy was far better than what he had imagined. After the purple lion thunder source entered the heretical god Sprout, most of its energy was absorbed by the heretical god Sprout, and the control of that energy also fell into Lin Ming's hands. If the purple lion thunder source's spiritual wisdom was a general, then the energy of its body was the army. But now, all military power was held by Lin Ming. This feeling of controlling all was very gratifying. As Lin Ming's strength grew, the chances of the purple lion thunder source betraying him would also become increasingly low. Demon Shine. After absorbing the purple lion thunder source, I feel as if my entire body is flooded with energy. Breaking through to the 5th stage of life destruction shouldn't be difficult. You want to break through to the 5th stage of life destruction? You haven't even entered the 4th stage of life destruction for a full year, and you want to break through to the 5th stage? Your cultivation has been far too fast recently. If you don't suppress this speed, it'll cause your foundation to be shakier and make it harder for you to advance in the future. A general emperor-level talent would step into life destruction at 50 years of age. From that point on, they would pass a stage of life destruction every 7 to 8 years, finally reaching a maximum of 6 or 7 stages. But for Lin Ming, he nearly crossed a stage of life destruction every year. In less than 5 years, he had crossed 4 stages of life destruction and was about to cross the 5th. Lin Ming's cultivation had risen too quickly, and more importantly, for these last 5 years, Lin Ming hadn't experienced true combat too much. Without tempering himself in the fires of the battlefield, this would cause his comprehension of laws and martial skills to be flawed and imperfect, resulting in further instability within his foundation. Lin Ming said, "I know, but I can still make up for it in the future. As long as I break through to the divine sea realm and calmly cultivate, I'll be able to calm down and solidify my energy. Although it will be a great deal of work, I'll face Yang Yun soon, and I must increase my strength as much as possible before then. A year from now, Yang Yun's strength will absolutely surpass Whiteman's. With my current cultivation, even if I absorb the purple lion thunder source, I don't think I'll be able to defeat him. Indeed, Yang Yun is proficient in the concept of time. If he changes the flow of time and seals himself up within a space, he might be able to train for 10 years in this 1 year. I fear he might even break into the Middle Divine Sea. Demon Shine said with a bit of worry, 8 stages of life destruction, breaking into the Middle Divine Sea, as well as Yang Yun's cultivation methods not being too bad to begin with. If all of these factors were combined together, then Lin Ming truly was in a dangerous position. Yang Yun can indeed change the flow of time, but to change the flow of time in an enchantment requires a martial artist to constantly revolve the power of laws to maintain it. If he wishes to put forth his full heart and effort, completely investing in cultivating his supernatural powers, it's actually difficult to maintain the change in time flow to a 10-to-1 degree. A martial artist had to wholeheartedly devote their attention to cultivating. The reason that Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent was so amazing was because it allowed him to eliminate all distractions from his mind. The best condition for cultivation was to remain in a selfless state, free of all distractions. To cultivate in such a manner, and also maintain the enchantment, was extremely difficult. When Old Man Good Fortune had done so in the past, it was because he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation for thousands of years already. The so-called closed-door seclusion was actually sitting in meditation, self-cultivation his soul, becoming aware of the laws, and tempering his will. It was incomparable to what Yang Yun needed to do. In order to cultivate in a 10:1 time flow enchantment, he would have to have another powerhouse devote themselves to maintaining the revolution of laws. This was the only way in which he would be able to completely invest himself in cultivating. But wasn't it easier said than done to find a powerhouse like that who would also serve him for so many years? In truth, Lin Ming could accomplish his. With his current understandings into the concept of time, he could also achieve this point to a degree. Although he couldn't change the flow of time to a 10-to-1 ratio, 5-to-1, or even 6-to-1 wasn't a problem. Lin Ming received the Grand Miss Space and flew straight to the cave dwelling that the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor had opened in the past. This cave dwelling was located on one of the floating islands, but this floating island was actually not located in the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, but within the 90-mile Thunder Dominion. This was the only floating island within the 90-mile Thunder Dominion. As for the islands in the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, even the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor didn't have the ability to approach them. Lin Ming flew into the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. The plain and simple cave revealed an ancient and timeless atmosphere, no different from the last time that Lin Ming was here. The stone tablet within the cave dwelling stood tall, with the same words engraved on it as before. If fate will not accommodate my clan, then I shall break the shackles of fate. If the heavens will not accommodate my clan, then I shall go against heaven's will and cut down all immortals. These words contained a thrilling sword intent, causing those who saw it to feel awe in their hearts. As Lin Ming's boundary grew, he could increasingly feel just how powerful the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor of the past was. Since ancient times, several unrivaled powerhouses appeared from the Sky Spill continent that have been given the highest under the heavens title. Even amongst all of them, the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor was outstanding. The so-called highest under the heavens was someone that had the ability to instantly kill off all other powerhouses from their era. This was not merely defeating them, but killing them. Before the appearance of Yang Yun and White Demon, even Old Man Good Fortune wasn't able to achieve this degree of strength. This was why he was only considered the quasi-strongest under the heavens. Among the several highest under the heavens that had appeared throughout the years, there existed the strong and the weak amongst them. White Demon could only be considered as being on the weaker end. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath and sighed. Even though I absorbed the purple lion thunder source, I shouldn't be much stronger than him. Defeating him should be easy. Killing him is extremely difficult, though. If this were in ancient times, I could only be considered the lowest level of the highest under the heaven individuals within the Sky Spill continent. In terms of pure quantity of peerless powerhouses, the Sky Spill continent was far inferior to the Holy Demon continent. Correspondingly, the Holy Demon continent's highest under the heavens was much stronger. And above the Holy Demon continent, there was also the endless sea that existed around the two continents. That boundless area was over 10 times larger than the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent combined. The number of powerhouses that existed there could be imagined. Even such a vast world was an insignificant speck of sand in the 3,000 boundless universes. There were countless worlds and dimensions that were far more powerful than the Sky Spill continent. And beyond all of that, there was the far more terrifying divine realm. As Lin Ming thought of this, he deeply felt that the road he walked upon still had a near infinite distance to go. Becoming the highest under the heavens within the Sky Spill continent wasn't anything special. After his battle with Yang Yun, he brought to completion all of his ties to this world. He would ascend into the divine realm, stepping onto a wider stage and meet even greater challenges. Lin Ming set down an array formation in the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. With his current understandings into the concept of thunder, he was already able to isolate the ruinous lightning from the 90-mile Thunder Dominion. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was a land filled with great dangers. There would always be some risks if Lin Ming were to cultivate here. When laying down array formations, he did so diligently and meticulously. After a full day passed, Lin Ming fused the laws of the grand mist space into the array formations he recalled from the ancient devil's memories, arranging 3 layers of great formations. He sat down on the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's stone bed and took out the 12 Thunder Dao fruits, as well as the 20 top grade spirit essence stones from his spatial ring. Of these 12 Thunder Dao fruits, one of them had already been eaten up by Lin Ming, leaving behind only the peel that contained the marks of the mysterious thunder concepts. Up until now, Lin Ming hadn't managed to find the time to thoroughly perceive them. This time, Lin Ming picked up a Thunder Dao fruit and used a dagger to slowly peel off the skin near the stalk, revealing a red fruit flesh that glowed a beautiful red. The fragrance of wine drifted upwards, the aroma sharp and refreshing. It smelled like millennium-aged wine, and the highest quality aged wine at that. This Thunder Dao fruit seems different from the one I ate before. That fruit was cream-colored and white, but this one seems bright red like flesh and blood. The crystalline fruit flesh actually had bright red vessels that ran through it. The intoxicating aroma assaulted his senses, tantalizing and sweet. Lin Ming cut off a piece of the fruit with his dagger and gently touched it with his fingers. It was bouncy and thick. He swallowed it down. As the fruit flesh entered his mouth, it melted without him even needing to chew. The fragrance dissipated down his throat, turning into a refreshing energy that filled his limbs, flowing to his heart, his dantian, and his head. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he was drunk. His mind was dizzy and his arms and legs turned soft. All of his bones loosened, as if he would melt to the ground. The second Thunder Dao fruit had an effect that was completely different from the first. It caused Lin Ming to feel as if he were floating on clouds, light and satisfied. What a strong and strange medicinal efficacy. It seems every Thunder Dao fruit is different. Lin Ming took advantage of the time before the medicinal efficacy of the Thunder Dao fruit faded and began to revolve a divine realm thunder cultivation method that was left behind on one of Jiang Ziji's jade slips, Thunder Sovereign Edict. Within Jiang Ziji's great collection, it was of the few cultivation methods that could be practiced without the electric violet Kirin bloodline. thunder energy mixed with true essence circulating around and around again. Lin Ming hadn't entered the ethereal martial intent, but although he was half drunk and half awake, and his mind seemed to be blank, his thoughts were incomparably clear. Although his actions were slow, energy crazily swelled up within his body. This strange condition was similar to when a mortal martial artist drank wine to utilize the drunken fist. It was a cultivating state that was superior to the ethereal martial intent, similar to being hypnotized. In this state, there was no fear, no astonishment. In this state, one felt as if they had dug out their full potential and that any impossible matter had become possible. 2 hours. For hours. Lin Ming digested the energy from the Thunder Dao fruit. As he was finished absorbing the energy, he would wake up from that strange state and eat another slice of the Thunder Dao fruit's bright red flesh. This fruit flesh contained an extremely great deal of energy. A normal Thunder Tribute martial artist would be able to eat no more than 4, maybe 5 slices, otherwise their bodies would burst apart from all the energy. To eat more, they would have to discharge all the excess energy, but doing so was a complete waste. Lin Ming didn't have such a problem. The heretical god sprout had risen to another level, and it swallowed up all the energy it was offered. During such a high-intensity training period, Lin Ming's understandings towards the thunder laws became increasingly clear. Light shimmered around his body, brilliant and dazzling, as if he were about to turn into an immortal. And behind Lin Ming, Dao diagrams began to partially reveal themselves, looming over him. They were abstruse and mystical, etched with lines that seemed to contain the most mysterious thunder laws. Chapter 930. Dark Clouds. Chapter 930. Dark Clouds. In a great and empty hall, 15 individuals were sitting around a long table. There were men and women. Each one of them had an extremely deep aura. All of them were divine sea powerhouses. Within the Sky Spill continent, there were just over 100 divine sea powerhouses. For the last several hundred years, no divine sea powerhouse was born. On the contrary, the old divine sea powerhouses began falling from the skies. Now, there were only 90 divine sea powerhouses left. In this grand hall, 1/6 of the remaining divine sea powerhouses were gathered. Sitting around this table, many people had worried and anxious expressions. I wonder just what reason this Yang Yun has to have summoned us here today. At the end of the table, a white-clothed woman was lightly rubbing her forehead, her voice uneasy and filled with doubt. She was the White Clan's Fairy Snow Gale. In these past years, Yang Yun had become increasingly strong. In particular, he managed to unite the deep-sea race powerhouses of the Fog Sea under his name, and now there were over 20 Emperor-level powerhouses who pledged their lives to him. When this was combined with the deterrence of the 2 top powerhouses in him and White Demon, this made it so that no one dared to resist him. No matter what it is, we should just do it and get it over with. We still have Yang Yun's battle spirit tracing mark on our bodies. We can only erase these marks if the force of our will approaches his. Now, whatever he says is law, how can we possibly defy him? Beside Fairy Snow Gale, a blue-clothed middle-aged man hesitantly said, since ancient times, even if one was the highest under the heavens, they had rarely managed to take complete control of the continent in their hands like Yang Yun. The reason Yang Yun was able to accomplish this was because of his battle spirit. If anyone dared to defy his orders, he would be able to hunt them down across the world. As the blue-clothed man spoke, silence fell over the hall. After half an incense stick of time passed, another person suddenly whispered, their voice faintly trembling, for the last year, there have been 7 divine sea powerhouses that have gone missing. These 7 people all have a single common characteristic, and that is that they have a divine body or variation bloodline. Just these words caused a chill to creep down everyone's backs. A divine body, variation bloodline, or variation dantian. All of these belonged to geniuses amongst geniuses. Their cultivation was rapid, and their chances of reaching the divine sea were much higher than others. So even if there were an exceedingly small number of martial artists that possessed a divine body or variation bloodline, that number wasn't small within the population of divine sea powerhouses. They accounted for around 20% of all divine sea powerhouses. Moreover, these people tended to break into the divine sea realm by themselves. Their overall strength was greater than others. In just the last year, 7 of these variation bloodline divine sea powerhouses had gone missing. That meant that nearly half of them had disappeared. Of these people, 3 of them had been determined dead because their life soul jade slip had shattered. The other 4 didn't leave behind a jade slip, but they had left behind a message and declared that they had either gone into seclusion or were traveling the world to search for immortality. How could these divine sea powerhouses that had lived for thousands of years possibly believe such words? For this sort of matter to suddenly happen, how could someone not be shocked? The divine sea powerhouse that spoke was only casually thinking of this point. They didn't speak any further. But all of the present divine sea powerhouses were wise people who had each gone through their own trials and tribulations. None of them were idiots. It was likely that those 7 people had all died. Underneath the heavens, there were only a few who possessed the power to kill 7 divine sea powerhouses in a year and to leave very few clues as to who had done it. White Demon, Yang Yun, and Old Man Good Fortune qualified to do so. As for Lin Ming, everyone present thought he was a bit worse than Old Man Good Fortune. No one had seen his battle with White Demon. The only ones who had witnessed that battle had been Situ Yaoshi and the several deep sea emperor powerhouses that had accompanied White Demon, and all of them were dead. Although everyone thought that Lin Ming's cultivation must have been extraordinary for these past few years, they all thought it was unlikely that his strength would grow to the point of being on par with White Demon or Yang Yun. This wasn't to say that they underestimated Lin Ming. It was just that 3 years was truly too short a time, and they didn't know that he had comprehended a transcendent divine might. In truth, if it weren't for the heavenly demon martial intent, Lin Ming really wouldn't have been Whiteman's match. Of the 3 people capable of killing 7 divine sea powerhouses in such a manner, Old Man Good Fortune didn't have the motive to slaughter them. The most likely culprits were White Demon and Yang Yun. All 7 of those divine sea powerhouses had a divine body or variation bloodline. This common characteristic resounded in everyone's minds, making them draw some associations and conclusions. For instance, there were some demonic path cultivation methods that could refine the blood essence of variation bloodlines to vitalize one's own body. Yang Yun's demonic atmosphere was enough to blot out the sky. It wouldn't be strange if he used such a cultivation method. Moreover, he was even willing to slay his own great-grandfather. If he could do that, what wouldn't he do? As the martial artists present realized this, they all felt like lambs in a pen, waiting to be slaughtered, especially the divine sea powerhouses present that had variation bloodlines. Their complexions paled. If Yang Yun wished to kill them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Do we just sit here and wait for death? Fairy Snow Gale sent out a true essence sound transmission. She only sent out a sound transmission to those people that she trusted most. Within Yang Yun's domain, she wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. A blue-clothed old man responded, "This child Yang Yun, his ambitions are far too great. He has already started to move against us. Once he has enough strength in the future, I fear he'll unite the 4 divine kingdoms. We must band together to oppose him. If the remaining 90-some divine sea powerhouses wholeheartedly join forces, we'll still be able to resist him." Remaining 90-some divine sea powerhouses join forces? A middle-aged man helplessly shook his head. That's easy for you to say. There are likely many of Yang Yun's spies in the remaining Divine Sea powerhouses, and there is also the Azura Divine Kingdom that has completely surrendered to Yang Yun. To them, a world controlled by Yang Yun is better than one dominated by Lin Ming. Then again, even if we all get together, wanting to defeat top masters like Yang Yun and White Demon, and even those Fog Sea powerhouses under him doesn't seem too possible. If we try that, it's likely we'll be instantly killed by Yang Yun instead. Then what do you propose we do? Do you think we should allow Yang Yun to slowly nibble away at our strength until we simply fall apart? Everyone fell into silence. They lacked the strength to resist Yang Yun, but if they didn't resist him, their ultimate fate wasn't looking too good either. The Shang clan patriarch, Shang Yuetian, said, Yang Yun isn't without threat. His greatest threat is Lin Ming. In these past years, Yang Yun has put out a worldwide arrest order for Lin Ming, but no one has been able to find him. The Sky Spill continent is incomparably broad. If Lin Ming is wise and finds some place to close up in seclusion and cultivate, then 10 years later, he'll definitely be able to kill Yang Yun. That is our last and only hope. You think that Lin Ming is fine if he goes into hiding and cultivates by himself? Hey, don't underestimate Yang Yun. His methods aren't necessarily worse than Lin Ming. I have no idea what he's been up to these years, but he might be able to sniff out Lin Ming's location somehow. Fairy Snow Gale shook her head and said, I'm hopeful about Lin Ming. You probably don't know what happened in the South Horizon region Sky Fortune Kingdom? The Sky Fortune Kingdom was only a common and insignificant country within the vast Sky Spill continent. Moreover, it was a mortal nation, lacking martial arts inheritances. It could be described as a tiny village in the middle of nowhere to those present. The only reason the powerhouses knew of it was due to Lin Ming. They had also heard of the trap Yang Yun had arranged at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. What happened? The Sky Fortune Kingdom was far too distant from the four divine kingdoms, and Lin Ming had also killed off almost everyone present at the time. News of the event hadn't yet spread out. Of course, the Azura Divine Kingdom that had suffered the greatest losses was certainly aware of what happened, but they would never have spread such news outwards. All of the Azura Divine Kingdom powerhouses that were stationed at the Sky Fortune Kingdom's Lin family, including Situ Yaoshi and the Sun family clan patriarch, all of them have been completely exterminated. Even the Lin family clansmen and buildings have all been completely swept up by some great supernatural power. Does this help you draw any associations? Are you saying that the one who did this was Lin Ming? Lin Ming has finally shown himself again. Fairy Snow Gale's words shocked everyone. Lin Ming had gone missing for over 3 years, but he had actually reappeared. Some people were immediately excited. This young man, Lin Ming, always gave them a pleasant surprise. Now, they finally had a chance of toppling Yang Yun. It's only been a bit more than 3 years. He's too impatient. The middle-aged man, who had been a bit gloomy, shook his head, and killing Situ Yaoshi and Patriarch Sun isn't much at all. They are the weakest Emperor-level powerhouses that only managed to reach the Divine Sea through lucky chances. Yang Yun and White Demon could kill them by lifting their fingers. If Lin Ming were compared to Yang Yun, I'm afraid the difference is still too great. How come you always say such depressing words? Fairy Snow Gale slightly frowned. Lin Ming killing Situ Yaoshi and Patriarch Sun indeed isn't much. But don't forget, how could Yang Yun not keep some alternative chess pieces within the trap he set at the Sky Fortune Kingdom? Even though Lin Ming knew it was a trap, and he didn't know Yang Yun's true self was waiting there, he still dared to rush in and save others. He even managed to safely escape. This is enough proof that Lin Ming has confidence he can freely escape from Yang Yun and White Man's hands. It might even be possible that he fought with White Demon. Lin Ming is an unrivaled talent, the likes that we've never seen before. It's impossible to judge his limits with common sense. Fairy Snow Gale's speculations were reasonable. Everyone glanced at each other, a faint ember of hope lighting up in their hearts. With Lin Ming reappearing, they could follow Lin Ming and engage Yang Yun in a final battle. Of course, the premise of this was that Lin Ming had the ability to frontally contend with Yang Yun. Even if he was weaker, he needed to at least be able to contend with him. We just need to endure for a few more years. Once Lin Ming has grown enough, we can join together and counterattack Yang Yun. As Fairy Snow Gale spoke, she suddenly felt a powerful aura surge over her. Looking up, she could see a tall young man walking into the grand hall. He wore a red robe and a thin red line cut between his eyebrows. His posture was straight, his looks perfect, his skin as clear as jade, and his demonic temperament incomparable. This person was Yang Yun. By just meeting his eyes, Fairy Snow Gale felt as if her own soul had become lost, as if he saw through every inch of her body. She even suspected that he listened in on the true essence sound transmissions she sent out. How could he have such terrifying power? Fairy Snow Gale's breath was caught in her throat. After not seeing him for over half a year, Yang Yun had become even more unfathomable. It was like he succeeded in practicing some monumentally strong devil arts. The momentum that rolled off of him left her alarmed and horrified. We're done for. Yang Yun's strength has already reached this level. How can anyone still hope to defy him? Despair filled Fairy Snow Gale's heart. It wasn't just her. Everyone else had similar feelings. All of the confidence they had of relying on Lin Ming to bring down Yang Yun came crashing down like an avalanche. Chapter 931. Inescapable Net. Chapter 931. Inescapable Net. Kia, what are you all discussing with true essence sound transmissions? Yang Yun asked with a smile as he glanced over everyone. But his smile actually had a faintly eerie taste. True essence sound transmission. As everyone heard these words, they felt their palms turn sweaty. At that moment, they even felt as if the contents of their discussion was sensed. By all reasoning, a true essence sound transmission shouldn't be discovered by others. So, when had Yang Yun realized it? Or had he said these words just to fool them? Facing this Yang Yun, who seemed to be omniscient, all of them felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Yang Yun's eyes flashed like bolts of lightning. No one dared to meet his gaze. Fairy Snow, you seem to have something to say to me. If you wish to say it out loud, it doesn't matter. Your white clan has followed my 9-furnace divine kingdom for thousands of years already. You can be considered loyal and devoted. Yang Yun's vision fell onto Fairy Snow Gale. Fairy Snow Gale suddenly felt suppressed by a deep aura, as if all of her innermost thoughts and feelings were seen through. This feeling caused her heart to waver, and a chill crawled down her back. However, Fairy Snow Gale was also someone with a strong will, and she was a master of her own mood. She took a deep breath, her voice coming out calm, and even as she said, "We haven't been speaking about anything, only waiting here for you." "Oh, is that so?" A smile hung on Yang Yun's lips. No one could understand just what this smile meant. Behind Yang Yun, Situ Haotian, and the other powerhouses of the Azura Divine Kingdom followed. The Azura Divine Kingdom was already like water and fire with Lin Ming. They were destined to submit themselves to Yang Yun, so they could resist Lin Ming. Several weeks ago, during the battle within the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Azura Divine Kingdom had suffered serious losses. Situ Haotian's face was dark and dismal as he stood behind Yang Yun. No one knew just what he was thinking at this moment. Yang Yun calmly arrived at the head seat, flicked his red robe, and sat down. "I have called you all here today so that you could all help me with something." As Yang Yun spoke, he flicked his fingers and over a dozen jade slips flew out from his sleeves, each of them landing in the hands of the divine sea powerhouses present. Arrange an array formation according to the description in the jade slip. I have prepared the array flags already. All you have to do is pour your energy within it. Everyone took a jade slip, glanced at each other, and then immersed their perception within the jade slip. They discovered that the content of the jade slip was actually a map that encapsulated the entire sky spill continent, as well as the South Sea, Fog Sea, North Sea, and Red Sea, and continuing for 60 to 70 million miles outwards. Hundreds of red spots dotted the map, and every red spot was connected to other red spots with red lines. Looking at the entire picture, it formed a massive network that covered the entire continent as well as a great portion of the four seas. This is a transmission array? Yes, it's a transmission array. Ultra-long distance transmission arrays that have a distance of 8 million miles each. Together, they cover the entire continent. You'll only be responsible for the sky spill continent. As for the four seas, I've arranged for others to handle that. There were several hundred transmission arrays, and they were also placed very far from each other. If Yang Yun personally went to arrange them then, he would have to expend an incalculable amount of time and effort. If he wanted to arrange these arrays in several months, the only way was to use these divine sea powerhouses to lay them down separately. Yang Yun had killed 7 variation bloodline divine sea powerhouses of the sky spill continent. He drew out all of their blood vitality and mixed them together with Whiteman's Hydra bloodline, finally completing the last step of his great blood refining art. Now, as long as he could cultivate for another half year, his cultivation method would reach perfection. At that time, he would be able to use the aura of Lin Ming's blood vitality and lock down his position within a million-mile range. By utilizing these transmission arrays, he would then be able to search the entire continent in a short period of time. There would be nowhere for Lin Ming to hide. Yang Yun took out a set of array flags and divided them between spatial rings that he then tossed out. He coldly said, "There are a total of 316 transmission arrays. All of you only need to lay down 82 of them. The array discs have already been completed. I will give you 2 months to finish this simple task. It's best if all of you be careful and not make a mistake. Otherwise, I'll have you all pay the price for it." Yang Yun's voice contained a light, killing intent, causing the hearts of everyone present to turn cold. Facing the unfathomable Yang Yun, none of them were able to resist. Yang Yun turned away and departed, leaving everyone left behind to look at each other in dread and trepidation. As they held the jade slips in their hands, they tasted despair on their tongues. I have a feeling that all of Yang Yun's actions this time are aimed at Lin Ming. Fairy Snow Gale said with a true essence sound transmission. Humans and animals occasionally developed faint premonitions about the future. This feeling was illusory and difficult to put into words, but often it was quite accurate. Especially to martial artists whose cultivations had reached a certain level, their premonitions tended to be more accurate. It is possible that Yang Yun is finally making his move. After staying quiet for nearly 4 years, there is no way he'll allow Lin Ming to freely develop as he wishes any longer. I have no idea what Yang Yun has done these past years, but his strength has soared. Compared to 3 to 4 years ago, his power seems far deeper. I feel a great pressure pushing me to my limit just by looking at him. How could Lin Ming possibly defeat him? Indeed, Lin Ming simply doesn't have enough time. If he had 5 years, no. As long as he had another 3 years, this would be an entirely different situation. An old man shook his head, feeling this entire situation unfortunate. Lin Ming's talent far exceeded Yang Yun's, but Yang Yun wouldn't give him the time to grow up. There's nothing we can do. Anyway, we still have to lay down these transmission arrays. Otherwise, we'll die even faster. A blue-clothed old man said. He took out an array disc and an array flag from a spatial ring. These array flags were carved with countless complex lines and symbols, and there were also special instructions inscribed in the jade slip on how to set it up. After Yang Yun studied the ancient devil's array formations for all these years and became proficient in the demonic path array formations of the divine realm, It was simple for him to set up a transmission array that could span 8 million miles. At the same time, millions of miles away in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, Lin Ming was calmly meditating at the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. Arcs of thunder freely crawled around his body, and behind him 12 complex array diagrams appeared. These array diagrams were formed from the laws of the Great Tao, and there were endless mysteries contained within them. These array diagrams slowly rotated, slowly fusing into Lin Ming's body. A hot, burning feeling emitted outwards. His body seemed to become like a sun as his entire body emitted a radiant light. This is the aura of the Great Tao laws. The Thunder Tao fruits have the tracings of the Great Tao laws fused into them, and these tracings formed these diagrams. These are also fragments of the Great Tao laws. Lin Ming opened his eyes, seeing everything through a haze of purple. He wasn't a stranger to this mystical feeling. When he was at time-worn Phoenix City, he felt something similar when he faced the Chaos Stones, but the feeling wasn't as clear as it was today. This is truly worthy of being a divine fruit bred from the essence of the heavens and earth. The fruit pulp actually has tracings of the Great Tao integrated into it. If my cultivation was higher, I would have experienced even more profound feelings from these tracings. Lin Ming mumbled to himself. His body was filled with vitality and overflowed with energy. He continued to meditate and cultivate, absorbing energy and becoming increasingly aware of the Great Tao laws. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming's body silently collapsed. First it was his skin, then his muscles, then his meridians, all the way down to his bones and organs. After his physical body broke apart, he turned into an intangible substance. Without noticing it, the calamity of Lin Ming's 5th stage of life destruction appeared. Chapter 932, Post-Celestial Tao Diagram. Chapter 932, Post-Celestial Tao Diagram. The 5th stage of life destruction, shatter and reform the core, carving the form of elementary laws on the surface of the revolving core. As long as one could reach the 6th stage of life destruction and thoroughly condense the laws into their revolving core, they could officially cross life destruction and attempt to break into the divine sea. The highest levels of life destruction were divided into 9 stages. The first 3 stages reformed the spirit body, the second 3 stages reformed the core, and the last 3 stages reformed the divine soul. After crossing 6 stages of life destruction, one could rely on their own strength to reach the divine sea. But the last 3 stages pertained to the future strength of a martial artist, and how far they would be able to walk on their path of martial arts. The more formidable a soul was, the more energy it was able to manipulate. The soul was also related to the will. It was the carrier of the battle spirit. If one's soul wasn't powerful, their potential was limited. In the cave dwelling, Lin Ming's physical body had already become a loose fog of flesh and blood. He was slowly tempering himself in the sea of energy. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After half a month passed within that blood fog, energy and essence began to gather together, forming a revolving core. The process of forming the revolving core was extremely slow. A faint atmosphere of source energy lingered around the revolving core, condensing into a Tao diagram. When source energy naturally evolved, it would also naturally form a Tao diagram. This was the so-called post-celestial Tao diagram. The post-celestial meant that the Tao diagram was naturally formed, whereas pre-celestial meant that it was man-made. When source energy formed a post-celestial Tao diagram, it would contain the inherent great Tao of martial arts principles. This was also the so-called natural laws. Of the many Tao diagrams, the most eye-catching and distinct one was the purple Tao diagram. This Tao diagram was 10 feet wide, and the Tao patterns engraved upon it shone like arcs of light similar to bolts of thunder. The evolution was complex and enigmatic, containing profound mysteries and truths. This was the Tao diagram of thunder laws. Lin Ming had perceived the thunder attribute jade slip that Jiang Ziji left behind, and had also eaten the thunder Tao fruits, grasping all of the great Tao fragments within the fruits. Out of all the laws that Lin Ming comprehended, the thunder laws were far above all others. A close second to the thunder Tao diagram was a round red Tao diagram. This red Tao diagram was 8 feet wide, and the traces that throbbed on its surface were like countless beating flames. This was naturally the fire law's Tao diagram. Lin Ming had the bloodline of the ancient phoenix and also trained for a long period of time at time-worn Phoenix City. He had even meditated on the chaos stones. The fire Tao diagram also had unrivaled might. Following that, the space laws and time laws Tao diagrams were far from being as impeccable as the first two. Many of its traces were faint and blurry. Behind that, there was the darkness laws that had just barely managed to form a Tao diagram. There were many sections missing. As for the final wind laws and the concept of vibration, they didn't form Tao diagrams. They condensed 1-inch long square symbols that were eclipsed underneath the dazzling radiance of the two great Tao diagrams of thunder and fire. When crossing the 5th stage of life destruction, and during the period when the elementary form of laws were being carved into the surface of the revolving core, if Tao diagrams were to form at this period, then that was an extreme phenomenon. It represented the peak solidity of foundation, and also of great achievements in the future. In the boundless universe, there were countless martial artists, from body transformation to Hotian, Xiantian, revolving core, life destruction, divine sea, and then slowly continuing upwards to divine transformation, divine lord, holy lord, world king, and finally to reach the boundary of Empyrean. It was unknown how many martial artists had died on the road of martial arts. To nearly all of them, they had taken a world king to be their final goal. Within the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, and also including the countless smaller worlds, there were only a total of 3,000 world kings. Moreover, this number was accumulated over several hundreds of thousands of years. To step onto the throne of a world king, one had to encounter many lucky chances. They had to have a great will, great intelligence, a strong heart of martial arts, heaven-defying talent, the direction of skilled masters, and countless resources stacked upon each other. Only when everything came together would one have a small chance of achieving such a boundary. Lin Ming had now condensed post-celestial Tao diagrams at the 5th stage of life destruction. Although this didn't mean that he would become a world king in the future, this was considered a solid step towards reaching the peak of martial arts. After 3 days passed, all of the Tao diagrams disappeared as they fused into Lin Ming's revolving core crystal nucleus. Lin Ming's body began to slowly form, first his skeleton, then his muscles, blood vessels, meridians, and finally his skin and his hair. Lin Ming sat naked on the stone bed, his body glimmering with a bright light. He could feel that the vigor of his essence, energy, and soul had reached an entirely new level. If he were to fight with White Demon now, he was confident he could easily defeat him and perhaps even kill him. Just as Lin Ming was thinking about what his next step would be, he suddenly heard an earth-shaking explosion spread through the 9 heavens. Even the island he was on began to tremble because of the sound. The ceiling of the cave began to tremble and release dust and stone powder, as if it would collapse at any time. What's that? Lin Ming was startled. This shouldn't be a thunder source or some other holy object. Just from the momentum and prestige of this sound, if it really were a thunder source, then it was a thunder source on a completely different level from the Purple Lion thunder source. There was no way that Lin Ming was a match for it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ming decided to carefully hide his energy aura. He quietly creeped towards the cave entrance to see what was happening. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound continued. It sounded like chains and rings slapping against each other. This sound seemed able to rupture the heavens and earth. If an ordinary person were to hear this, even their soul would be shattered. Lin Ming held his breath and arrived at the cave entrance. He cautiously released his perception to investigate the situation outside. What he saw caused a chill to crawl up his back and into the skies. Above the 9 heavens, there were actually several hundred thick iron chains that formed a massive web spreading out in all directions. These iron chains were hundreds of feet thick, and each one was covered with dense layers of symbols. The hundreds of chains formed a faint great array that seemed to separate the world. At this moment, this massive network of chains violently trembled, as if some utterly terrifying existence attempted to break free from the bindings of these chains. Ka. The demonic sounds of the chains colliding with each other caused Lin Ming's mind to shiver. It was like he was listening to the death knell of a grim reaper from the abyss of hell. He discovered that every iron chain was connected to a floating island. These chains penetrated deep into the mountains on the islands, where they were suppressed by the magnetic god trees. Roar! The ancient desolate beast that was locked within the great array of chains suddenly emitted a thunderous cry. The terrifying howl shook the world. As Lin Ming heard this sound, he felt all of his blood tumble as his face turned white. What a terrifying roar! Could there be a god beast locked within this array formation? Lin Ming remembered the great dragon within the eternal demon abyss that was likely a god beast. He didn't doubt that if a normal divine sea powerhouse were to face the frontal roar of whatever god beast this was, their souls would likely be expelled from their body and broken down into nothingness. Lin Ming wanted to ask Demonshine just what this was, but he sensed that Demonshine had fallen into the very depths of his spiritual sea and remained absolutely quiet there, impossible to wake up no matter who called to him. This sort of invisible and intangible great roar contained an inherent energy that was extremely damaging to the divine soul. Even though Demonshine was hidden within Lin Ming's body, he still had to completely seal himself off lest he be grievously wounded by this roar. And at this moment, with the sound of billowing thunder, all of the countless thunderballs that floated around the skies suddenly shot into the magnetic god trees. The several hundred islands and the several hundred magnetic god trees suddenly bloomed with a brilliant purple-gold divine light. Vast and endless thunder energy raced down the chains, turning the chains a radiant purple gold. The roaring god beast seemed to withstand a brutal pain. It emitted a miserable howl as the power behind its voice weakened. It had obviously been injured by the thunder attack of the array formation. From the cave dwelling of the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor, Lin Ming was able to clearly see everything that happened. Each thunderball that floated within the 100-mile Thunder Dominion contained an incomparably terrifying power. Even though Lin Ming had reached the 5th stage of life destruction and also had a profound understanding of thunder laws, he still didn't dare to impulsively enter the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. It could be seen how ghastly these thunderballs were. But now, the countless thunderballs gathered together to deliver the sealed god beast a nearly lethal blow. It was hard to imagine just what level of power this attack reached. It was highly likely that this was the work of an Empyrean-level existence. So these hundreds of floating immortal islands were only the base of the great chain array, and those magnetic god trees only served as the focal eye to gather all of the energy. A magnetic god tree of this size would be a treasure even within a large sect of the divine realm, and yet someone used several hundred of them to seal off this god beast existence. Could such a bold tactic be the work of Empyrean Primordius? No, that's wrong. Empyrean Primordius controls the power of chaos. When I passed through the Road of Emperor, I was able to experience the grand misspace that he left behind, and even gained a minor understanding towards him. If Empyrean Primordius were the one to arrange this array formation, he should have used the power of chaos as the foundation not these thunder laws. Could it be that this is an array formation left behind by Empyrean Primordius enemy? As Lin Ming became aware of this point, he thought it more and more probable. Empyrean Primordius enemy was definitely also an Empyrean. If they were an Empyrean skilled in thunder laws, creating such a great array was also reasonable. But just what did this great array seal off, and for what reason? Lin Ming's mind raced with thoughts. At this time, the roars that enveloped the skies begun to fade away. Demon Shine's weak voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind. This is incredible. Seriously incredible. These chains might possibly be the legendary dragon trapping cables. Every link of the chain has a weight that surpasses the great desolate blood halberd. A single dragon trapping cable has 1080 links, and there are several hundred dragon trapping cables here. The weight of them all added together surpasses a small meteor. Could there really be a true dragon trapped within? It might be Empyrean Primordius contract beast that is sealed within. Who knows just what's going on? Lin Ming shook his head. Although this was undoubtedly related to Empyrean Primordius, it wasn't something he could explore with his current boundary. The god beast that was locked away in the skies had stopped roaring, and the dragon trapping cables also vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but the hundreds of immortal islands floating around, as they had been before. The only difference was that the thunderballs in the air had become 70% smaller. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred as he saw this. After a brief moment of hesitation, he slowly and carefully made his way towards the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. With Lin Ming's strength, he didn't have the ability to enter the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. But the struggle of the god beast just now had greatly depleted the energy within the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. The thunderballs had all dimmed down, with less than 30% of their energy reserves remaining. Perhaps he would be able to absorb some to give Yang Yun a happy surprise. If he could borrow some of the power of these thunderballs that supported in sealing off a god beast, just what would it be like if it struck Yang Yun? Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. He completely focused his mind on the heretical god sprout and slowly approached the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. The barrier between the 90-mile Thunder Dominion and 100-mile Thunder Dominion simply wasn't able to stop Lin Ming, who was skilled in thunder laws. Lin Ming smoothly arrived at a fist-sized thunderball. Chapter 933. Lin Ming returns. Chapter 933. Lin Ming returns. The fist-sized thunderball appeared serene and listless, but as Lin Ming approached, he could feel the hairs on his body stand up. The energy within the thunderball was too dense. It had formed an energy field around it. This energy field actually caused the nearby space to twist together. As Lin Ming closed in, his heartbeat, his breathing, everything got affected by it. Facing this thunderball, which was likely left behind by an Empyrean rank master, Lin Ming didn't dare to be the least bit sloppy in his actions, even though he had the heretical god sprout supporting him. Although the heretical god force was a potent ability, it wasn't infallible. As for what rank martial arts cultivation method it was, Lin Ming wasn't sure. But no matter how powerful it was, it shouldn't surpass a transcendent divine might rank cultivation method. One could approximate how powerful a transcendent divine might was just from observing the heavenly demon martial intent. The heavenly demon martial intent was only a heavenly demon martial intent, but it was able to instantly kill a divine sea powerhouse and allow Lin Ming to jump ranks to battle. Empyrean rank masters might even possess more than one transcendent divine might. If this thunderball in front of him was formed by a transcendent divine might rank cultivation method, it'd be difficult for Lin Ming's not yet fully grown heretical god sprout to suppress it. Lin Ming's concentration was completely focused on the heretical god sprout. He slowly reached his hand out and began to suck out the thunderball's energy through his fingertip. As this small trace of energy entered his body, Lin Ming felt like a steel needle pierced into his body. Wherever this energy went, he felt like his meridians would burst apart at any moment, unable to withstand the burden. This energy gave of an unbelievably heavy feeling, just like grand mist energy. Thunder energy that was invisible and intangible could actually give off such a heavy feeling. Lin Ming thought this was incredible. Looking up at the large and small thunderballs that floated in the sky, Lin Ming thought they looked like stars in space. This ancient powerhouse was actually able to transform the power of thunder into state like stars. If it weren't for that sealed god beast trying to free itself from its shackles and greatly weakening the energy within these thunderballs, there would have been no way for me to even absorb one. The supernatural powers of an Empyrean-level character were already far beyond Lin Ming's imagination. Any great array they casually left behind would contain a heaven-shaking grandeur. Lin Ming withstood the pain that racked his meridians and continued to gather the thunder energy, having the heretical god Sprout freely absorb it. After absorbing this thunderball, Lin Ming found two similarly sized thunderballs and also absorbed them. Only then was the heretical god Sprout completely saturated with energy. Everything was successful. Lin Ming could feel that his own combat strength reached an unprecedented level. He was even looking forward to his battle with Yang Yun, so he could test the limits of his own strength. Lin Ming descended from the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, a straight black line that zoomed towards the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. To the current Lin Ming, the dangers of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp weren't anything much. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming reached the edge of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. A flame suddenly lit up in front of him. This was unexpectedly the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. Sound-transmitting talisman? Is it Duan Mukun or the Forsaken God Clan? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, the only ones who could find Lin Ming were Duan Mukun and the others. When Lin Ming met with Duan Mukun at the Forsaken God Clan, he had left his sound transmission mark at their dimensional realm so that they could contact each other in the future in order to help lead them back to the Holy Demon Continent. A sound transmission mark could only be used to send a message. It couldn't be used to lock onto Lin Ming's position. He had no fear that his sound transmission mark would be revealed to others. Only Li Yifeng and a few others know of my relations with Duan Mukun and the others. Moreover, Duan Mukun tends to keep a low profile. Yang Yun shouldn't be targeting them. But the Forsaken God Clan is different. Everyone under the heavens knows that I have significant ties to the Forsaken God Clan. Even so, Yang Yun shouldn't try to start anything with them. By all reasoning, Lin Ming was only a friend to the Forsaken God Clan. Even if Yang Yun wanted to force out Lin Ming, it was meaningless for him to try something with the Forsaken God Clan. But that didn't guarantee that Yang Yun wouldn't fall into a demented state and release his anger on the Forsaken God Clan. If that happened, there was no way the Forsaken God Clan would be able to resist him. After the flame flashed for several breaths of time, it extinguished itself. Lin Ming thought for a moment as he heard the message in the sound transmitting talisman. Yang Yun is planning on laying down a massive network of transmission arrays through the world to deal with me, and they want me to go to White Cloud Mountain Range to discuss countermeasures with Fairy Snowgale. Could it be a trap? Demon Shine suddenly asked, if Yang Yun has taken control of the Forsaken God Clan, then it shouldn't be difficult to find your sound transmission mark. Lin Ming shook his head. It shouldn't be. This message should be sent by Duan Mukun and Feng Shen. In order for me to trust this message, they even added on several matters that occurred in the Eternal Demon Abyss's 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. Besides us, no one else should be aware of those matters. It's unlikely that Duan Mukun and Feng Shen would be discovered by Yang Yun, and with their personalities, even if Yang Yun caught them, they wouldn't willingly be controlled by him. Demon Shine nodded. Indeed, This sounded true, especially that Feng Shen. He was an indifferent and proud character, and would rather die than be controlled by others. It seems like the Forsaken God clan is safe. Yang Yun hasn't done anything to them yet. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. If the Forsaken God clan was exterminated because of him, the guilt would weigh heavily on his heart. It might be because of the goddess and Empyrean Primordius. Don't forget, that devil also comes from the Sea of Miracles, and the Forsaken God clan is significantly related to Empyrean Primordius and the goddess. They might even be their descendants. The ancient devil should also be aware of this. Not just that, but the Forsaken God clan also has to bear a mysterious bloodline curse. Even if Empyrean Primordius already perished, the ancient devil wouldn't rashly do anything to the Forsaken God clan. There is always the possibility that he might get himself killed by the curse. Yeah, whether it was the eternal demon Abyss or Forsaken God clan, they both had an inexplicable curse placed on them. An emperor-level powerhouse that entered the blood slaughter steppes would also be killed by this curse. White Cloud Mountain Range, Fairy Snow Gale, let's go. Lin Ming flew straight towards the White Cloud Mountain Range. The truth was that even if this was Yang Yun's trap, Lin Ming wouldn't have been afraid to go. He already knew the level of Yang Yun's array formations. After he combined the ancient devil's knowledge of demonic path array formations with the knowledge of orthodox array formations, he knew his comprehension of array formations far surpassed Yang Yun's. Even if Yang Yun laid down an array formation to trap him, Lin Ming had the ability to break through it. As for a battle, Lin Ming didn't fear that at all. In fact, he was even anticipating it. Millions of miles away in a hidden cave dwelling deep within White Cloud Mountain Range, Fairy Snow Gale sat at a jade table, a trace of worry coloring her face. Beside her was a blue-clothed old man and a white-clothed middle-aged man. They were respectively the Shang family's highest elder, Shang Yuetian, and the seven-star Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor, Li Yuxiao. Out of the 4 Divine Kingdoms, Li Yuxiao was the Divine Emperor with the least achievements. He only ruled for a mere 300 years, and his cultivation wasn't too extraordinary either. He had barely stepped into the Middle Divine Sea realm. Compared to an established, older Middle Divine Sea powerhouse like Situ Haotian, his strength fell short. This was also the reason why the 7-star Divine Kingdom was ranked at the very end of the 4 Divine Kingdoms. The most crucial aspect of a Divine Kingdom strength was the peak strength of the Divine Kingdom's highest master. In this aspect, the 7-star Divine Kingdom was simply unable to compete with the other 3 Divine Kingdoms. In these past 40 days, we've split up to dozens of places and sent out over 100 sound transmitting talismans. Yang Yun only gave us a 2-month deadline to complete the transmission array network. We only have 20 days left, and we still haven't managed to find Lin Ming. Shang Yuetian slowly said, his wizened eyes tinged with nervousness. The sound transmitting talismans we use can only go 6 million miles at most. If Lin Ming isn't in the scope of this range, we won't be able to find him. Li Yuxiao sighed. The sky-spill continent was simply too vast, with the 4 great seas also added on, even with Lin Ming's sound transmission mark, and these sound transmitting talismans that had a 6 million mile range. Wanting to find him was easier said than done. They couldn't do as Yang Yun had done, and lay down hundreds of ultra-long distance transmission arrays in a single go. Moreover, if Lin Ming was trapped in some great array or mystic realm, it was possible the sound transmitting talisman would be blocked. At this point, there is no way to reach him. If we cannot find him, then that is our fate, and there isn't anything that can be done. The Forsaken God clan patriarch Shirbai said from across Li Yuxiao and Fairy Snow Gale. Sitting beside Shirbai were 3 people, Duan Mukun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian. There were only 20 days remaining. With every passing day, their hopes of finding Lin Ming became increasingly dim. Producing this sort of ultra-long distance sound transmitting talisman wasn't easy at all. Even with the 7-star divine kingdom, White Clan, Shang Clan, and many other Holy Land level family clans joining together, they were only able to gather up 100 some of them. If they wanted to create new sound transmitting talismans, they simply didn't have enough time to find the raw materials. If they used up all these sound transmitting talismans, they really had no hope of finding Lin Ming. Shang Yuetian frowned. Could it be that Lin Ming doesn't believe us and thinks this is a trap instead? No. Feng Shun's words were as precious as gold. He was confident in his belief. I hope that's true. Fairy Snow Gale shook her head. Yang Yun's tracing mark was on her and Shang Yuetian's body. Although she had used the excuse of arranging a transmission array to come here, she had still taken an enormous risk in doing so. If Yang Yun wasn't closing up in cultivation and secretly hid himself here to ambush them, there was no way they would be able to sense him with their differences in strength. At that time, the results could be imagined. As Fairy Snow Gale was lost in worry, her mind suddenly stirred. She could faintly feel the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy restlessly moving as a strong aura suddenly came shrouding down. Someone has come. Everyone's hearts tightened. They swept their perception outwards and could actually see a white-clothed young man gracefully passing over the White Cloud Mountain Range. The White Cloud Mountain Range was hundreds of miles long, and Fairy Snow Gale and the others had all chosen an extremely covert location for the cave dwelling. Moreover, there was concealing array formations at the cave entrance. Even so, the white-clothed young man took less than half an incense stick of time to lock in on their position. This white-clothed youth was naturally Lin Ming. Lin Ming swept his divine sense outwards. After he couldn't find any signs of traps or ambushes, he moved directly towards the cave dwelling. To someone like Lin Ming, who was proficient in both the demonic and orthodox array formations of the divine realm, seeing through this array formation was a simple matter. Lin Ming has come. Fairy Snow Gale's eyes lit up, her heart swelling with joy. What amazing methods! Such a great White Cloud Mountain range. And there is even a concealing array formation, yet he's managed to find our positions so soon. The young are truly worthy of respect. The 7-star divine emperor Li Yuxiao acclaimed. To see Lin Ming was to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Just the actions of him discovering their location so easily was enough to startle everyone. Chapter 934, Counterattack. Chapter 934, Counterattack. Lin Ming fell into the cave dwelling. He was dressed in white and spotless. The clothes he wore were formed from countless threads of thunder twined together, unstained by earthly dust. If the cloth tore in battle, it would automatically repair itself. If given to a mortal, they would be invulnerable to attacks, and these clothes would be a priceless treasure passed down through their family. The aura exuding from Lin Ming's body was like the great and vast sea, unfathomable. Little brother Lin, you've finally come. Shirbai was filled with emotion upon seeing Lin Ming again after so many years. Lin Ming's strength had already surpassed his. The speed of his growth was unbelievable. Patriarch Shirbai. Lin Ming respectfully bowed in the ceremony of a junior to a senior. He didn't pull rank just because his strength surpassed Shirbai's. When Lin Ming was younger and far weaker, if it weren't for the protection of the Forsaken God clan, there would have been no way he would have been able to escape Situ Haotian's clutches. This was the equivalent of a life-saving graciousness, something he would never forget in his life. Haha, little brother Lin doesn't need to be so polite. I'm not sure I can afford it. We've already been waiting for you for quite some time now. Shirbai chuckled in an extremely good mood. Beside him, Duanmu Kun, Feng Shun, Lon Xian, Fairy Snow Gale, and Shang Yuetian all greeted Lin Ming. of these people, Lin Ming had already seen all of them before. Little brother Lin, I'm Li Yuxiao, the ruler of the 7-star divine kingdom. The only one Lin Ming hadn't met before was the 7-star divine kingdom's divine emperor. Li Yuxiao's tone was very pleasant and relaxed, even foregoing his title of divine emperor. So it's the 7-star divine emperor. Me and Li Yifeng can also be considered good friends. Lin Ming smiled in return. Haha, no need to be humble. We're all family here. Quick, come and sit. We've asked you to come this time because we want to discuss with you a plan on how to deal with Yang Yun. Duan Mukun's sound transmitting talisman had only mentioned that Yang Yun was arranging some massive transmission array network to deal with Lin Ming. It hadn't gone into much detail. Lin Ming had an extreme understanding into Yang Yun, giving him a great advantage. That was because he had taken a great portion of the ancient devil's memories. As they said, know yourself, know your enemy, and be invincible in battle. Before, Lin Ming only had to hear Duan Mukun's message to faintly guess just what Yang Yun was plotting. Okay, Lin Ming nodded. He also wanted to know what Yang Yun had been up to recently to confirm his own thoughts. But let's not speak about Yang Yun's matters first. Fairy Snow Gale, Sage Shang, I've discovered that there's a battle spirit mark left in your bodies. What happened? A battle spirit tracing mark was not some profound and mystical tracing technique. Someone with a battle spirit could easily sense it, but it was impossible to erase if one's will was weaker. Hearing Lin Ming's question, Fairy Snowgale and Shang Yuetian both bitterly sighed. Of the divine sea powerhouses that had entered the Temple of Marvels, the great majority of them had a battle spirit mark left within them by Yang Yun to control them. Those like Li Yuxiao had managed to luckily escape, and to them, even if Yang Yun controlled the entire world, they could still live to a comfortable old age if they were willing to discard everything they had worked for and hide away far away in some deep-sea island. Of course, this wouldn't be a pleasant life. They would have to live forever under Yang Yun. Fairy Snowgale reiterated her knowledge of everything that happened. I have no idea just what fortuitous encounter Yang Yun managed to run into, but his battle spirit has already reached silver perfection. That goes beyond our scope of understanding. Fairy Snowgale sighed. In the Sky Spill continent, a silver-level battle spirit was already a legend, and silver perfection was simply unimaginable. The only reason Fairy Snowgale was able to recognize this boundary was because she had heard about it from Old Man Good Fortune. Fairy Snowgale's honorable master, White Fong Fong, had a very good friendship with Old Man Good Fortune before her passing. As this calamity befell Fairy Snowgale, her first thought was to look for Old Man Good Fortune to help erase the battle spirit mark within her. However, even he was helpless. A perfect silver battle spirit was not something a divine sea powerhouse should possess. According to Senior Good Fortune, there is likely a powerful divine soul that resides within Yang Yun. Perhaps this divine soul might be at the boundary above the divine sea, divine transformation. It might be at the mid or late divine transformation realm, or even surpass that. As Fairy Snowgale spoke, a sense of powerlessness filled her heart. A late divine sea martial artist might have the capital to be the highest under the heavens, or at least be someone close to it. As for what lay beyond the divine sea, such a boundary hadn't appeared in the Sky Spill continent in the last 100,000 years. If it weren't for Old Man Good Fortune informing her of this, she would have never known about divine transformation. Lin Ming nodded. Old Man Good Fortune was indeed experienced and insightful. Although he didn't have much talent for cultivation, he stayed in the divine realm for many years, and his horizons couldn't be compared to a martial artist from the lower realms. He had been able to gather all the various clues and hints and come to this conclusion about Yang Yun. Lin Ming said, Yang Yun really does have a perfect silver battle spirit, but this battle spirit originates from a devil that came from the Sea of Miracles. That devil is temporarily residing within Yang Yun. During the Temple of Marvels, this devil once tried to possess my body, and it depended on a perfect silver battle spirit back then. Everyone was startled by Lin Ming's words. Li Yuxiao said, boggled, "It wanted to possess your body? Then how did you?" Li Yuxiao looked at Lin Ming with disbelief, clearly wondering just how Lin Ming managed to escape the clutches of the ancient devil. During the Temple of Marvels, Lin Ming's strength was only on par with the weakest divine sea powerhouse. "I had some fortunate encounters and managed to escape with luck," Lin Ming casually said. Everyone could hear that Lin Ming didn't want to speak further about the topic, so they didn't push him on it. Lin Ming said, "A perfect silver battle spirit is truly formidable, but that ancient devil has already been sealed away in the Sea of Miracles for the last 100,000 years. His soul has weakened, and his battle spirit should no longer be as strong as a true, perfect silver battle spirit. Moreover, my own battle spirit has a special quality to it, so it won't be difficult for me to erase the tracing mark from your body." Lin Ming stretched out his finger, and a gray energy lingered on his fingertip, slowly spinning. This was his Grand Mist battle spirit. Lin Ming's battle spirit had reached the peak of Silver Large success, and although its rank was slightly inferior to Silver Perfection, it had been tempered in Grand Mist energy for a long period of time, and it was superior in quality to the ancient devil's battle spirit. "You can erase the battle spirit mark left behind by Yang Yun." Fairy Snow Gale and Shang Yuetian were ecstatic to hear Lin Ming say that, and some others even glanced at him incredulously. Although they knew that Lin Ming's battle spirit was strong, they never imagined that he could possess a perfect battle spirit at the 5th stage of life destruction. It was something someone at the late divine transformation might not even have. The battle spirit mark that Yang Yun had placed within them was like a curse that hung over their heads. They had to be constantly careful, not daring to disobey Yang Yun's orders in the least, lest they draw his wrath. A divine Sea Supreme Elder could live from 4,000 years all the way up to 10,000 years. In this world, they stood at the highest stage of power with everything at their fingertips. They freely wandered the world, proud and arrogant. Which one of them would possibly be willing to be slaves to others and have to spend every waking moment in fear and unease? Upon hearing that Lin Ming could erase the battle spirit tracing mark in their bodies, Fairy Snow Gale and Shang Yuetian were especially excited. Lin Ming sent out a bit of his perception to investigate the tracing mark in their bodies. Indeed, it was a perfect silver battle spirit. He hesitated for a moment, thinking, during the Temple of Marvels, the ancient devil abandoned 2/3 of his soul to escape from the magic cube. But now it looks like the ancient devil didn't discard the important part of his soul. The true core of his being was kept behind. Otherwise, his battle spirit would be like that old imp from the Blood Slaughter Steppes, and it would have dropped a few small boundaries. Reaching out his hand, a gray energy sunk into Fairy Snow Gale's body, flowing within her and wrapping around the battle spirit mark that Yang Yun left behind. "Little brother Lin, if you remove these 2 battle spirit marks, then Yang Yun will immediately know," Shang Yuetian cautioned. Although he eagerly wished to rid the shadow of this tracing mark from his body, he also didn't want to alert the enemy. Lin Ming said, "If he knows, he knows. I already have a general idea of what Yang Yun is doing to deal with me. He is practicing a type of devil arts, but he still hasn't completed it. Brother Duanmu, didn't you say that there was nearly a month before the transmission array network has to be completed?" "Yes," Duanmu Kun nodded. "Yang Yun gave us 2 months. We now have 20 days left. With several hundred array formations, wanting to lay them all down without fault is nearly impossible. These array formations must be tested, and the faults must be fixed. That should take several more months to complete. Yang Yun is a very intelligent man with clever methods, the type that can even obtain oil from sand. How can he possibly give me the time to cultivate? I'm guessing that he's practicing some demonic path cultivation method, and it'll be several more months until he reaches large success. At that time, he might even break through to the middle divine sea in a single go. When his cultivation reaches large success and his strength rises to another level, those hundreds of array formations should finally be fixed and ready to go. He probably thinks that day will also be my last day. Lin Ming was able to guess Yang Yun's plans after thinking about it. Of course, he naturally relied on the memories of the ancient devil to do so. Demonic path cultivation method, Shang Yuetian seemed to come to a realization. No wonder. The last time I saw Yang Yun, his aura was much deeper and the atmosphere around him had become demonic with blood energy exuding from him. It's completely different from the elegant and untouchable atmosphere that he had in the past. Oh, then it should be the great blood refining art. Lin Ming confirmed his own thoughts. The ancient devil knew a great number of cultivation methods, but the one that suited the early divine Si Yang Yun the most and could rapidly increase his strength was the great blood refining art. Moreover, and most importantly, after perfecting the great blood refining art, he could lock onto a person's blood vitality and locate anyone within 1,000,000 miles. This was the ideal method for Yang Yun to hunt him down. Great blood refining art. Everything is becoming clear now. That's why when Yang Yun killed Yang Laotian and Uya Hua, he drew out all of their blood essence. So it was all in order to cultivate his martial arts. There's also those 7 variation bloodline divine C powerhouses that VE gone missing in the past year. They were likely killed by Yang Yun to help his cultivation. Fairy Snow Gale was a smart woman. Just by hearing the name of the great blood refining art, she was able to deduce what sort of cultivation method it was. Within the demonic path cultivation methods, types that used blood essence to cultivate were extremely common. He killed Yang Laotian, Uya Hua, and 7 variation bloodline divine C powerhouse. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the 9 furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle, 2 characters that had lorded over the sky spill continent, would actually die in such a manner and be used as Yang Yun's tonic. The twists and turns of life were truly unpredictable. Little brother Lin, since you know about the great blood refining art, that makes things easier. How about you use these next few months and flee deep into the South Sea beyond the range of the transmission arrays? You can cultivate for 8 to 10 years and then return to kill Yang Yun. Li Yuxiao laughed. All smiles. The unknown was scary. Now that he knew just what Yang Yun was and what he was doing, he wasn't really afraid anymore. Flee. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Why would I run away? Yang Yun's devil arts haven't been completed yet, so wouldn't this be the best time to kill him? Lin Ming's voice contained a light killing intent, causing all of the people present to be startled. They speechlessly stared at him. Chapter 935. Command the world. Chapter 935. Command the world. Kill? You want to go and kill Yang Yun now? Li Yuxiao stammered, his eyes wide open. He never expected that Lin Ming would have this idea. If an ordinary person were to learn of Yang Yun's plans, they would subconsciously think of escaping. Yang Yun had arranged a wide network of transmission arrays, but no matter how great it was, it still wouldn't be enough to cover the vast and endless sea. As long as Lin Ming hid deep enough in the deep sea, somewhere that was several dozen million miles beyond the nearest transmission array, Yang Yun would have to run his legs off if he wanted to find him. Lin Ming actually didn't think of running away. Instead, he decided to take this chance to kill Yang Yun. This was really bewildering. Little brother Lin, don't you think this might be a bit reckless? Shibai asked, a bit unsure. He felt that Lin Ming's idea was too crazy, but it was also consistent with Lin Ming's usual style. He had always been like this. At just the late revolving core realm, Lin Ming dared to risk his life, to cross into life destruction and challenge every destiny decree master of the Azura divine kingdom by himself. Moreover, he had obtained victory in the end. This was a valor and determination that couldn't be possessed by the average person. After closing up, Yang Yun should be more powerful than White Demon. Even if his supernatural powers haven't been completed, he still has the qualifications to be the highest under the heavens. Fairy Snow Gale pressed her eyebrows together. She didn't try to persuade Lin Ming, instead only stating this fact. She didn't know about the battle between Lin Ming and White Demon, so she could only guess just how strong Lin Ming was. However, according to the choices and actions Lin Ming took in the past, he wouldn't make such an insane decision unless he had confidence in himself. Highest under the heavens? That is only the Sky Spill continent's highest under the heavens. Lin Ming's words left everyone speechless. Only the Sky Spill continent's highest under the heavens. How could any of them respond to such brave words? In Fairy Snow Gale and Lu Yuxiao's life, their ultimate goal was to reach the late Divine Sea realm, but even that seemed a nearly impossible dream. As for someone like Shang Yuetian, he only managed to break through to the Divine Sea with lucky chances. His life's goal was to find heavenly materials that could extend his life and help him stay on the mortal coil for a few hundred more years. As for the late Divine Sea realm, becoming the highest under the heavens, those were simply legendary existences to him, stories that had no relation to him at all. It could be said that to everyone here, Yang Yun was the same as those ancient inimitable kings like the Demon Emperor and the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, a nearly unreachable boundary for them. But to Lin Ming, it wasn't all that much. Little brother Lin, Shirbai wasn't sure what to say for a moment. Yang Yun has deeply hidden abilities and his talent is also high. He's just over 40 years old, but his cultivation is at the 8th stage of life destruction, early Divine Sea realm. If you underestimate him, then the one who eats a loss will be you. Lin Ming shook his head. Patriarch Shirbai, life in the universe is endless and infinite, and the road of martial arts has no end or limit. Although Yang Yun is formidable, he is still only at the 8th stage of life destruction, early Divine Sea realm. Within the divine realm, this sort of talent isn't much at all. And in terms of lucky chances, he managed to encounter the remnant soul of the late divine transformation ancient devil and obtained his guidance, even with all the resources at his disposal. So what? Within the divine realm, there are geniuses that have world kings as their masters. Moreover, their talent, their resources, everything they possess is countless times superior to Yang Yun. Within the 3,000 boundless universes, there's countless individuals like Yang Yun, but nearly all of them perish as they walk on their own roads of martial arts. If Yang Yun was better than average in an aspect, it would be that his plans and ambitions are high. But on the road of martial arts, one needs a great destiny, a great will, great talent, and nearly endless resources gathered today. Only then would they have a faint hope of continuing forwards. In this, Yang Yun is far from comparing to any of them. If a mere Yang Yun can force me to hide deep within the South Sea for 8 to 10 years before returning, then I have no need to further walk down my road of martial arts. I might as well stay in the Sky Spill continent and be happily content with being the highest under the heavens. Lin Ming's words left everyone, especially proud-hearted talents like Duan Mukun, utterly silent. Lin Ming clearly intended to enter the divine realm and already was planning his ascension. While those present all laid their eyes on the late Divine Sea as their goal, Lin Ming already looked above that towards the divine realm, seeing the geniuses there as his competition. Such a disparity could no longer be put in words. Fairy Snow Gale was silent for a while, and then said with a worried voice, "Lin Ming, although you taking advantage of the time when Yang Yun's devil arts haven't reached perfection could be considered grasping the time, but time is still inferior to terrain. Yongyun is cultivating deep within the nine-furnace divine kingdom's divine palace. The nine-furnace divine palace has a great array formation protecting it. It won't be easy for you to forcefully break in. Fairy Snowgale was from the White Clan, one of the subordinate family clans of the nine-furnace divine kingdom. She had a very good understanding into the layout and defensive measures in place at the nine-furnace divine palace. The deepest center of the nine-furnace divine palace was the area within the entire sky spill continent with the richest and purest heaven and earth origin energy. It was natural to assume that Yongyun was cultivating there. What Fairy Snowgale says is correct, but although time isn't as important as terrain, terrain isn't as important as the will of the people. In order to complete his supernatural powers, Yongyun has already lost the heart of the people. Even if the nine-furnace divine palace has a great array formation, it still needs people driving the activation to display its might. Since Yongyun is in closed-door seclusion, how can he possibly do so? As for others, even if they are the nine-furnace divine kingdom's divine sea powerhouses, they likely won't be going to give their lives for someone like Yongyun, who was willing to kill his own great-grandfather. He's a devil who used despicable strong-arm tactics to take control of all the divine sea powerhouses under the heavens. With such injustice, there's no support from him among his people. Now is the time to strike. Fairy Snowgale, Divine Emperorly Sage Shang, I ask you to help gather all of the divine sea powerhouses that have a tracing mark planted within them to gather here. I'll help erase all of their tracing marks at once, and afterwards we'll go through the transmission arrays Yongyun has set up to go straight to the nine-furnace divine palace. I'll place down an array plate, gather everyone's attacks together, and break through that great array formation. At that time, Yongyun and I will have our final showdown. Lin Ming's words were filled with a gritty daring and also held a deep confidence and glory. This was the so-called King Zora. If someone heard these words, it was easy for them to be infected by the stirring emotions. Fairy Snowgale sighed in her heart. This sort of confidence and valor was slowly accumulated over time. If Lin Ming didn't cultivate the martial path and stayed in the mortal world, he'd still be able to become an emperor among the people. Okay, I'll summon everyone, Shang Yuetian and Li Yuxiao said in unison. In order for Yongyun to complete his devil arts, he had offended every divine sea powerhouse in the world. All these wandering people only lacked a leader to rally behind. Once they found one, they could unite and launch a counterattack on Yongyun. Lin Ming was the best choice to be that leader. After they had their tracing marks erased from them, they'd inevitably be grateful to Lin Ming. With dozens of divine sea powerhouses joining forces in a single barrage of attacks, even the nine-furnace divine palace's array formation might not be able to withstand them. Trapped there, Yongyun would have dug his own grave. Shang Yuetian and the others all lit up a series of sound-transmitting talismans. Over half of Yongyun's transmission array network had been completed. With knowledge of the approximate position of the martial artists, as well as these sound-transmitting talismans that could travel millions of miles, it would be quick to spread the message and gather everyone here. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Array symbols were drawn and shot into the array, joining together with an array flag. An array disc spun around in the air, quickly expanding and evolving into a large array formation as it slowly fell down. There was a man and woman here. Both of them were divine sea powerhouses that were arranging a long-distance transmission array. This was the task that Yongyun had given them. Looking at the great array formation being completed, the man let out a light breath. He sighed, sounding a bit morose as he said, "That's the 12th transmission array finished, and we still have 20 days left. It seems that finishing this task won't be a problem, though I have no idea whether or not there's any problems or mistakes when these transmission arrays are created. This transmission array task was an absolute order upon death by Yang Yun. If they couldn't complete them in time, the consequences would be disastrous. The woman was silent, as if she didn't hear anything that was being said. As the man saw this, his heart ached. He gently whispered, "Ewer, don't worry. Perhaps things aren't as bad as they seem. Maybe there's some other reason those several divine sea powerhouses went missing." The man didn't know how to comfort and assure her. The man and woman were a married couple. The woman was called Ewer, and she had a tracing mark left in her by Yang Yun. But that didn't matter. What was important was that she possessed a variation bloodline called the Moonlight Bloodline. Before now, 7 divine sea powerhouses that possessed a variation bloodline had gone missing. 3 of them were determined dead, and the other 4 were likely to have perished. The one who did all this was most likely Yang Yun. How could she not feel despair about all this? She felt like nothing more than a lamb in a cage, waiting to be slaughtered. The man spoke a few words, but couldn't continue. He was a bit stronger than Ewer. If this were the past, and her life was in danger, he definitely could have spoken some brave words that he would protect her and keep her safe no matter what. But now, facing Yang Yun, all he felt was hopeless. The disparity between them was just too great. If he said any words about protecting his wife, even he wouldn't believe them. As the man was thinking about what to say, a flame suddenly lit up in front of him. It was the light of a sound transmitting talisman. The message was passed to both the man and the woman. "Li Yuxiao, what could the 7-star divine emperor want from us?" The man was startled as he heard the message. He solemnly listened on. The sound transmitting talisman was very lengthy. When Li Yuxiao's message mentioned Yang Yun cultivating the great blood refining art and killing the 7 variation bloodline divine sea powerhouses to help do that, the man's entire body trembled with rage. But as for Ewer, her face turned paler than death, and her lips quivered. Although Li Yuxiao had no evidence, neither of them doubted his words. The 2 of them were also able to distinguish between right and wrong, and there was also no reason for Li Yuxiao to lie to them. In the past, they had only made some faint guesses as to what happened, and they still held on to some hope. But now that they knew the exact situation, this knowledge pushed them into the abyss of despair. Yang Yun, that damned beast. The man clenched his jaws, his heart overflowing with rage and animus. It had to be known that within many demonic path cultivation methods, the slaughter path and obscenity path weren't separated. If his wife were to be taken by Yang Yun, then who knew just what would happen to her? He wholeheartedly cultivated martial arts his entire life, even reaching the highest level of this continent, the divine sea, becoming a peerless emperor. But in the end, he couldn't even protect the woman he loved. The man clenched his fists until his nails broke his flesh, drawing blood. However, as the message continued, his hands actually gradually relaxed. His eyes flashed with anticipation, surprise, and disbelief. Lin Ming has returned. He wants to gather all divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent to attack the 9-furnace divine palace, and he can even erase the battle spirit tracing mark in us. As the man looked at his wife, he could also see that she was shocked by the message. But within this shock, there was also a budding glimmer of hope. Even if they couldn't defeat Yang Yun, just erasing the tracing mark was a life-saving favor. Not even 4 years have passed, and Lin Ming wishes to fight Yang Yun? How could he have such strength? The man muttered. He also says he can remove the tracing marks. Does that mean his battle spirit has reached silver perfection? Is that even possible? Ooh. Ewer crumpled the sound, transmitting talisman flame in her hand. She bit her lips and said, "No matter what it is, I must go and take a look. Even if I have to die in battle, I won't allow Yang Yun to treat me as a pig to be raised in a pen." Chapter 936. Erase them all? Chapter 936. Erase them all. Kia. Within the 100,000-mile-long White Cloud Mountain Range, in a deep and desolate canyon, here over 50 divine sea powerhouses had gathered within 3 days, except for the 20-some divine sea powerhouses from the Azura Divine Kingdom and their subordinate influences, and also the Northwest Great Desert. Nearly every divine sea powerhouse from the Sky Spill continent had arrived here today. 7-Star Majesty, where is Sage Lin? Yes, where is Sage Lin? Everyone began to ask Liu Xiao. In particular, those that had tracing marks within them or those that had a variation bloodline or divine body were especially impatient. It had to be known that most of these people had tracing marks within them and were tightly controlled by Yang Yun. If they revolted against him and won, everything would be happy and wonderful, but if they lost, it meant death. A divine sea powerhouse had thousands of years of life, and were also overlords of their own lands. Which one of them was willing to die? If Yang Yun hadn't forced them into a dead end, none of them would have desperately risked their lives to resist him. If they were to place their lives on the line in a final struggle, they needed a qualified leader to command them. Otherwise, rather than walking into the jaws of death, wasn't it better to linger on alive? No one doubted Lin Ming's talent. Within the last 100,000 years of the Sky Spill continent, he stood at the pinnacle of all geniuses. But many of these people actually lacked faith in his strength. 3 to 4 years ago, Lin Ming hadn't even been comparable to an ordinary divine sea powerhouse. In such a short span of time, no matter how many lucky chances Lin Ming obtained, was it actually possible for him to possess the strength to challenge Yang Yun? As everyone anxiously waited, Lin Ming finally emerged from the White Cloud Mountain Range's cave dwelling. His clothes were white and unblemished, his aura was restrained, and every step he took was peaceful, as if he stepped on the void, carried by the wind. Please remain patient. Lin Ming lifted his hand. His voice contained an invisible energy field, making all those who heard him calm down and feel relaxed. He's Lin Ming. He looks a bit different from the portraits that Yang Yun has given us. Indeed, although the appearance is similar, the atmosphere and temperament around Lin Ming cannot be contained in a simple portrait. I've seen many mighty people in my life. Some have a tyrannical momentum, brutal and aggressive, and some have a steady aura as if they returned to their true self, indiscernible from a mortal. But the feeling I get from Lin Ming is stranger. When I look at him, I feel like I'm facing the endless starry skies. There is no order, no borders, no limit. It is impossible for me to speculate on him. The one who spoke was a blue-clothed old man. He had a long white beard, and he stood atop a spinning compass that floated in the sky. This old man was named the Sage Heaven Mirror. He was a martial artist that had relied on his own strength to break into the divine sea, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the middle divine sea realm. Before the appearance of Yang Yun, Old Man Good Fortune, White Demon, and a few others, his strength had once been ranked in the top 10 of the Sky Spill continent. Rumors said that the compass underneath his feet could even look into the past and prophesize the future. It was extremely mysterious. The reason that Sage Heaven Mirror had such a great prestige and fame amongst the divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent was because of his sight. As he first looking at Lin Ming, he felt as if he were staring at a chaotic starry sky. In truth, this was the grand Miss Space. Sage Heaven Mirror, you have the best sight amongst us. What do you think Lin Ming's chances of defeating Yang Yun are? I'm a bit dubious about this. Perhaps after another 5 to 6 years pass, he might have that possibility. Sage Heaven Mirror said, the future is comprised of infinite changes and truths. To calculate it is easier said than done. With my current cultivation, foreseeing the destiny of a mortal nation is possible, but to discern the future fate of a true dragon, I do not possess that ability. Sage Heaven Mirror shook his head again and again, attracting Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming thought to himself, I never thought that this world would actually have such an exquisite divination cultivation method. This is quite amazing. Sage Lin, can you unravel the tracing mark in our bodies? A soothing and melodious woman's voice suddenly rang out. The one who spoke was Yuer. She had a variation bloodline, and also a tracing mark on her. If Yang Yun wished to kill her, there would be nowhere for her to escape to. That's right, could you lift the tracing mark from us first? Some people echoed Yuer's thoughts. This was the most important immediate goal for them. If they didn't have the tracing mark within them, then even if they lost, they still had a chance of escaping. Although Lin Ming was well known for his powerful battle spirit, the people present found it hard to believe that he could reach silver perfection in just a few years. After all, Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. According to the reports from Fairy Snow Gale, one needed to have stepped into the boundaries of the late divine transformation to acquire a perfect silver battle spirit. From the 5th stage of life destruction to the late divine transformation realm, the distance between was already beyond their imaginations. I can. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers. A gray arrow of energy zipped into Yuer's body. This gray energy was the Grand Mist battle spirit. Although it was only at the silver large success level, the quality it possessed was superior to the ancient devil's perfect silver battle spirit. The battle spirit drifted within her body. It turned into a silver-gray spear that aimed towards the battle spirit mark and violently stabbed at it. Kacha! The battle spirit mark shattered like glass as it was instantly erased. Ho! A gray energy flew out from Yuer's body. She blinked several times, a dazed look on her face. Was it over? The tracing mark is gone? Yuer's husband asked, flabbergasted. He too had a battle spirit, although it was only at the most basic bronze forming stage. He could still sense that the battle spirit mark within Yuer's body had disappeared. In just several blinks of an eye, the tracing mark that Yang Yun had left within them, a dearth perk that caused them to have trouble eating and sleeping for these past few years, was actually pulled out like radish and chopped up by Lin Ming. This was just too easy. There were a good number of divine sea powerhouses that had a battle spirit. They also soon realized this. This proved that the potency of Lin Ming's battle spirit was greater than Yang Yun's. A silver-gray battle spirit. How could it be silver-gray? Sage Heaven Mirror couldn't understand what was happening. He had a great deal of understandings into the ranks of battle spirits, but he had never heard of a silver-gray battle spirit before. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't explain further. He said, "We're going to speed this up. Yang Yun should have already discovered that his battle spirit mark has been erased. In 10 breaths of time, I'll erase everyone's battle spirit marks. Then we'll collectively go the 9-furnace divine kingdom through the transmission array and annihilate Yang Yun." Lin Ming's words were filled with a zealous energy and the confidence that belonged to a king. 10 breaths of time? How could he possibly do that in 10 breaths of time? Some people began to wonder if Lin Ming had made a slip of the tongue. But at this time, Lin Ming flicked his fingers again, and dozens of silver-gray battle spirit energy balls shot out, each separately piercing into the divine sea powerhouses like a barrage of javelins. All of the martial artists glanced at each other, stupefied. Did Lin Ming plan to erase all of their battle spirit marks together in a single go? This was far too aggressive. They had all thought they needed to be extremely careful in lifting the battle spirit marks, slowly wearing them down with will over an extended period of time, in order to completely erase it. When Lin Ming had wiped out the battle spirit mark in Fairy Yuer's body in just a few blinks of the eye, that was already astounding enough to them. They never thought that the next action Lin Ming would take would be even crazier. He wanted to obliterate every battle spirit mark at the same time. In truth, this wasn't too strange. Lin Ming's Grand Mist battle spirit was more intense than the ancient devil's battle spirit. If the ancient devil could leave behind multiple spirit battle marks, Lin Ming could also erase multiple battle spirit marks at once. Pung pung pung. Nearly indiscernible sounds came from everyone's bodies, as if a soul was breaking. In just 10 breaths of time, several dozen battle spirit marks were completely and thoroughly destroyed by Lin Ming. This scene left everyone speechless and in shock. Maybe, just maybe in another 3 to 4 years, Lin Ming really had the possibility of growing to a level where he could defeat Yang Yun. At this time, deep within the 9-furnace divine palace, Yang Yun was completely immersed within a blood pond. His cultivation had reached a critical point. His entire body was covered in a diagram of blood. Viscous blood was sucked into his mouth, spreading through his meridians and seeping out of his pores. A faint trace of bloodline energy and essence remained within his body, in between Yang Yun's eyebrows. The vertical red line began to slowly split open, revealing a bright red eyeball. This eyeball was also wrapped in a layer of blood essence. It looked extremely ghostly and eerie. Around Yang Yun, the blood Tao diagram slowly contracted, as if it were about to fuse into his body. As it shrank, it beat like a heart in a macabre fashion. It's time. Once I absorb this blood Tao diagram, my great blood refining will nearly be complete. All I'll have to do next is to fully form this blood law eye. In another month or 2, my great blood refining art will reach large success. At that time, I can use the blood law eye to absorb a trace of Lin Ming's bloodline and then find him anywhere within 1,000,000 miles. I'll hunt him down, kill him, and wrest away his destiny. With his great secrets in my hands, I'll step onto the peak of martial arts. The red line between Yang Yun's eyebrows was the third eye of the great blood refining art, the elementary form of the blood law eye. Once this eye was completely formed, it could be used to search for Lin Ming in a range of 1,000,000 miles. As for obtaining the aura of Lin Ming's bloodline, he had already obtained that when he fought with Lin Ming several years ago at the Temple of Marvels. To use the blood law eye to absorb the aura of a bloodline, he would then completely understand Lin Ming's position. This was the absolute best method. He had decided to search for Lin Ming using the great blood refining art. Blood Tao diagram, flesh and blood astral body combined 2 as 1. Yang Yun roared, and energy erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. A rich power of blood rose up, solidifying into tentacles. Every tentacle was only as thick as a finger, but there were thousands of them altogether. Pa 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 pa. These tentacles latched onto the blood Tao diagram, wanting to completely drag it into Yang Yun's body. The tentacles contracted as they pulled against the resistance of the blood Tao diagram's natural strength. As for Yang Yun, his eyes turned blood red, and veins stuck out from his body like wriggling worms. He was using his complete strength in the process. Almost there. I'm almost there. Yang Yun grit his teeth and watched as the blood Tao diagram nearly completely sank into his body. But at that moment, he felt a deep pain stab into the deepest recesses of his soul, as if he was being pierced by needles. What? As Yang Yun was distracted, the blood Tao diagram broke free from 1/10 of the blood tentacles and began to expand outwards again. Someone has erased my battle spirit mark? Yang Yun was enraged. A battle spirit mark was connected to his main battle spirit. If it was forcefully wiped out, it'd naturally have an impact on his body, especially as he was in the most critical moment of his cultivation. If there was any mistake during the process, then it was possible he could fall into obsession. But if it were only a single battle spirit mark being erased, that was also easily withstood. Chapter 937. Failure at the End. Chapter 937. Failure at the End. Yang Yun took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a thick, killing intent. Because he was closed up in seclusion, he had no time to bother tracking those divine sea powerhouses who he had implanted with his tracing mark. He also didn't know that they had gathered together until one of his tracing marks was erased, causing him to experience a stabbing pain in his soul. Although these battle spirit marks had been left by the ancient devil, Yang Yun had swallowed the ancient devil, and their two souls had fused together. The ancient devil's battle spirit mark was now the same as his, and erasing this mark caused him pain. Every battle spirit mark I left behind is different. The battle spirit mark that was erased was from a woman called Yuer. To think that she'd actually dare to betray me. I wonder what method she used to erase the tracing mark. Could this be Lin Ming's work? Yang Yin shook his head. That's unlikely. Even if Lin Ming's will is strong, it's impossible for him to achieve a perfect silver battle spirit in just a few years, and at only the 5th stage of life destruction. Perhaps it might be because of some treasure that old man Good Fortune found from 100,000 years ago. That old geezer had far too many cards in his hands, and he's also crafty like a fox. Once I finish my blood law, I'll find and eradicate him from this world. I still have a wisp of his blood vitality with me. Yang Yin coldly smiled. He always had contingencies in place. Once his great blood refining art was completed, he would find old man Good Fortune and draw out all his blood essence. Yang Yin separated his thoughts and stretched out the tentacles to catch the blood Tao diagram again. In that shock just now, only 10% of the blood tentacles had fallen off. The impact wasn't too great. This battle spirit mark was erased during the most critical time of my cultivation, nearly causing me to taste defeat. After I reach large success in my cultivation, Fairy Yuer, I'll slowly take back this debt. It also seems as if you have a variation bloodline. Ha! Yang Yun smiled, but his smile contained a certain cruelty to it. There was no longer the handsome and elegant demeanor he possessed in the past. A part of this was because the great blood refining art had changed his temperament, but the second, more direct reason was that he had swallowed the ancient devil's soul. However, he didn't have the ability to wipe out the ancient devil's spirit mark. After they fused together, this would inevitably cause his personality to be influenced by the ancient devil. In fact, the current Yang Yun was no longer purely Yang Yun. He was the fusion form of Yang Yun and the ancient devil, with Yang Yun maintaining the final command. Such a fusion form was an extremely unstable state. Yang Yun's only choice was to rapidly increase his boundary in a short time and thoroughly refine the ancient devil's soul, restoring his pure self. Otherwise, there was a chance that he would fall into depravity and become a twisted lunatic. Yang Yun's hands flashed, and several hundred seals flew into the sea of blood. Blood Tao diagram. Flesh and blood, astral body, combined two as one. Energy erupted from his body. Once again, crimson tentacles shot forth like arrows, latching onto the blood Tao diagram and contracting once more. With great difficulty, the Tao diagram nearly entered into his body, but at this time, his body suddenly shook. A great pain burst up within his spiritual sea, nearly cracking it apart. The impact on Yang Yun's consciousness caused several thousand blood tentacles to break apart. At this moment, several dozen battle spirit marks that Lin Ming had left in the bodies of the divine sea powerhouses had suddenly shattered. Yang Yun's own divine soul came under a tremendous impact. If this was an ordinary moment, this attack wouldn't have mattered to Yang Yun. Besides some slight pain to his spiritual sea, there wouldn't be any direct damage. But now, this was the most critical period of his cultivation. The sudden shock to his spiritual sea had nearly caused him to fall into madness. It had to be known that demonic cultivation methods focused on speed, a road to obtaining power no matter the cost, compared to the slow and steady orthodox cultivation methods. the risks were over 100 times greater. In absorbing the flesh, blood essences, or divine souls of others, it was easy to also inhale the chaos of their consciousness, leading to all sorts of dangers. For instance, this great blood refining art absorbed the bloodlines of others, but this made it easy for one's own blood vitality to be mixed up in disorder, even if one diligently practiced this cultivation method. It'd still be easy to fall into madness, much less when one received a critical disturbance. Puff. Yang Yun violently vomited a mouthful of blood. He lost control of the violent and frenzied blood vitality all around him and suffered a severe backlash. Blood vessels bursted apart all over his body, and even his meridians were damaged by the tyrannical energy. This power of blood contained a very thick resentment. This was left behind by the agony and unwillingness of those that had died, who wanted to die and have their blood essence drawn out for others to swallow up and use for cultivating their martial arts. Those that died had walked the road of martial arts their entire life, and yet this was their final fate. How could the dead possibly accept this? If their unwillingness wasn't reconciled with, this would transform into resentment. In particular, those divine sea powerhouses that had comprehended their own battle spirit. Their resentment was even more powerful. Once this resentment fused into their blood vitality, it'd form an intangible will form. If one couldn't suppress this resentment, then it would come back to bite them. Those that cultivated martial arts had to be careful of the karma they sowed and the karma they reaped, or else they'd have to bear the power of resentment. Damn! Yang Yun savagely roared, just like a wounded beast. However, his will was still strong enough that he had attained a perfect silver battle spirit. He forcefully suppressed the endless resentment in the sea of blood. His hair was stained red, sticking to him like a sheet of crimson oil. He looked like a devil that had climbed out from the abyss of hell. As the blood Tao diagram lost the shackles of the blood tentacles, it began to violently expand. The Tao diagram sank into the sea of blood, expanded to over 100 times its size before fusing into the sea of blood, and thoroughly vanished. Yang Yun was incensed. After coming under the influence of the ancient devil's personality, he was no longer the gentle and collected Yang Yun of before, the Yang Yun who was unfathomable in his thoughts. The current Yang Yun was quick to anger and easily driven to extremes. Just who was it who was able to erase dozens of the tracing marks I left behind in just a few breaths of time? Could it really be Lin Ming? Could he have had another fortuitous encounter? Yang Yun became gloomy, his face darkening. He spent several months forming this blood Tao diagram, and when he was just about to succeed, he failed instead. If he had absorbed this blood Tao diagram, his chances of breaking into the middle divine C would have been far higher, but now he would have to expend several more months of hard work. He also needed the 1 to 2 months afterwards to form the blood law. Added together, that was nearly half a year of time. This meant that he'd have to give Lin Ming another half year to grow. Yang Yun was fearful of Lin Ming's talent. He didn't want to allow him that much time. These ants actually dare to resist me and ruin my plans. After I kill Lin Ming, I'll execute all of them. Yang Yun fiercely spat out. At this time, an old and discordant voice raucously laughed from the depths of his soul. Jejejej, Yang Yun, you little ungrateful beast. Do you really think that you've swallowed me? How laughable! Even now, you've already been subconsciously assimilated by me. Haven't you noticed it yet? The original you would have never said such words, but now you are no longer you. You've already lost who you are. The old and discordant voice echoed in Yang Yun's spiritual sea. Yang Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold. You old thing, if you think that you can break my heart of martial arts, then get lost. Sooner or later I'll completely refine you so that you can no longer affect my personality. Now screw off. Yang Yun shouted out, and the old voice was immediately engulfed back into nothingness. The ancient devil was only a shattered soul fragment now. He had no ability to resist Yang Yun. Yang Yun suddenly rushed out from the blood pond. His entire body was soaked in blood, and his hair was a chaotic mess. His 3 eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty crimson light. There was no longer a hint of the previous dignified aura of the 9-furnace crown prince. Half a year, I have to let Lin Ming grow for another half year. Damn it all. If I want to kill him, I must take advantage of the time before he's fully grown. In this half year, my chances of breaking into the Middle Divine Sea are high, but who knows just what sort of progress Lin Ming will make. Yang Yun took out several soul recovery pills and healing pills and swallowed them all. His current condition was extremely poor. Many of his meridians were damaged, and his spiritual sea was in turmoil. His will had managed to suppress the chaotic resentments within him. Otherwise, if he left these hidden dangers freely roaming, they would cause him to lose his mind in the future and fall into a demented state. Just as Yang Yun was recuperating, a flame suddenly lit up in front of him. It was a message from an Azura Divine Kingdom powerhouse. After hearing the message, Yang Yun shot up, his heart seething with rage. Over 50 Divine Sea powerhouses have gathered outside the 9-furnace Divine Palace and want to break through the Greater Ray Formation, and the white-clothed youth leading them is most likely Lin Ming. Lin Ming, I want to fight him, and yet he took the initiative to deliver himself to my door. Yang Yun's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that Lin Ming would actually be bold and resolute in his actions. He had gathered the Divine Sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent to siege the 9-furnace Divine Palace. He had concocted a plan to hunt Lin Ming down throughout the entire world. But before this plan was completed, Lin Ming had come to him. This ruthless and valiant daring caused Yang Yun to be shocked. He actually chose this time to come. Damn it all. It looks like those dozens of Divine Sea powerhouses all have the tracking marks erased from their bodies. Is this his handiwork? Just how did he do this? Yang Yun grimaced. Lin Ming had erased his tracking marks, causing him to be injured at his most critical time. He then rushed over here, full of momentum to kill him, whether this was intentional or not. For Lin Ming to reach this step was extremely terrifying. Lin Ming's momentum was like a beam of light while he suffered a backlash of blood vitality. There was no way he could fight Lin Ming right now. He had to spend at least a quarter hour to suppress his injuries with a secret technique. Activate the 9-furnace Divine Palace's Great Array. Hold them off for me. After Yang Yun issued the other, he completely concentrated his thoughts on restoring his wounds. Outside the 9-furnace Divine Palace, a 7-colored light barrier suddenly rose up into the air, surrounding the entire palace. This was the great protective array of the 9-furnace Divine Palace. As a colossal influence that was almost a 6th-grade sect, the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom's great protective array that guarded the 9-furnace Divine Palace was nearly impregnable. Of course, the basis of this was that there were enough powerhouses managing it. 30 miles away from the 9-furnace Divine Palace, Lin Ming floated high up in the sky, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. Behind him were over 50 Divine Sea powerhouses. He had unknowingly become the leader of all the Divine Sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent. He was now a true king. Attack. Lin Ming was expressionless, and his voice was cold. He casually waved his hand and tossed out an array disc that spun around in the air. The dirge of the death god had finally begun. Chapter 938, 9-furnace Great Array. Chapter 938, 9-furnace Great Array. This array disc spinning in the air was arranged by Li Ming. It was a simple array formation that could gather the attacks of the over 50 Divine Sea powerhouses together. Otherwise, if their attacks were scattered, it wouldn't be able to deal the most powerful blow. Everyone, let's attack together. That's right. Bring out your complete strength. If we still try to hide anything at this point, we're really going to die. Great. Take out all of your trump cards. After being suppressed for such a long time, we must vent our anger. But let's break this damned turtle shell before we do that. Even a mortal slave had their pride, much less these arrogant, divine sea powerhouses. After being ruled and dominated by Yang Yun's immense pressure for such a long time, their gathered rage had already reached the limit. At this moment, over 50 divine sea powerhouses suddenly attacked with everything they had. These divine sea powerhouses all stood out and blossomed from the trillions of lives on the sky-spill continent. Moreover, they had lived for thousands of years. Throughout the years, the amount of treasures and secrets they accumulated couldn't be underestimated. How could any of them not have a final trump card in hand? In this matter where failure meant death and success meant life, no one was stupid enough to stay their hand. If they did, it'd be taking their own life and the lives of everyone else here as a joke. Many of these people not only used 120% of their strength to attack, but they also took out treasures from their spatial ring that they obtained from ancient ruins, such as earth-rupturing symbols, divine thunder beads, and so on. Although these treasures were weaker than Old Man Good Fortune's heaven-perishing bead, they were still treasures left behind from 100,000 years ago. Their lethality far exceeded the all-out attack of a normal divine sea powerhouse, equal at least to someone like Yang Laotian. With over 50 divine sea powerhouses attack with all their might, the skies were obscured by energy rays. The void trembled. The energy beams passed through the array formation and converged together, turning into a heaven-shattering beam of light that savagely smashed into the nine-furnace divine palace. Just before the nine-furnace divine palace's barrier was about to be washed over by a terrifying baptism of energy, 10 powerhouses suddenly flew out from the depths of the nine-furnace divine palace. Of these people, 7 had scales all over their bodies, long writhing snake tails, fins, and gills. They were clearly powerhouses from the deep-sea races. The 3 others were martial artists of the Azura divine kingdom. Situbonin was amongst them. When enemies encountered each other, there would be particular eye-reddening rage. After Situbonin saw Lin Ming, his vision filled with a monstrous hate. Everyone, let's all defend the nine-furnace divine palace together. These 10 powerhouses were all divine sea-level powerhouses. 7 were at the early divine realm, and 3 were at the middle divine sea realm. They completely poured their energy into the 9 great furnaces that acted as the array's heart. At this time, none of them dared to hold back. All of them used their strongest power. Yang Yun had been injured during his cultivation and wasn't at his peak condition. They had to delay for time, otherwise they would also be the first ones to die. With 10 great powerhouses managing it, the nine-furnace divine palace's energy barrier array rose to another level. Bang! A beam of multicolored lights smashed into the nine-furnace great array like a dazzling rainbow dragon. The world shook. A terrifying explosion rang out, seeming to shake the entire sky-spill continent. Large patches of earth ruptured. An incomparably vast shockwave swept up into the sky. A round and glorious sun seemed to appear above the nine-furnace divine palace, and mountain ranges hundreds of miles away were completely obliterated by the shockwave, turning into endless amounts of stone and dirt. The rainbow dragon howled, as if it wished to smash the entire nine-furnace divine palace deep into the ground. The great array guarding the nine-furnace divine palace violently shook, but it was far from shattering. This protective array formation represented the glory and majesty of the strongest divine kingdom. With 10 divine sea powerhouses managing it, it was able to forcefully resist the combined attacks of over 50 divine sea powerhouses. In Lin Ming's opinion, in order to break through the array, they would need to at least increase the power of the attack by 30 to 40%. But everyone here had already used their complete strength. How could there be room for improvement? Damn, with these people managing the array formation, the power has increased several times over. Wanting to break through it in a single try is too difficult. Veins were sticking out on Li Yuxiao's face. Even when using 120% of their strength, they still weren't able to break through the 9-furnace Divine Palace's protective array, and now anxiousness began creeping in his heart. Fairy Snow Gale, Yang Qinglin, you were both part of the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom to begin with. Do you know what weakness the 9-furnace Divine Palace's great array has? Fairy Snow Gale was inevitably an outsider, even though her family clan was subordinate to the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom. However, Yang Qinglin was part of the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom's royal family. He knew the exact situation of the 9-furnace Great Array. He said with a true essence sound transmission, "This Great Array formation is almost without flaw." The 9-furnace Divine Palace's Great Array formation is powered by 9 top-grade heaven-step furnaces that combine together to suppress all power. These 9 furnaces have been tempered for such a long time that they have reached the peak, nearly qualifying as saint artifacts. With the 9 furnaces combined, the overall power will increase dozens of times. You can only break through using external strength. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Ming, wanting to see what plan Lin Ming had this time. But he saw that Lin Ming was no longer attacking, and his eyes were shut, as if he were deep in thought. This caused him to feel distressed. He knew that Lin Ming had a nearly unparalleled understanding of array formations. But at this critical point, when over 50 divine sea powerhouses were attacking with everything they had, they could only continue this barrage for another half an incense stick of time. Could Lin Ming be planning on thoroughly understanding this great array formation during that brief period of time and breaking through it? It had to be known that this sort of protective array formation was nearly unsolvable to begin with. It was part of the characteristics of all protective arrays formations. It was not like killing arrays, illusion arrays, caging arrays, or other such array formations that had methods in which they could be cracked apart. Moreover, the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom had existed for so many years that they had strength close to a 6th-grade sect. For all these tens of thousands of years, they managed to produce countless chosen prides of the heavens. Although they were all inferior to Lin Ming, their knowledge still accumulated over the generations. How could the 9-furnace Divine Palace's great array formation they laid down possibly be solved by Lin Ming in just half an incense stick of time? He wanted to remind Lin Ming of this, but he found that Lin Ming had sealed away his divine sense and was in a completely engrossed state. He became even more jittery. At this time, from within the Divine Palace, Sidubonin madly laughed. If you think that you can break through this 9-furnace great array, then keep on dreaming. You might not know this, but Great Emperor Yangyun is currently cultivating his supernatural powers deep within the 9-furnace Divine Palace. After another half an hour, he'll finish his cultivation and leave seclusion. When he comes out, he'll slaughter you all like chickens and pigs. The 9-furnace Divine Palace's great array heart had 9 furnaces to stabilize the array. On Sidubonin's side, there were a total of 10 people. 9 of them were managing the divine furnaces. That was enough to resist the combined attack of 50-some divine sea powerhouses. As for Sidubonin himself, he poured his energy into his voice to speak, to spread his nefarious messages to everyone. His words clearly reached everyone's ears as he tried to ruin their morale. And indeed, if Sidubonin managed to destroy these divine sea powerhouses Morales, and also buy enough time for Yang Yu to recuperate his wounds and complete his supernatural powers, they would really be defeated. He wanted them all to believe from the depths of their hearts that resistance was futile. Of the over 50 divine sea powerhouses, the youngest of them was several hundred years old. They had seen and experienced many great storms and tribulations in their lives, and normally they wouldn't be fooled by Situbonen's words. However, the power and influence that Yang Yun gathered these past years was far too big. It formed a shadow that covered their hearts, making them unable to resist him. Moreover, they had no way to determine whether or not Situbonen's words were true or false. Because of this, many of them faltered, their fighting spirit shaking, causing a seed of fear to appear within them. As this seed of fear was planted, it caused their striking power and momentum to immediately weaken by 20%. As Li Yuxiao saw this, he was overwrought with dismay. Sage Lin Ming's eyes were shut, and he remained unmoved by what was happening around him. At this time, his perception was clearly concentrated on the 9-furnace Great Array. In his mind, the Great Array was reduced to countless lines, like a spherical spider web. Each silk thread of this web was made of energy, that was the backbone of the energy structure, and also the most solid parts of the 9-furnace Great Array's protective barrier. Even if Lin Ming was skilled in a variety of divine realm array formations, it was impossible to solve the 9-furnace Great Array and break through it in such a short time. A protective array was different from killing arrays, caging arrays, or illusion arrays. Of the latter three, in order to cage someone, kill someone, or bring someone under illusion, they all required that the person step into them, thus producing the possibility that someone could break out. But for a protective array, it was to keep all enemies outside. And all central mechanism of an array formation were located within. Wanting to break through is easier said than done. However, although Lin Ming was unable to find a method to resolve the 9-furnace Great Array, he could actually rely on his understanding of array formations and also the fierce barrage of over 50 divine sea powerhouses to find traces of a gap. The combined attack of over 50 divine sea powerhouses couldn't be underestimated. Even if it were Yang Yun, if he were struck by this attack, he would turn to ash. Of course, this all depended on whether or not they could hit him, and also if they could survive to do it. These divine sea powerhouses had a limited cultivation. It was impossible for them to collectively strike Yang Yun. But with such a powerful attacking colliding with the unmoving 9-furnace Great Array, the energy barrier still violently shook, causing tiny, nearly imperceptible gaps to appear. Within Lin Ming's perception vision, he could clearly see every weak spot in the barrier where the energy lines were thin, even on the verge of collapse. I found it. There are a total of 12 cracks. Lin Ming's eyes shot open. In that moment, his eyes were like a divine thunderbolt that fell onto the 9-furnace Great Array. As Situbonen met Lin Ming's eyes, he had an illusion that his soul was extinguished. This brat, Humph, who cares how sharp your eyes are? What's so scary about you? Although I'm far from being your match, you're still outside the Great Array. What can you possibly do to me? As Situbonen thought of this, he became much more energetic. Lin Ming, Great Emperor Yang Yun will soon leave seclusion. That moment will be your death knell. I'll suck out your divine soul and marrow to take revenge for the Azura divine kingdom. Is that right? Lin Ming derisively smiled. His smile seemed to contain chilling winds from the 9 nether abyss, making all who looked at him feel inexplicably frightened as their hearts skipped a beat. In the next moment, an alluring red lotus slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming. The entire sky began to reflect a gorgeous red glow. Such a phenomenon actually faintly overshadowed the radiant light caused by the combined attack of over 50 divine sea powerhouses. Heavenly demon martial intent, grand miss space. Lin Ming clearly enunciated every word, his voice cold and indifferent. At this time, his voice resounded between the heavens and earth like the solemn judgment of a divine god. Suddenly, the prime emperor force field came enveloping down. With the support of the grand mist battle spirit, it completely swallowed up the 9-furnace Great Array. This anomaly stunned all the martial artists present. Situbonen's heart shivered. nearly feeling as if his divine soul had fallen into illusion. What is that red lotus? Sitabonin only needed to glance at the red lotus to feel as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. As he looked at the martial artists beside him, all of them were alarmed, like they had encountered some horrifying monster. Chapter 939, Complete Massacre. Chapter 939, Complete Massacre. Break. Lin Ming roared out. The Grand Miss Space had the power to swallow all laws. However, even then one needed the energy to support it. Lin Ming's current boundary was insufficient, so it was impossible to reach a degree where he could swallow the entire 9-furnace Great Array. This was an ultra-protection array that even the combined attack of 50 divine sea powerhouses couldn't break. It represented the pinnacle of array formation achievements in the Sky Spill continent. However, if it were just the 12 cracks in the 9-furnace Great Array, where the energy lines were weak and shallow, Lin Ming could actually break through them. CSISI. The heavenly demon martial intent divided into 12 streams that rushed towards the 12 cracks in the 9-furnace Great Array. In that moment, there were no powerful energy collisions, no dazzling divine lights, and no earth-shaking bangs. The 12 cracks silently disintegrated. The 9-furnace Great Array was an array formation that contained the 5 central elements, gathering all elements as one. The power was incomparable, but in the face of the Grand Miss Space that negated all laws, even such an array formation was suppressed. Every tiny spot that disintegrated was formed by countless tiny energy seals and formed a complex energy backbone, similar to a spider web. And like a spider web, every space between the energy lines that disintegrated was only the size of a grain of rice, let alone a human being. Even a fly would have trouble passing through them. As long as this gap was created, no matter how small it was, an invisible and intangible force field could pass through. Lin Ming shouted out. The heavenly demon force field divided into 12 streams and flooded into the 9-furnace Great Array, surging towards Sitabonin and the others. Lin Ming didn't have the ability to rip apart the 9-furnace Great Array, but if he could kill the divine sea powerhouses inside that were managing the 9 stabilizing divine furnaces, the 9-furnace Great Array's power would weaken by over 50%. At that time, breaking this large array wouldn't be difficult anymore. What? At this time, Sitabonin could clearly feel a vast and boundless, extremely terrifying energy pour down over him. This sort of feeling was like a mortal witnessing a great volcano erupting and watching as a trillion genes of lava rained down on them. Damn, what power is this? He can actually break into the 9-furnace Great Array? Let's defend this little beast's attack together, then repair the 9-furnace Great Array. Sitabonin hysterically shouted. The other 9 divine sea powerhouses didn't dare to delay. They temporarily withdrew the energy they were pouring into the divine furnaces to resist the heavenly demon force field. However, the heavenly demon force field was a transcendent, divine, might-level ability. It was the capital that Empyrean Primordius relied on to walk unhindered in the boundless universe. Even if Lin Ming could only display the tiniest amount of its prestige, it was still more than enough to massacre divine sea martial artists. Death. Lin Ming waved his hand, his voice cold to the extreme. This aura was similar to the fabled Yama of hell, a lord who was able to sentence all to life and death with but a single brushstroke. Bang! Grand Miss Space erupted within the 9-furnace Great Array. The 5 deep-sea powerhouses that bore the brunt of this attack trembled. The protective true essence around their bodies melted like snow under the sun, disappearing as it entered the Grand Miss Space. Disintegrate all rules, decompose all energy. This was the Chaos Grand Mist. How is this possible? The several deep sea powerhouses were bewildered, horrified. They used their ultimate trump cards to resist this energy. Even if they were weaker, they wouldn't be shocked if their true essence exploded in a shower of sparks before it disappeared. But they never thought that it would disappear without a trace, slowly dissipating into nothingness. This was the first time they had ever seen something like this. How could they not be panicking? However, this horror only lasted for less than the blink of an eye. The grand mist space covered them, after which the 5 emperor-level-deep sea powerhouses felt their protective true essence shatter. Their clothes, skin, muscles, meridians, bones, everything began to crumble down before turning into dust that disappeared into the wind. This was a complete and total annihilation. As everyone witnessed this, their eyes turned round, let alone those with Sitabonin. Even those 50-plus divine sea powerhouses standing on Lin Ming's side felt a cold chill crawl up their spines and their palms to turn slick with sweat. It was natural for Lin Ming to defeat a divine sea powerhouse. Even instantly killing a divine sea powerhouse wasn't a surprise. But when separated by the 9-furnace Great Array, and also dozens of miles away, to easily kill 5 divine sea powerhouses, and with one of them even being at the middle divine sea realm, this was truly terrifying. If Lin Ming could accomplish that, that also meant that he could take any of their lives with but a thought. Even if they were separated by dozens of miles, the result would be the same. Even with a great protective array between them, none of that would matter. This sort of supernatural power already surpassed their scope of understanding. Moreover, these 5 died in the most miserable way. Their death crept up on them silently and rapidly. A cruel death wasn't even enough to describe it. This was true annihilation. They quietly dissipated into nothingness. Even their bones and energy left this world. In that silence, to watch the ghastly scene of 5 divine sea powerhouses turn into trillions of motes of dust, that was truly a fearful matter. And from start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't moved at all. Besides an enchanting red lotus blossoming behind him, he hadn't even lifted a hand. This scene was truly hair-raising. What sort of cultivation method did this supernatural power come from? How is this possible? How Sitabonin's eyes were like full moons. He was well aware that the only reason he hadn't died just now was because Lin Ming hadn't aimed at him, but instead killed the 5 other divine sea powerhouses. Otherwise, he would have died already, his fate the same as the dead. With just a thought, he had killed them from dozens of miles away, treating the 9-furnace Great Array like it was nothing at all. He was simply a demonic monster. Run. This was the only thought of the survivors. None of them had the courage to face the monstrous Lin Ming. Run away. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a cruel sneer. He only killed 5 first because he didn't have full assurance he could kill all 10 divine sea powerhouses at once. But now that he had killed off half of them, killing the other half was that much easier. Grand Miss Space, massacre. Energy erupted from Lin Ming's body. The heavenly demon martial intent surged out like a light-speed tsunami, rapidly swallowing up the 5 fleeing divine sea martial artists. Ah! Sitabonin emitted a miserable wail. He was the weakest, and also at the last years of his life. He fell, and was the first to be swallowed up by the heavenly demon martial intent. Pung! With a light sound, Sitabonin's protective true essence directly shattered. He watched helplessly as the grand Miss Space disintegrated his legs, his torso, his arms, and then his neck. Within the grand Miss Space, his old flesh fell off like dead and dry bark. Blood poured out, his meridians shattered. Everything silently turned to dust. Nothing was more frightening than watching his own body dissipate like dust. No, new. Sitabonin cried out with one last unwilling roar, before he was completely swallowed by the grand Miss Space. Everyone watched as he futilely struggled before finally being decomposed into nothingness. Just like Sitabonin, the other 4 divine sea powerhouses weren't able to escape either. They were sucked into the grand mist space one at a time. With despairing cries, their protective true essence shattered, and their bodies crumbled apart. From the point that Lin Ming managed to break into the nine-furnace Great Array, he had only taken several breaths of time to kill 10 divine sea martial artists. He hadn't even taken half a step, easily slaughtering them all. To kill with just a thought. This was the majesty of a true death god, the executioner of life and death. Sage Lin. At some unknown time, the 50-some divine sea powerhouses seemed to unanimously agree to halt their attacks. What happened just now was no different from a dream to them. Those 10 divine sea powerhouses were not random minions, but supreme elders at similar levels of power. But facing Lin Ming, none of them had the ability to resist. If they were in their place, they would have encountered a similar fate. To face someone who could kill them by just lifting a finger, they certainly felt a heavy pressure. Sage Ling's supernatural powers are peerless. I didn't think that you'd be able to contend with Yang Yun, but now I see that my judgment and experiences are shallow. Sage Heaven Mirror sighed as he watched Lin Ming, his voice full of respect and awe. He was renowned as the god of divination, but even he couldn't imagine that Lin Ming possessed such strength. Lin Ming shook his head. The reason I was able to kill those 10 divine sea martial artists is because I used a special martial skill. Although I didn't move, the truth is that I was attacking with my complete strength. It wasn't as easy as you think it was. Otherwise, I would have killed those 10 divine sea masters together instead of killing 5 first, and then the other 5. It wasn't easy for Lin Ming to galvanize the grand mist space. He had to display his complete strength, and if he were to drive the grand mist space to the limit, he wouldn't have any remaining energy to use martial skills. But although he said that when others saw this scene, what they witnessed was that Lin Ming killed others from dozens of miles away, with just a thought, not even moving to do it. All right, everyone. Now that the 10 divine sea powerhouses that were managing the 9-furnace Great Array are dead, that is the same as a tiger losing their teeth and claws. Let's attack together and shatter that barrier. Although Lin Ming's heavenly demon martial intent could dissolve the 9-furnace Great Array to a certain extent, he wasn't able to completely destroy it. To do that, he required the strength of the others. Okay. 50-plus divine sea powerhouses attacked again with everything they had. Dozens of light beams gathered at an array disk, condensing into a rainbow dragon that howled towards the 9-furnace Great Array. Bang! The Great Array violently trembled. Everything within 1,000 miles was completely razed to the ground by the tyrannical energy. Luckily, the 9-furnace divine palace symbolized the absolute majesty and glory of the divine kingdom and didn't allow mortals or martial artists to live nearby. Otherwise, this battle would have cost countless lives. After the 9-furnace Great Array lost the support of 10 divine sea powerhouses, it wasn't able to withstand the massive joint attack. The energy barrier trembled more and more, and then with a loud caw-caw-caw sound, a great crack finally appeared. As soon as one crack appeared, more cracks rapidly expanded outwards, spreading through the entire array. With a long explosion, the 9-furnace Great Array completely collapsed. This was the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom's highest array formation that represented the total accumulation of tens of thousands of years. If there were enough divine sea powerhouses overseeing it, then even the joint attack of 100 divine sea powerhouses along with the highest under the heavens wouldn't have been able to break it. When Yang Yun was at the Temple of Marvels, he had suppressed the many divine sea powerhouses with lightning speed, then killed Yang Laotian and Guyahua afterwards. Only due to that was his plan able to progress smoothly. Otherwise, if Yang Laotian holed up in the 9-furnace divine palace for dozens of years, then Yang Yun would have had a big headache. Chapter 940, Fighting Yang Yun. Chapter 940, Fighting Yang Yun. With the nine-furnace great array shattered, the nine-furnace divine palace was completely exposed to the barrage of over 50 divine sea masters. The massive divine palace extended over several hundred miles. There were glorious jade palaces and beautiful lake pagodas, both looking like heaven on earth. But now, everything would have to bear a devastating disaster. Everyone, please show mercy. The nine-furnace divine palace houses a great number of my nine-furnace divine kingdom's disciples and clansmen. They're all innocent. Yang Yun is currently residing in the deepest minor dimension within the nine-furnace divine palace. It'll be good as long as we can break into that area. As Fairy Snow Gale and Yang Qinglin saw everyone's attacks about to fall onto the nine-furnace divine palace, they quickly called out to stop them. They were part of the nine-furnace divine kingdom, and certainly didn't hope to see the innocent disciples slaughtered. You two are right. Lin Ming raised his hand, calling a stop to the attacks. He swept out with his divine sense, locking onto the position of the minor dimension in the blink of an eye. There it was, a red pagoda with a blood-red light that soared into the skies. Without a doubt, that was where Yang Yun was hiding. There was nowhere else he could be. If you don't want to come out, then I'll make you. Lin Ming waved his hand, and the great desolate blood halberd jumped into his hands. On the blood halberd, thunder and fire energy twisted together, sending out a dazzling light like a birthing sun. Penetrating rainbow. Lin Ming struck down with the halberd. It was like a river of stars dropping down from the nine heavens, splitting apart the sky. A titanic power of thunder and flames wove together, and within, two faint Tao diagrams appeared. They were red and purple. For a post-celestial Tao diagram to appear during a martial skill attack, this was an ability that Lin Ming gained after breaking through to the fifth stage of life destruction and having the Tao traces engraved into his revolving core. Only when one's understanding of the world's laws reached an extremely high boundary would this sort of phenomenon occur. These Tao diagrams would be naturally formed, representing the operational rules of source energy. Post-celestial Tao diagram. All of the divine sea powerhouses were individuals with great amounts of experience. They were able to understand just what the Tao diagrams appearing behind Lin Ming meant at a glance. This is incredible. Just a casual attack already contained a Tao diagram, and moreover 2 Tao diagrams at that. This sort of boundary has already surpassed my comprehension. I've heard rumors that when the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor used the Sword of Judgment, a purple Tao diagram would form behind him. But that was only one Tao diagram. Lin Ming has 2 Tao diagrams, and they seem to represent thunder and fire. At the 5th stage of life destruction, Lin Ming has already surpassed the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor. As the penetrating rainbow shot out, the world paled. This was Lin Ming's self-created martial skill, although its level of finesse couldn't compare to the supernatural powers possessed by those in the divine realm. It was most suited for him, a martial skill tailored to his strengths. Bang! Thunderfire energy crashed down like an avalanche. A long piercing cry emitted from the deepest parts of the nine-furnace divine palace. A giant blood diagram emerged from the ground to welcome the penetrating rainbow. The thunder and fire Tao diagrams fused together, crashing into the blood diagram. The void shattered. The red pagoda deep within the nine-furnace divine palace was broken in half, completely destroyed. A demonic, red-clothed man slowly departed from the ruins. This man had 3 eyes. The third eye between his eyebrows seemed wrapped in red crystal, as if it weren't fully formed yet. This person was Yang Yun. He was tranquil as he looked indifferently at Lin Ming. There was neither joy nor anger on his face. Yang Yun, beside Lin Ming, as the other dozens of divine sea powerhouses saw Yang Yun appear, their eyes shrank, even if they had Lin Ming commanding them. even if they had so many of them gathered together. Now that they were truly coming face to face with Yang Yun, they felt their hearts shaking. This was the result of fame and momentum that had gathered over such a long period. This was just like a mortal facing a fierce tiger. Even if there was a warrior on their side able to compete with the tiger, they would also find it difficult to remain calm. No one could guarantee that this brave warrior would be able to block the tiger while also keeping them safe and sound. Among them, only Lin Ming was calm and poised as he faced Yang Yun. Yang Yun, it's been nearly 4 years since we've last crossed paths. Time flies by far too quickly. Nearly 4 years? Ha! Haven't you been hiding from me for these last 4 years? I do have to admire you, though. Your strength has truly risen too quickly, and your battle spirit has also nearly reached the gold level. How else would you have been able to erase all my tracing marks in just several breaths of time? Yang Yun's eyes shined with a cold light, just as his cultivation method was reaching completion. Lin Ming had chosen that most critical time to disturb him, causing him to fail, and even causing his soul to be damaged. He nearly fell into madness, and the ancient devil he had swallowed couldn't be suppressed for a brief moment, causing it to regain consciousness. Because of that, he had nearly lost his own identity and mind. How could Yang Yun not be furious? Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yun, seeming as if he could see through him. He shook his head. I'm still very far from possessing a gold battle spirit. A gold battle spirit and a silver battle spirit were fundamentally different. A silver battle spirit was sharp and able to strengthen the attack of a martial artist, but it ultimately couldn't directly impact the combat strength of a martial artist. It was like icing on the cake. But a gold battle spirit was different. Once one had a gold battle spirit, their will would be so powerful that they could directly project their world of will into reality, affecting the real world. Lin Ming, you're marvelous. You hid from me for years, and yet you managed to choose the best time to challenge me. Destiny has truly gathered in your body. It seems that for these past 4 years, you've had another series of fortuitous encounters. Lin Ming slowly said, my destiny is accumulated over time. Through victories, through escaping dangers, I have inscribed my will to win and valiant spirit into my bones. I did this without wetting myself with karma, and also by resolving my fatality with the world. Naturally, I'd have a great destiny on my body. However, your sins are far too heavy. You imprisoned your father, and even killed your own great-grandfather. Everything you've done will inevitably become shackles of fate that lock you down. Moreover, my so-called fortuitous encounters aren't fortuitous encounters at all. They're placed there for all who can obtain them to obtain them. For me to do is the result of my strength. Lin Ming raised the great desolate blood halberd and pointed the halberd blade towards Yang Yun's head. The death god force field, an Azura force field, invisibly spread outwards, as everyone was surrounded by this killing intent that was so thick it nearly condensed into reality. They couldn't help but retreat to a safe distance. A battle of this level already surpassed the limits of their strength. Beneath Yang Yun's steps, a crimson blood diagram appeared as he extracted a blood-red sword from his spatial ring. With the blood diagram beneath his feet and a sword in his right hand, he swiped his left hand against the blade, leaving a line of blood. This was the greatest and most important battle of his life. It was time for him to fight with everything he had. Lin Ming, you truly deserve to be called the most outstanding talent the Sky Spill continent has seen in the last 100,000 years. But even so, you'll still lose to me. Yang Yun directed his sword at the world, his words containing a noble aura that looked down at all others with contempt. He was like the king of the heavens and earth. However, Lin Ming only laughed as he heard Yang Yun's words. Yang Yun's complexion turned a tad colder. What are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing at you. You've been injured, and were even forced to use an arcane ability to suppress your wounds. You even had to smear your blood essence onto your blade. To use the strength of your blood essence will cost you your lifespan. You've actually injured yourself just to put on such an act. You appear as if you're filled with confidence, but all you are is a bragging faker. Lin Ming's voice was light, as if he were casually conversing. But as his words fell upon Yang Yun's ears, Yang Yun felt his heart shake. This damned brat. How did he see I was injured? Using the great blood refining art, Yang Yun had sacrificed 300 years of his life in order to suppress his injuries. This couldn't be seen on the surface, but Lin Ming had somehow managed to see through everything. How could he not be shocked by this? It felt as if everything he did was within Lin Ming's control. How was this possible? Could he have calculated the time I would be wounded after he erased my battle spirit marks? Or does he have some divination high master assisting him from behind? No, that's impossible. Lin Ming's sudden words could be called a psychological attack, even though Yang Yun tried not to show his emotions. He was actually tricked by Lin Ming's words, causing the unwavering belief he had in emerging victorious to slightly shake. Just as a brief gap appeared in Yang Yun's thoughts, Lin Ming suddenly rushed forwards. Behind him, a blood-red prime emperor lotus flower bloomed. Grand Miss Space came shrouding down from the skies with irresistible force. In this life or death battle, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't care about showing a gentleman's fairness or honesty. Killing Yang Yun was the only goal. Humph. So you wanted to use your words to affect my mentality and ambush me. Your plan is calculated quite well, but this only proves that you do not have full assurance to defeat me. Blood array diagram. Explode. Yang Yun waved his hands, and the blood array diagram underneath his feet shot towards Lin Ming. As it neared him, it suddenly detonated. Lin Ming smashed the great desolate blood halberd onto the array diagram, causing his offensive rush to be slowed. After Lin Ming took the initiative, Yang Yun was only able to sacrifice his blood array diagram to delay his attack. Lin Ming, I'll let you experience the glorious majesty of the great blood refining art. The great blood refining art can refine all bloodlines in the world. As long as you possess a body of flesh and blood, you will be restrained by my supernatural powers. 6 paths of samsara, 8 ranks of demigods, blood pond of hell, refine. Yang Yun was covered by a blood-red light that soared to the heavens. His long red hair crazily flew into the air. Behind him, a blood-red scroll appeared. On it were drawn images of countless lives, and every single life was in immeasurable pain. The great 10 torture methods of the world were there. Shearing the nose, gouging the eyes, hot pillar, fried by oil, death by dismemberment, and the others. Not only that, but there were also the 18 hells, the black rope hell, tongue-slitting hell, inferno hell, iceberg hell, and so on. Every pain imaginable was represented within the picture scroll. Seas of blood reached the skies, and waves of blood tumbled about. One only needed to look at this picture scroll to feel an incomparable constraint in their hearts. If one had to completely concentrate on this picture scroll, they would even turn mad. Even though the 50-some divine sea masters were dozens of miles away, they simply didn't have the momentum to frontally face this picture scroll. Even so, they could feel the blood within their bodies heat up, boiling, as if all the blood within their body was being called away from them with an irresistible force. Their heartbeats quickened until it seemed as if it would burst out from their chests at any moment. What a strange supernatural power. It can summon the power of blood from within a person's body. If someone were to be wrapped in this scroll, they would probably be reduced to a puddle of blood in no time at all. The great blood refining art is truly worthy of its reputation. It can even directly refine life. These divine sea powerhouses were all experienced individuals. They only needed to look upon the aura of the picture scroll to sense how powerful it was. However, Lin Ming stood there, his arms crossed behind his back, placed within the divine realm. The great blood refining art could only be considered a decent supernatural ability. It wasn't anything too extraordinary. Most importantly, Yang Yun hadn't been able to cultivate it to completion yet. Chapter 941. Insight into Weakness. Chapter 941. Insight into Weakness. Blood refining diagram. Catch him? Yang Yun pointed his hand at Lin Ming, and the blood refining diagram expanded, becoming like an endless world capable of containing infinite life. It exuded a terrifying swallowing force, wanting to directly devour Lin Ming. The blood refining diagram surged, and the entire world shook. A tyrannical, cruel, and painful aura scattered outwards from the blood diagram scroll, turning into thoughts. These thoughts were hidden in the blood refining diagram, turning into agonizing beliefs that gathered together as one, finally turning into a blood-red flow of energy that fell down on Lin Ming. This ability of the great blood refining art attacked both the physical body and the divine soul. For a moment, a chilling wind blew through the world. The heavens and earth were dyed a deep red from the potent blood energy. The 50-some divine sea powerhouses rapidly retreated as they saw this. Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. From just this move alone, he could see that Yang Yun had reached 99% completion in the great blood refining art. The blood refining diagram was formed. All he had to do was fuse it into his body. Although this was only a single step, the difference between the two was like the clouds and mud. In the end, the great blood refining art was a divine realm cultivation method only useful up to the divine transformation realm. It was comparable to the great desolate halberd art in fierceness. After Lin Ming experienced so many top-level martial arts techniques, he simply didn't place the great blood refining art in his eyes. Purple lion thunder source, break it for me. Lin Ming's thoughts touched upon the heretical god Sprout. The purple lion thunder source came roaring out, crazily dashing forwards. At the same time, Lin Ming traced his spatial ring, and a purple thunder spear leapt into his hands. This was a weapon that Jiang Ziji had left behind in the extreme violet ring. Using this spear with thunder attribute cultivation methods would have a far more marvelous effect than using the great desolate blood halberd. Lin Ming lifted the purple thunder spear, fusing it with the purple lion thunder source. The power of thunder was the natural nemesis of ghosts and blood energy. Using it to resist the blood refining diagram was the most suitable action. The purple lion thunder source and the thunder spear combined into one, immediately transforming into a 10,000-foot-long thunder lion. The thunder lion emitted an earth-shaking roar as it shot towards the 10-mile radius blood refining diagram. Yang Yun's eyes flashed with a severe light. That is the power of a thunder source. A mere life-destruction martial artist like you was actually able to control a thunder source, the origin of thunder. Your destiny is simply monstrous and overwhelming. However, did you think you can rely on just the power of this thunder source to resist my great blood refining art? You're far too naive. My great blood refining art is a cultivation method that touches upon the blood source laws. It represents the peak of the concept of blood. After using it, it'll form a blood domain, creating a self-contained space where it can dominate the rules of the world. How can it possibly be broken by your thunder source? I'll now swallow your thunder source and take it as my own, using that power of thunder to temper my blood diagram. Yang Yun roared, and the 10,000 feet long purple lion was completely surrounded by the blood diagram. The Thunder Lion roared, but the area around it still turned a ghostly red. The blood domain was the creation of a separate space. Compared to Lin Ming's grandma space, it was like the faint glow of the stars against a bright full moon. But Yang Yun's cultivation was still at the peak of the early Divine Sea, just a step away from entering the Middle Divine Sea realm. When he displayed this blood domain, it was able to cast over the clouds and block out the sun, bringing with it an immense power. The blood domain wanted to suck up the purple lion thunder source's power and completely refine it. Thunder was the power of death, but also the power of life. If it were correctly applied, it could truly be used to temper the flesh and blood. If Yang Yun could integrate the purple lion thunder source into his own blood refining diagram, he would be able to strengthen the power of blood and enhance the diagram's power. As the purple lion thunder source was covered in the blood domain, it frantically moved left and right, but it still couldn't break free. At this moment, Lin Ming laughed. Peak of the concept of blood? When the word peak comes from your lips, it really is cheap. This is nothing more than a second-rate cultivation method. Moreover, you haven't even completed it yet. Let me show you just how I'll break it. Lin Ming shouted out, and energy erupted from within the heretical god Sprout. The first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates opened, and as the mystic lightning shade activated around his body, Lin Ming's speed instantly rose the limit. As Lin Ming stepped on golden rock shattering the void, he instantly vanished. He passed through space and appeared right in front of the blood domain. His white clothes were like snow, flapping in the strong winds. After reaching the 5th stage of life destruction and engraving the Tao diagrams into his revolving core, his aura was completely different from the past. His strength had risen to a new, higher level. Chasing thunder. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. His halberd thrust outwards, and a several 100-foot thick halberd light shot out, twined with endless red lightning. The halberd light followed the blood domain's energy fluctuations to the strongest point. Pung, with a shattering sound. This point was directly broken by Lin Ming. However, he didn't stop there. In just 1,000th of a second, he attacked a total of 12 times. These 12 attacks smashed into the strongest points of the blood domain, breaking them as they combined together. It actually created a resonating crack in the domain. Ka, 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 ka. With the sound of breaking glass, the blood domain, with these 12 spots as the focal points, completely shattered. A massive power of blood poured out from the crack, causing the nearby space to be riddled with holes. As for that blood refining diagram that gathered the blood of countless tortured lives, it was also torn apart. The blood refining diagram seemed to contain a life of its own. After it was torn apart, a vast amount of blood flowed out from it, like a collapsed dam. What? You broke through my blood domain? Yang Yun's eyes went fully round, his expression filled with incredulity and madness. The blood refining diagram had been torn apart by Lin Ming, and even the blood domain had disintegrated. The blood domain was connected to Yang Yun's own life essence. Although it could be reformed after shattering, it'd injure his fire of life, costing him at least several months of diligent training to recover. In particular, Yang Yun was now wounded and had to use an arcane technique to suppress his injuries at a cost of several 100 years of his life. He simply couldn't afford to be injured anymore. Most importantly, Lin Ming didn't use absolute strength to tear through the blood refining diagram. It was impossible for his strength to reach that degree. The only possibility was that Lin Ming completely understood the weaknesses of the blood domain. In that barrage of 12 attacks that had taken 1,000th of a second, he had attacked the 12 strongest points of the blood domain, crushing them to nothing. When the blood domain lost support of its energy backbone, it simply collapsed. How can this be? How is this possible? Yang Yun refused to accept this. He absolutely refused. This supernatural power of his had been assiduously cultivated for several years. In order to accomplish this, he accepted the universal hatred of the world and slaughtered a massive amount of vicious beasts, even slaying variation bloodline powerhouses to use them as sacrifices. But even with all he had done, the result was that Lin Ming instantly saw through all weaknesses. If the great blood refining art reached perfection, this weakness wouldn't exist. But Yang Yun hadn't managed to complete the great blood refining art yet. Even so, it was impossible for someone to break it apart in such a short period of time. This simply surpassed any sort of common sense. It was like Lin Ming had personally cultivated the great blood refining art, and also clearly understood all of its energy structures. Could it be? A thought suddenly cut through Yang Yun's mind. The only possible explanation was that Lin Ming had swallowed up the other 2/3 of the ancient devil's soul. Only like this would Lin Ming have been able to see the weaknesses of the great blood refining art and break through it. It was because he already knew all of it to begin with. The ancient devil tried to seize your body, but you swallowed its soul instead. Yang Yun's eyes shined with pure shock. With your mere life destruction cultivation, you swallowed that soul fragment without wiping out the ancient devil's spirit mark? You're a madman. Yang Yun had swallowed the ancient devil's soul because he was forced into a dead end. The ancient devil was residing in his spiritual sea to make use of him. If Yang Yun hadn't taken action, it was highly possible that the ancient devil would have swallowed him instead. He also needed the ancient devil's memories. But as for Lin Ming, he had such a great destiny on his body, and yet he took the near suicidal danger of swallowing the ancient devil's soul fragment and losing his personality? Was he insane? In that split second, Yang Yun didn't have time to further deliberate as to what happened. Lin Ming was already rushing towards him. Lin Ming was cold and expressionless. He indifferently said, "Yang Yun, what a coincidence. I too have a domain ability. Let me show you what a true domain is and what it means to represent the peak of laws." Behind Lin Ming, an enchanting red lotus slowly bloomed. This was the prime emperor lotus flower. As the prime emperor lotus flower appeared, it seemed as if it could cover the entire sky. The entire area within a range of 10 miles was covered in an endlessly chaotic energy, isolating all laws and all energies. Heavenly Demon Force Field, Grand Miss Space. Lin Ming's Grand Miss Space was countless times more profound than the blood domain. Even though he was only driving it with his 5th stage life destruction cultivation, it was still far more terrifying than the blood domain. Good. Well done, Lin Ming. In order to restrict me and understand my weaknesses, you ignored the danger of losing yourself to swallow the ancient devil's soul. I never imagined that you would do something like that. I was wondering just how you managed to see that I was suppressing my injuries with an arcane technique, and also how you managed to easily break through the spectral blood skylock array that I laid down at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. It seems that even if you don't practice my cultivation methods or array formations, you still have a deep understanding into all of them. Lin Ming disdainfully said, "Yang Yun, you really think too much of yourself. I've never seen you as my rival, only as a grinding stone that could help me grow. There is no way that I would do something that affects my future achievements just to defeat you. Grand Miss Space, cover him." Yang Yun was covered in the Grand Miss Space. The energy essence within his body, his flesh and blood, his soul, everything instantly came under the tremendous pressure of the Grand Miss Space. If he didn't revolve his bodily protective true essence to resist it, he would turn to ash in the next moment. Yang Yun coldly sneered, "Primordious martial intent. Humph! White Demon was right. You've really managed to comprehend the primordious martial intent. However, what a pity. The primordious martial intent needs someone at the Empyrean level, or at least at the World King level, in order to display its truly terrifying power. As for you, you're only able to display a millionth of the primordial martial intense power. Do you think that the higher level a cultivation method is, the mightier it is? If you cannot display its full power, then it's useless no matter how high-ranked in ability it is. My great blood refining art is different from what you know. It's a cultivation method that completely suits my current boundary, since you swallowed the ancient devil's memories. You should also be aware that within the great blood refining art, there is an all-out desperation ability. You have forced me to use it. The great blood refining art refined the blood essence of myriad creatures to fuse into the body. The blood refining diagram that Yang Yun used was formed from the blood essence of myriad creatures. This power came from the blood essence of myriad creatures and wasn't the strongest ability of the great blood refining art. The strongest aspect of the great blood refining art lay in the martial artists themselves. In other words, that was for a martial artist to combust the power of their own flesh and blood to fight. Chapter 942, Coiling Martial Divine Furnace. Chapter 942, Coiling Martial Divine Furnace. Yang Yun's expression was fierce. After fusing with the ancient devil's soul, he was no longer the temperate and chivalrous person he once was. He had truly become demonic. A bass roar rang out, and he stabbed his finger out. He aimed between his eyebrows and thrust downwards. Between Yang Yun's eyebrows was his third eye, the blood law eye. But now, Yang Yun had actually crushed this eyeball apart with his finger. Pung! The blood law eye that was wrapped in a crystalline layer suddenly burst apart. A faint trace of blood essence swelled forth, flowing dark crimson. To pierce through one's own eye required a ruthless resolve. Yang Yun's face twisted as his aura suddenly soared upwards. After the blood law eye was broken, the blood essence energy that dissipated from it was completely swallowed into Yang Yun's mouth. His body began to change, becoming larger and thicker. Dragon-like muscles wrapped around his body. From his back, red tentacles burst out, freely waving about. His skeleton and muscles were dyed with a bright blood red light as the red tentacles extended thousands of feet into the sky before they completely sunk into his body. Yang Yun's cultivation had infinitely approached the middle divine sea realm. It could even be said that he had managed to step into that realm for a brief period of time. He had to destroy the blood law eye and deplete the supernatural powers that he had arduously cultivated for so many years. Only then could he completely erupt with the energy of the great blood refining art, causing his great blood refining art to forcefully enter completion. If Yang Yun had cultivated the great blood refining art to the highest level, he wouldn't have been forced to this step. But he was severely wounded and was suppressing the injuries with an arcane technique. He now also knew that Lin Ming thoroughly comprehended all of his weaknesses. Moreover, he was covered in this grand mist space. Whether it was time, terrain, or individually, Yang Yun was in the worst state possible. If he didn't fight Lin Ming with every ounce of strength he had, he really would perish here. I destroyed my own blood law, ruining 3 years of my hard work just so I can have the power of blood in my body reach the limit. But if I can kill you, everything I've done will be worth it. To kill Lin Ming and obtain his secrets was Yang Yun's only chance of ascending and breaking past the divine sea, then the divine transformation, and then becoming an overlord of the divine realm. Yang Yun's talent by itself was nothing when placed within the endless universe. There were countless people like him, more people than there were grains of sand in the desert. And yet they all died on their road of martial arts. To them, reaching the peak of martial arts was only a dream. Yang Yun violently bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood turned into a blood rain that sprinkled down. The sky filled with the blood rain. Ghostly wails filled the air, as if a trillion ghosts were weeping through the heavens and earth. Slaughter Demon Blood Rain. That's a vicious and cruel martial skill within the great blood refining art. To use this move, you have to burn away your own blood essence and life force, costing 100 years of lifespan. Lin Ming's mind flashed. He knew every single one of Yang Yun's tricks from start to finish. Life was extremely precious to a martial artist. They would only use an ability that cost life at their most desperate moments. And now, Yang Yun was using such a martial skill to bet everything he had against Lin Ming. Every drop of the blood rain contained a primordial soul. This was from the countless beings that Yang Yun had killed to practice his great blood refining art, and it contained endless resentment. If this blood rain were able to invade the divine soul, it would make a person go crazy, falling into insanity until they died. The blood rain fell like a torrential storm, recklessly pouring into the grand mist space. The grand mist space annihilated all energy and annihilated the laws of all existences. This naturally included blood. With a sparking sound, drops of blood were burned away as the endless resentment was destroyed, vanishing into nihility. However, the grand mist space wasn't invincible. To keep up its annihilating strength also consumed Lin Ming's energy. As Yang Yun saw large traces of his blood rain being swallowed up, he didn't feel pained at all. He bit on his tongue once more and spat out 3 more masses of blood. These 3 masses of blood were each 100 years of his life. Combined with the previous mouthful of blood, Yang Yun had instantly burned away 400 years of his life. More and more blood rain appeared, flooding downwards, its momentum increasing every second. Finally, it became like a waterfall of blood pouring down from the heavens. As the blood rain poured down on the grand mist space, the grand mist space began to contract, shrinking more and more. As for Lin Ming, he felt energy rapidly depleting from his body. The grand mist space was powerful, but its consumption of energy was also equally terrifying. If it weren't Lin Ming, and instead a normal martial artist, let alone massacring divine sea powerhouses, merely attempting to activate the grand mist space would suck their body dry of energy. As the grand mist space was suppressed, Yang Yun felt his own strength returning to him, flooding back into him like a returning tide. At this time, after displaying arcane techniques without caring about the cost, he had finally restored his combat strength to the strongest point it had been so far. Ha ha ha! This is my greatest strength. Now, I'll show you just how strong I am. If it weren't for your villainous plot ruining my great blood refining art from reaching completion, I would have fought with you in such a condition in just a few months. But now, I've spent a total of 1,000 years of life in order to reach this state. A middle divine sea martial artist was far different from the life destruction martial artist. They would have 4,000 to 7,000 years of life. But when Yang Yun was young, in order to rapidly increase his strength, he had used secret demonic arcane skills under the supervision of the ancient devil, costing him 2,000 years of his life. Now he spent another 1,000 years of his life in a single go. His fires of life already begun diminishing. It was equal to him reaching middle age. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming and find some way to restore his life force, his potential would gradually fade away, and he would never be able to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. It could be said that Yang Yun had burned away every path to retreat. Yang Yun revolved his energy to the limits, erupting with the strength of a middle divine sea martial artist as he slashed out with his sword. With his 8th stage life destruction as a foundation in addition to all the resources of the ancient devils as well as the divine realm cultivation methods he had practiced, it was incomparable to what a martial artist from the Sky Spill continent could accomplish. He was even slightly superior to the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor from tens of thousands of years ago. Now, with an attack that contained his complete strength, the heavens and earth seemed to lose their luster. Wind and clouds vanished, and endless blood ponds from an azura hell seemed to appear in the world. Facing this strike, Lin Ming shouted out, Yang Yun, even if you burn away all of your life, all you have studied is a second-rate cultivation method from the divine realm. Even if you overturn the heavens, just how much strength can you display? As for me, I have two different transcendent divine mights. I cultivate dual body and essence. And I also possess a grand mist battle spirit. My background, my concepts, my will, everything I have is far from what the likes of you can compare with. You doing everything you can to defeat me only causes my blood to boil in excitement. Burn for me, blood of the ancient phoenix. A brilliant flaming red light burst out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, burning the heavens and earth. Behind him, the phantom of an ancient phoenix appeared and soared straight into the skies. Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd and thrust out. Even the slaughter blood energy on the halberd was burned away. Bang! With an earth-shaking explosion, Yang Yun's sword light was shattered by the great desolate blood halberd. But at this time, Yang Yun extracted a three-legged furnace from his spatial ring. This furnace was engraved with countless images, and among these images were an azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black turtle. These were the 4 different great saint beasts. This ancient furnace was stained with blood, as if it had passed through countless years. As Lin Ming saw this divine furnace, he didn't recall anything about it, but the surrounding 50-some divine sea powerhouses all changed complexions. That is the coiling martial divine furnace, the number 1 divine weapon of the sky spill continent. Yes, that is indeed the coiling martial divine furnace, the saint artifact used to stabilize the destiny of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. Its quality even surpasses the great desolate blood halberd and the complete demon emperor armor. It was originally in Yang Laotian's possession, but since he died, the coiling martial divine furnace naturally fell into Yang Yun's hands. I've heard rumors that this saint artifact weights 16 million genes. This is my first time seeing it. It's more accurate to say that this divine furnace hasn't appeared in the world for the last 5,000 years. There has never been an event dire enough for the 9-furnace divine kingdom to bring it out. As the coiling martial divine furnace appeared, Yang Yun used the power of blood to wrap around the furnace and bring it smashing down at Lin Ming. At 16 million genes. This furnace was nearly 4 times the weight of the great desolate blood halberd. And because it was refined by Yang Yun, he was able to freely control it with his thoughts and without the need to expend too much energy. This attack was similar to an ancient meteor crashing into the world. If an ordinary divine sea master were to be struck, their physical bodies would instantly turn to ash. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He completely opened the 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. After opening the 4 gates, his strength was still only at 2 million genes. It was simply not enough to counter the coiling martial divine furnace. But he still had his true essence, as well as his battle spirit. Grand Mist battle spirit, fuse. The silver-gray, spear-shaped battle spirit shot forth from his spiritual sea, and combined with the great desolate blood halberd. Lin Ming roared out, lifted his hand, and threw the great desolate blood halberd. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the blood halberd flew, space trembled like 10,000 thunderclaps exploding together. On one side was the 16 million gene divine furnace, and the other side was the 800,000 gene great desolate blood halberd. With both weapons flying at velocities that surpassed the speed of sound, just how terrifying would the collision be? Dang! The blood halberd smashed into the divine furnace, the sound of deafening thunder, and drums filled the air. As space collapsed several miles around, the coiling martial divine furnace suddenly trembled as it was bounced away. But the great desolate blood halberd also ricocheted backwards. One could see that a deep dent had appeared on the surface of the coiling martial divine furnace. This had clearly been left by the great desolate blood halberd. As for the great desolate blood halberd, it wasn't damaged too much. This was the power of a battle spirit, with the grand mist battle spirit supporting the great desolate blood halberd. It could be called indestructible. The coiling martial divine furnace was damaged. To use the 800,000 gene great desolate blood halberd to resist the two 16 million gene coiling martial divine furnace, the one that was actually damaged was the coiling martial divine furnace. As everyone saw this deep dent, they felt as though they were dreaming. This was unbelievable. The number one saint artifact of the Sky Spill continent, the founding treasure of the 9-furnace divine kingdom, the divine treasure that stabilized the destiny of the nation. Such a weapon was actually damaged? Just how terrifying had the impact been? In that split second, no one was able to respond properly. After Yang Yun threw out the coiling martial divine furnace, he didn't bother with it any further. He grasped his blood sword and flashed in front of Lin Ming, his sword blade snapping forth like a biting viper as it shot towards Lin Ming's throat. This sword pierced through the void, its speed reaching the extreme. Lin Ming coldly sneered and retreated backwards. With a flick of his right hand, a milky white thunderball appeared above his palm. This was the divine thunder that Lin Ming had picked up from the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. Chapter 943, Heaven Punishment, Divine Thunder. Chapter 943, Heaven Punishment, Divine Thunder. Yang Yun had never been planning on using the coiling martial divine furnace to grievously wound Lin Ming. It would have been enough, as long as he could use it to catch a glimmer of an opportunity. Although Yang Yun originated from the 9-furnace divine kingdom, he truly excelled at was the demonic cultivation methods obtained from the ancient devil. To Yang Yun, the 9-furnace divine kingdom's cultivation methods were far inferior in power to those of the ancient devil. The demonic cultivation methods that Yang Yun studied were not too useful in maximizing the movement and strength of the coiling martial divine furnace. Instead, what he specialized in was the demon blood sword in his hand that was refined from the divine realm's devil arts. In just the blink of an eye, Yang Yun stabbed out 1,000 times. These 1,000 sword strikes each seemed as if they cut through space and time. In that moment, endless waves of blood filled the sky. 1,000 crimson beams of light cut through the horizon like an army of blood dragons. The mountain range in a radius of 100 miles, as well as the array formations of the 9-furnace divine palace, and everywhere else were completely sliced apart by the sword strikes, reduced to smithereens. Although Fairy Snow Gale and the others had begun evacuating the 9-furnace divine kingdom's disciples, there was still a massive number of 9-furnace divine kingdom's disciples that died a horrible death under the terrifying sword lights. Even some weaker divine sea powerhouses had their protective true essence sliced apart by the sword light, causing their blood to tumble and surge in their bodies. As everyone saw this, they had no choice but to rapidly withdraw, their minds filled with shock and alarm. The 9-furnace divine palace's strongest array formation was the Grand Protective Array, but there were also numerous array formations within, and now the majority of them were split apart by Yang Yun. Aside from some specialized protective array formations within the palace, nearly everything had been turned to fine powder. 1,000 sword strikes blocked all paths for Lin Ming to dodge. They pointed inwards and thrust towards him. I know that you have some strange movement technique that has space laws fused in, nearly allowing you to teleport and giving you unparalleled speed, but my 1,000 swords can cut apart the power of space. Without the power of space under your control, I want to see how you'll step your way out of there. Yang Yun rapidly shouted out. Lin Ming had already thrown away the great desolate blood halberd. He didn't choose to retrieve it, instead taking 2 spears from the extreme violet ring, one red and one purple. The red spear was the service weapon he obtained from time-worn Phoenix City. Although the rank wasn't too high, it was a solid weapon. As for the purple spear, that was the weapon of the Electric Violet Kirin clan, part of Jiang Ziji's collection. Lin Ming grabbed the two spears. Behind him, a red and a purple Tao diagram appeared. Highly compressed thunder and fire energy violently surged out from the heretical god Sprout, penetrating rainbow. Thunder and fire twisted together. All sound between the heavens and earth was swallowed up. The glory of this thunder fire welcomed the 1,000 sword lights. An intense collision occurred. Thousands of massive fissures appeared in the ground, each of them hundreds or even thousands of feet long. After the range of the Grand Mist Space was suppressed by the Slaughter Demon Blood Rain, the power of Yang Yun's cultivation method was actually overshadowed by Lin Ming's. Nearly all of the sword lights shattered, but the remnants began to slice through Lin Ming's curtain of thunderfire, falling down onto him. At this moment, several gentle glowing balls of light appeared. They were white, purple, gold, and other colors, some as large as a walnut, and some as large as a fist. Underneath the camouflage of the endless curtain of thunderfire, they silently maneuvered through the sword lights and appeared in front of Yang Yun. What's this? Yang Yun was startled. These balls of light in front of him had their energies restrained. He couldn't feel how powerful they were, but if they were able to break through the net of his sword light and arrive in front of him, they certainly weren't ordinary. Moreover, in Yang Yun's eyes, Lin Ming was an extremely tricking and cunning young man. There was no way he would use any useless supernatural abilities. Without even thinking about it, Yang Yun drew back. He didn't want to touch these 7 balls of light. However, as Yang Yun was retreating, the 7 balls of light struck together. Even the massive explosion of light from penetrating rainbow striking the sword lights was swallowed up. In the surrounding space, everything turned utterly black, making it impossible to even see your own fingers. All light was completely swallowed up without anything remaining. A purple light flickered. A purple sun suddenly appeared in the world. Every single ray of divine light that this purple sun emitted were like heavenly swords that were thousands of miles long, piercing through the world. These balls of light were the divine thunder that Lin Ming obtained from the 1,000-mile thunder dominion in the skies above the 8,000-mile black swamp. The 100-mile thunder dominion was a true absolute life forbidden zone. Even after Lin Ming had broken into the 5th stage of life destruction and swallowed up the purple lion thunder source, and even with his thunder spirit body, and even with the support of the heretical god Sprout, there was just no way for him to truly enter the 100-mile thunder dominion. The lightning and magnetic god trees there could easily reduce him to ashes. The entire 100-mile thunder dominion was a massive array formation laid down by an Empyrean-level character from the divine realm and used to seal away an ancient existence that seemed to be a god beast. The reason there was infinite thunder in the skies above the 8,000-mile black swamp, and the reason the Sea of Miracles was called the Ocean of Endless Storms, was because of this massive thunder attribute array formation. As for these thunderballs, they were obtained from that thunder attribute array formation. Even if the power of that entire array formation was nothing more than a drop in the ocean, it was still the power of an Empyrean-level character. The might of these thunderballs was boundless. As that purple sun erupted, the entire world shivered. It was like the planet that the sky-spill continent was on wasn't able to withstand such a divine might. How's this possible? This is Empyrean Thunder Punishment's Heaven Punishment Divine Thunder. How could you possibly have obtained this strength? Yang Yun shouted out in panic. 100,000 years ago, in that great divine war, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had been one of the participants and also an opponent of Empyrean Primordius. The ancient devil had been part of the army that stood on Empyrean Thunder Punishment's side. He was naturally clear as to what power Empyrean thunder punishment held. Of course, compared to an existence on the level of Empyrean thunder punishment, the ancient devil was only a tiny ant, but he had once clearly seen the heaven punishment divine thunder that blanketed the entire world. In his life, how could he ever forget such an apocalyptic scene? Yang Yun had swallowed the ancient devil's soul, so he naturally remembered what the true power of the heaven punishment divine thunder was like. Even the tiniest insignificant speck of heaven punishment divine thunder would have an incomparably terrifying explosive power. The current Yang Yun was far weaker than the ancient devil of the past. Facing this terrifying thunder light, the layers upon layers of blood fog that Yang Yun used to protect himself was burned away to nothingness. He even felt as if his own fires of life were pierced by the thunder light. Puff! Yang Yun violently vomited a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Although he managed to avoid 70% of the heaven punishment divine thunder strength, he was still injured by the remaining explosive shockwaves of the heaven punishment divine thunder detonating. You obtained heaven punishment divine thunder from the Sea of Miracles? That's impossible. Although there really is a massive amount of heaven punishment divine thunder in the skies above the Sea of Miracles, it's impossible for the likes of you to control it. How could you possibly control this strength? Yang Yun found this impossible to accept. He had inherited the ancient devil's memories. He was well aware of the situation above the skies in the Sea of Miracles. But no matter how much heaven punishment divine thunder there was, no matter how many magnetic god trees there were, or even if there were several thousand dragon trapping cables there, it was impossible for him to ever take any of these treasures. He would be exterminated by the divine thunder. But now, this strength was controlled by Lin Ming, and Lin Ming's boundary was even lower than his own. I already said that I have more than one transcendent divine might. My second transcendent divine might can control the power of thunder and fire. You can die in peace now. Lin Ming's voice directly reached Yang Yun's ears. He didn't fear telling Yang Yun this, because in his eyes, Yang Yun was already a dead man standing. He took advantage of the moment when Yang Yun was severely wounded to start his attack, and he even used the power of the heaven punishment divine thunder. Moreover, Lin Ming had a complete understanding into all of Yang Yun's weaknesses. In this situation, how could Yang Yun ever escape Lin Ming? Heavenly demon martial intent, exterminate. Lin Ming cried out, revolving his true essence to the limit. The prime emperor lotus flower began to bloom behind him once again. The lotus petals rose like liquid flames. The grand mist space expanded out once again. Without the suppression of the slaughter demon blood rain, Lin Ming was able to display the full strength of the grand mist space. If Yang Yun wanted to resist Lin Ming's grand mist space again, he would have to expend several hundred more years of his life. Even if Yang Yun had an 8th stage life destruction divine sea realm cultivation, he didn't have the capital to burn away so much of his life. Otherwise, he would flicker out like a lamp without oil. Bang! Yang Yun was enveloped in the grand mist space. His strength, his true essence. Everything began to rapidly melt and diminish due to the power of chaos. With a hissing sound, 30% of Yang Yun's protective true essence was already consumed, and his energy was quickly weakening. Primordious martial intent, heaven punishment divine thunder. You actually managed to obtain the strength of 2 Empyreans at the same time. I refuse this. I am unwilling. Yang Yun cried out. He bit on his tongue once again, causing a rain of blood to fall down. Slaughter demon blood rain. Yang Yun's eyes had already turned blood red. It had to be known that Yang Yun's fires of life had already reached the point of decline. He had even been severely wounded, and was only able to suppress it with an arcane technique. Even so, he had no choice but to use the slaughter demon blood rain once more. He overdrew his life, seeming as if he would die at any moment. Oh, endless blood clouds formed in the skies, and a rain of blood flooded the world. The slaughter demon blood rain suppressed the grand Miss Space once again. However, Lin Ming only coldly smiled. Yang Yun, a middle divine sea powerhouse, only has 4,000 to 7,000 years of life. Your cultivation had approached the middle divine sea realm, and your background is also extremely deep, so you should have been able to live for more than 4,000 years, perhaps even 5,000 years. But now you have freely wasted away your life force and weakened your fires of life, cutting off your martial arts potential. You should know that when a martial artist is young, that is when their martial arts progress is the fastest, and usually when they make any progress at all. Once they reach middle age or old age, their cultivation begins to decline, not to mention making any further breakthroughs. Even if you somehow manage to escape this battle, it's no longer possible for you to break through into the divine transformation. You're destined to die within the divine sea realm. Lin Ming's words stabbed at Yang Yun's heart, antagonizing him. Yang Yun had great ambitions. He dreamed of cultivating to a divine realm world king, Empyrean, and even reached the peak of all martial arts. However, his talent was ordinary. Although he had lucky chances, his lucky chances couldn't compare to martial artists that had truly great lucky chances. By consuming so much of his life, it would cause his potential to come under massive influence. This was a sore spot in his heart, and Lin Ming repeatedly poked at this sore spot, causing him to turn unhinged with rage. Cut the shit! Why would I escape? I'll kill you and claw out every secret and lucky chance from your body. Even if I have consumed some of my potential, I'll still be able to make up for it. As Yang Yun spoke, his eyes flashed with a bloody light. He looked ferocious like a rabid beast. As Lin Ming saw the light in Yang Yun's eyes, a thought popped up in his mind. I finally understand. I thought it was strange. From the very start, I was able to sense the ancient devil's aura from your body. But it seems as if that ancient devil no longer exists in your body, and you understand what happened 100,000 years ago all too well, as if you were the ancient devil himself. I know what happened now. You fused together with that ancient devil's soul, losing yourself in the process. You have lost the prudence and wisdom you once had. Today, you are destined to die. Chapter 944, Yang Yun's Death. Chapter 944, Yang Yun's Death. Lin Ming's sharp words stabbed Yang Yun again and again, every new word more excruciating than the last. It was pain that pierced into his marrow. When Lin Ming said that Yang Yun had fused with the ancient devil's soul and lost himself, that was the same as saying that Yang Yun had died. It was the same as saying that Yang Yun's body was actually being occupied by someone else. Hearing these words, how could Yang Yun not become crazy? His eyes were blood red as he roared, "Shut up! I am me. I am Yang Yun. Lin Ming, stop trying to use your words to shake my spirit. You're wasting your time." Haha, are you feeling guilty? Are you feeling afraid? If you really believe your words, then why would you feel this? No matter what I say, the real Yang Yun would have remained serene without any change in his composure. But as for you, you've already fallen into a violent rage and turned crazy. This is because you're no longer Yang Yun. In today's battle, I already discovered that your personality has completely changed. You've become demented, easy to anger, hysterical at all things. The Yang Yun in my mind reveals neither happiness nor anger, and his mind is unfathomable, not allowing anyone to guess what's on his mind. You're not Yang Yun, but the result of the fusion of Yang Yun and the ancient devil. The real Yang Yun has already died. Don't you know that? He died the moment that he chose to fuse with the ancient devil. As for you, who is standing in front of me, you are nothing more than a soul-fused monster. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I'll kill you. Yang Yun's eyes burned with a psychotic light. He vomited another mouthful of blood essence. In the skies, blood rained down, forming an endless waterfall of blood. A martial artist had a limited amount of blood essence. If an ordinary martial artist were to attempt what Yang Yun was doing, they would have already turned into a desiccated corpse. The only reason that Yang Yun hadn't died was because of the great blood refining art. Facing this even more terrifying slaughter demon blood rain, Lin Ming actually loudly laughed. Yang Yun, fusing with the ancient devil, was your life's greatest mistake. The current you has lost all wisdom and reasoning. You're nothing more than a mad devil now. Your ambitions were too great, and your desires were too great. You were finally controlled by those ambitions and desires and killed yourself. In the future, your demonic heart will become infinite. You'll lose your mind, lose your personality, lose yourself, and become a rabid beast. The real Yang Yun was able to tolerate all humiliation, keeping his thoughts immeasurable deep. He had great courage, greater determination, and was an outstanding hero of his era. If there wasn't a problem, his future achievements would have surpassed the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor and the Sorcerer of the Southern Wilderness. He would have become someone equal to the Demon Emperor or even Emperor Sakya. But what a pity! His ambitions and his desires were too great, and he was devoured by them instead. A single wrong move, and the entire game ruined. If a martial artist's heart demon could kill them, then their desires and ambitions could also do the same. Yang Yun roared. He was like a demon. Then, without warning, he slammed down his jaws and bit off his tongue. He slammed his chest until his ribs shattered, forcing more blood essence onto the blood sword. The blood sword in Yang Yun's hand began to excitedly whistle, as if it were a demon that was unsealed after 100,000 years. Yang Yun had really gone mad without regards to the consequences. This mouthful of blood essence cost him 800 to 900 years of his life. At this point, Yang Yun didn't even have 1,000 years remaining. Although his fires of life were extremely vibrant, that was traded at the price of combusting his blood essence. Once his blood essence was burnt through, he would enter into the twilight of his life, all of his potential completely consumed. Yang Yun's lips and teeth were stained with blood, and his hair was split apart. He looked like a demon that had crawled out from the blood abyss. He miserably chuckled, his laughter like the shrill and ugly cries of a banshee. Lin Ming, you have the life of an emperor. So how would you know my pain? My heart is higher than the heavens, and yet my life is more worthless than a sheet of paper. I was born a bastard, my mother nothing more than a mortal. She died a tragic death in the harem, and her corpse was buried under some random hill. During my childhood, my life was worth less than a dog. I had no talent, no resources, and even through the harem that was filled with factional strife and deceit, I still managed to survive. When I was 12 years old, I encountered the only lucky chance of my life, and that was the ancient devil. However, he was only using me. He trained me, built me up just so that I could be a chess piece to him. He even planted a spell within my body. If I wasn't able to find a suitable vessel for him to possess, then my body would be seized instead. I endured the humiliation and pain, bearing it all in my heart. In order to train in the devil arts, I suffered unimaginable pain. I consumed my blood essence and my life to advance. In order to cross the trial of passion, I killed the woman I loved most in the world. In order to rid myself of heart demons, I cut off all my emotions. I've paid such a great price and endured so much, all in order to take back from the heavens what I have lost. I have to become the best. I must become the greatest. I must become the King of Kings. Otherwise, I'm unwilling. You said I made life's greatest mistake by swallowing that ancient devil, but if I didn't do that, I would have been the one to die. I would have been the one to die. Don't you know that? If I didn't swallow the ancient devil, I wouldn't have been able to obtain its memories. If I didn't obtain its memories, then what capital would I have to ascend to the divine realm and become king of everything? Ah, I hate everything. I hate that the heavens are unfair. I hate that destiny mocks me. Why? I have sacrificed so much, and yet I am still inferior to you. Why? I must kill you. I must take your secrets. That is the only chance I have left, because there's no other road left for me to go. Great blood refining art, 3,000 sword genocide. Yang Yun had gone crazy. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed out his sword 3,000 times. Blood essence combusted. Yang Yun's body could no longer withstand the massive amount of energy. His wounds couldn't be suppressed anymore. It erupted, causing his meridians to break as his body began to burst open. My fire of life, don't give up, bloom with your most dazzling brilliance. Yang Yun's entire body was bathed in blood. He became a blood Tao diagram, taking those 3,000 sword lights and shooting towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd, burning the blood of the ancient phoenix to the limit, revolving the heretical god force to the extreme, and completely unleashing the power of the 8 inner hidden gates. In this world, fairness does not exist to begin with. In the divine realm, there are geniuses that are birthed with countless resources surrounding them. They have divine bodies and bloodlines inherited from their parents, and they even have world king level powerhouses as their masters. They have the best cultivation methods to practice, and the most outstanding proud daughters of heaven to dual cultivate with. How do you think anyone in this world can possibly compare? My lucky chance, the divine crystal magic cube, has only given me some memories and martial arts cultivation methods, besides a single transcendent divine might. All other cultivation methods that I gained from it aren't necessarily any worse than those that could be provided by the ancient devil. While I haven't experienced the plotting and deceit of the royal family's harem, I also experienced a heartbreaking and dismal youth, betrayal of the one I loved, indifference of my clansmen. I had no resources and had to endure internal injuries, betting everything I had on my choice. After you were born, you had the support of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. I did not. After you showed your talent, you had unlimited resources at your disposal. I had to struggle for everything I had myself. You're a central decision maker of the Sky Spill continent's greatest power, but I was only able to take my first step at a mortal martial house that is subordinate to a tiny 3rd-grade sect. The road of martial arts is to defy the will of the heavens to begin with. You blame the heavens for being unfair, then you might as well blame the world for not being flat. You place all the blame on your own destiny, and all you can think of is stealing the secrets of others for yourself. Your mind is dominated by your ambitions and your greed. You didn't hesitate to sacrifice your very identity, even resorting to any sinister and cruel method that could help you achieve your goals. Because of this, you have doomed yourself to defeat and to death. Yang Yun, the true you, has already died. When I kill you, what I'm killing is the monster formed from the unification of the real Yang Yun and the ancient devil. Lin Ming's words were all sent within 1/10 of an eye blink, directly transmitting into Yang Yun's mind with a true essence sound transmission. He didn't even conceal knowledge of the divine crystal magic cube in his body. This was a life or death battle to begin with. There naturally wasn't any way for his secret to be revealed. Blood of the ancient phoenix, condense. With a keen phoenix cry, the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted and formed a golden phoenix phantom that rushed out from Lin Ming's back. The phoenix phantom soared into the air, forming a massive flaming fire Tao diagram. This Tao diagram was 200 feet wide and contained countless twisting fire patterns. These were actually the mystical traces from the chaos stones in time-worn Phoenix City. Purple lion thunder source condense. Roar. The purple lion thunder source blitzed out from the heretical god Sprout, howling again and again. Its voice was like an endless thunderclap that echoed between the heavens and earth. The purple lion thunder source also turned into a thunder Tao diagram. This thunder Tao diagram was 300 feet wide, larger than the fire Tao diagram. Innumerable thunder tracings winded on the surface of the thunder Tao diagram like little electric snakes. The tracings were similar to those that were on the 12 thunder Tao fruits. They represented the operating rules of the thunder laws. The ancient phoenix phantom condensed into fire. The purple lion thunder source condensed into thunder. This was Lin Ming's strongest technique, an attack which magnificence and power eclipsed penetrating rainbow. Thunder-fire Tao diagram. The halberd thrust out like the harbinger of the apocalypse. The entire world was covered by the two red and purple Tao diagrams. The two Tao diagrams sandwiched the world like two grinding plates, seeming as if it would grind away the world. This was a strength that approached the source laws of the great Tao. It was simply not a strength that the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent could comprehend. 3,000 sword lights all pierced the thunderfire Tao diagram. Pung 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 pung. A series of ringing explosions filled the air as legions of sword lights shattered. The two great Tao diagrams violently trembled. Countless thunder and fire tracings were broken by the sword lights, turning into a potent and savage energy that broke into the void. In order to display the thunder and fire Tao diagrams, Lin Ming's consumption was also monstrous. His cultivation was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. Even with the 8 inner hidden gates, complete spirit body, and extremely deep reserves of energy to support him, he was still close to reaching his limit. Die. Lin Ming's waved the blood halberd. The great Tao diagrams began gathering together, squeezing Yang Yun within. Over half of Yang Yun's sword lights had shattered. With a low howl, blood spurted out from all over his body yet again. Behind him, the blood Tao diagram reappeared and began to slowly spin around. Within the blink of an eye, Yang Yun thrust out his sword another 3,000 times. 3,000 sword strikes followed by another 3,000 sword strikes. Yang Yun's mortal body had already begun to collapse. His blood vessels were torn apart, and he vomited mouthfuls of blood. You stubborn fool. Lin Ming's muscles bulged out, and veins stuck out from all over him like blue worms. He bit down on the tip of his tongue, spitting out a layer of blood essence. The great desolate blood, halberd chopped downwards. Within the air, the thunder and fire Tao diagrams finally combined together and violently exploded. In that instant, all color vanished from the world. A raging energy swallowed up this part of the sky, cutting itself off from the world. It was like the moon collapsed and stars were sinking. This terrifying energy completely fell onto Yang Yun. The blood sword shattered. Yang Yun's broken body was sucked into the brutal and vicious storm. His protective true essence was torn apart like paper, his meridians crushed, and his body completely burst apart. Chapter 945, Ashes to Ashes. Chapter 945, Ashes to Ashes. Kia. The light vanished and silence fell over the world. Lin Ming's face was white, and a trickle of blood dripped down from the corners of his mouth. That last strike had consumed nearly all of his strength and even cost him a bit of his life essence. This life essence could be restored later, but it would require a great deal of heavenly materials. With Lin Ming's current level of strength, simultaneously using the purple lion thunder source and the blood of the ancient phoenix to activate the dual thunder and fire Tao diagrams, then fusing them together was simply too much strain on his body. After all, he was still only at the 5th stage of life destruction. The surrounding area within 1,000 miles was completely razed to the ground. Below Lin Ming's feet, there was a massive abyss dozens of miles deep. This was carved into the ground by Lin Ming's final strike. The over 50 divine sea powerhouses had already retreated 100 miles away. As they watched the horrifying earth-rending battle between the two come to an end, they were left speechless. For the last 100,000 years, several people appeared that qualified to be the highest under the heavens. After Yang Yun cultivated the great blood refining art, his strength could be considered among those people. But even so, he was still slain by Lin Ming. What was most terrifying was that Lin Ming was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. Since ancient times, the highest under the heavens always had at least a middle divine sea cultivation. The disparity between the 5th stage of life destruction and the middle divine sea realm was far too great. If it were an ordinary 5th stage life destruction martial artist, they probably wouldn't even be able to rank on the destiny decree. As for a middle divine sea master, they could exterminate 100 regular 5th stage life destruction martial artists with a wave of their hand. Lin Ming's foundation was already unimaginable. It was impossible to imagine. If this continued, then it was likely he would be able to break into the legendary 9th stage of life destruction. His strength would then reach heights beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Without a doubt, Lin Ming was destined to ascend into the divine realm, but the legends and stories he would leave behind on the Sky Spill continent would have no equal, whether it was now, in the past, or in the future. Yang Yun's not dead yet. Lin Ming fixed his eyes, peering deep into the abyss. Yang Yun was no more than several pieces of flesh and blood, but his head still remained intact. His fires of life were weakened to the point of extinguishing, and his aura was thin as cobwebs. Lin Ming moved, landing in front of Yang Yun. Lin Ming. Yang Yun was bleeding from everywhere. His teeth were shattered, and his tongue was bitten off cleanly. He managed to use a slight bit of energy to simulate his voice, but it still came out blurry. The feeling of all your ambitions being smashed apart, do you find it hard to reconcile with? Lin Ming indifferently asked. As he looked at Yang Yun, there wasn't any emotion in his eyes. Yang Yun had used all means possible to reach his goal, no matter how nefarious they were. Now that his fate ended up like this, he deserved nothing less. Hee. Yang Yun demonically grinned, his eyes filled with loathing and venom. You stand in front of me as a victor, but one day, others will stand in front of you the same way. You'll share the same fate as me. Ha ha. He hated Lin Ming. He hated Lin Ming to the depths of his soul. It was said that when people died, their final parting words would be peaceful, but when Yang Yun died, all he did was crazily curse. The original Yang Yun, whether he was lying or just exceptional at hiding his true thoughts, his outward appearance was always that of a handsome gentleman. There was no comparison to this dying rabid dog in front of him. It could only be said that Yang Yun had become completely demented after losing himself. His original character had completely disappeared. Lin Ming grimly sighed. This was the fate of recklessly fusing your soul with someone else. Thinking about it, he was also extremely lucky. The divine object, the magic cube, was able to cleanly erase a soul mark and allow him to absorb only the memories, making it so that he was never influenced by another person's thoughts. This magic cube had caused the struggle of countless great figures within the divine realm. Just what secrets and uses did it truly have? What was it made from, and how was it created? The magic cube had a mysterious origin that was impossible to guess. In fact, up until this point, Lin Ming depended on the magic cube too many times. He absorbed the memories of some others, but these people had all been characters on the same level of the Demon Emperor. They couldn't compare to the holy lords or world kings of the divine realm, much less an Empyrean. The magic cube certainly had other functions. It was just that his boundary was too low to understand or utilize them. As Lin Ming was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a burning heat emanate from his chest. This feeling came from the magic cube. Ever since the magic cube fused into Lin Ming's body, he never found it again. It was simply as if it had vanished. He couldn't make contact with it or activate it. Even when he crossed life destruction and his body burst apart into a fog of blood, he still wasn't able to detect a single trace of the magic cube. To the magic cube, Lin Ming was only able to passively accept its wishes. But at this time, he was able to feel the slightest bit of will from the magic cube. Lin Ming only felt this trace of will when he fed the magic cube some blood essence. The magic cube wants to swallow Yang Yun's blood essence. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Yang Yun was only a divine sea powerhouse. Before this, Lin Ming already fed the magic cube the blood essence of a divine sea supreme elder, the blood essence of the old imp form, the blood slaughter steps. He thought that the next rank of blood essence the magic cube would want would be from a divine transformation master. He never thought that the magic cube would actually be interested in Yang Yun's blood essence. Jejejej, Lin Ming, I know that you want to climb onto the peak of martial arts, but there are countless martial artists just like you. Which one of them doesn't wish to reach the peak? How many of them will finally fail before they get there? The road of martial arts is paved with the lives of others. Sooner or later, you'll be the same as me, the same as me. Yang Yun crazily shouted out, cursing with his final breath. Lin Ming glanced at him in pity. He quietly sent out a layer of energy that covered Yang Yun's ruined body. What are you doing? Yang Yun was shocked. He suddenly discovered a powerful, attractive force acting on him. The power of his blood vitality rapidly left his body. It was gathering towards Lin Ming. You want to swallow me? Yang Yun's face gruesomely distorted. He was far too familiar with this feeling. He cultivated the great blood refining art for several years and had sucked up the life of countless vicious beasts and divine body and variation bloodline divine sea powerhouses. How could he not know what Lin Ming was doing? Blood essence rapidly left Yang Yun's body. He was so angry that his eyes popped out of his head, a monstrous, heaven-shaking hatred within them. However, as his life force left his body, his every thought and motion slowed down and down. Masses of blood fog formed phantoms in the air. There were flood dragons, strange fishes, white tigers, massive snakes, all sorts of saint beasts. All of them were swallowed up by Lin Ming. More accurately, all of it was swallowed up by the magic cube. A faint scarlet vortex appeared on the surface of the magic cube. All of these blood phantoms were minced apart by this vortex. Finally, the scarlet phantom of a hydra was also swallowed up by the magic cube. At this point, all of Yang Yun's blood essence was completely absorbed. Yang Yun's face was already white and filled with defeat. His last breath was near. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh at just how tenacious Yang Yun's life was. Normally, if a divine sea powerhouse had their head chopped off, they would live for less than 10 breaths of time. But Yang Yun struggled around and around, still hanging onto that single breath. This was obviously because of the great blood refining art. Yang Yun had refined countless bloodlines into himself that were filled with an exuberant and stubborn vitality, including even the stalwart Hydra bloodline. It looks like even White Demon was swallowed up by Yang Yun. Lin Ming recognized the Hydra phantom. He sensed the aura of White Demon coming from it. Within the divine realm, the Hydra bloodline was also a considerably powerful clan with countless clansmen spread throughout. Lin Ming, there'll be a day when you... Yang Yun was sending out his final curse, but as he spoke, his head suddenly split apart. A crack appeared from his forehead, extending down to his lower jaw like a knife that passed through a watermelon. His head exploded. Yang Yun's voice was stopped short. He had thoroughly died. However, at the moment when Yang Yun's head split apart, a tiny wisp of remnant shot out, its soul force extremely weak. It violently thrashed and twisted about. This soul emitted the aura of the ancient devil. This was a wisp of the ancient devil's remnant soul that Yang Yun hadn't fused with, instead choosing to suppress it within his spiritual sea. Now that Yang Yun's spiritual sea had broken apart, this tiny wisp of soul had no place left to hide. The magic cube didn't seem to have any interest in swallowing up this soul wisp, instead remaining silent. In the Temple of Marvels, the reason that the magic cube swallowed the ancient devil's soul was because it had taken the initiative to deliver itself to the magic cube when it tried to seize Lin Ming's body. Yang Yun has already died, and you still have a wisp of soul left over? That's really persistent of you. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he pinched that wisp of soul in his fist. Screech, screech. That soul wisp sent out tiny screams as it was pinched between Lin Ming's fingers, as if it were a large rat that had been caught around the neck. A thought entered Lin Ming's mind. This was the voice of the ancient devil. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know many secrets about the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. I also know where many powerhouses have left their treasures. You still haven't truly entered the Sea of Miracles. I can lead you there to seek treasures. The ancient devil furiously struggled. However, Lin Ming only sneered. He twisted his fingers, and with a lighting cracking sound, the ancient devil was completely annihilated. At this point, Yang Yun, White Demon, and the ancient devil were all dead. Lin Ming took a deep breath, tracing his chest. The magic cube remained quiet. Although it had absorbed blood essence this time, it didn't open the magic cube space. This made Lin Ming feel a tinge of regret. It seemed that in order to open up the magic cube again, he would need the blood essence of a divine transformation realm powerhouse. Lin Ming hypothesized that it wasn't the magic cube that absorbed blood essence, but rather that powerful soul deeply sleeping within the magic cube. That is, the saintess that used the magic cube to devour the souls of 10,000 divine Realm Supreme Elders. Each and every one of those divine Realm Supreme Elders had been super powerhouses. If the Demon Emperor were ranked amongst them, he would only be extremely ordinary. But every single one of them was completely exterminated with a single move from that woman. That woman likely needed blood essence to repair her own soul. Before this, every time she had opened the magic cube after absorbing blood essence was only to inform him that she needed the blood essence of stronger powerhouses to recover. And now, the magic cube sucked Yang Yun's blood essence of its own volition. That explained a question, and that was that Yang Yun's blood essence was finally at a high enough level for the woman to use. This should also be because Yang Yun cultivated the great blood refining art, and the blood vitality within his body was far too exuberant and potent. A normal divine sea powerhouse would not have the qualifications to have their blood essence be used by that woman, because that divine sea boundary was far too low for her. With the magic cube's fluctuations, Lin Ming became aware of something. That was that the day of the magic cube's awakening was approaching. If the woman's soul within the magic cube could awaken, then perhaps he might be able to learn the magic cube's secrets and find out just what it was. I have no idea whether that woman will be an enemy or friend. For someone at her level, even a wisp of her soul will have terrifying power. I have to strengthen myself as soon as possible. Strength is the most fundamental truth of all. As Lin Ming thought this, he looked up and saw the 50-some divine sea powerhouses flying towards him. There were currently around 90 divine sea powerhouses remaining in the entire Sky Spill continent. These 50-some individuals accounted for the majority of them. In peaceful times, if these 50-some individuals gathered together, that would truly be an awe-inspiring scene that was equivalent to the greatest strength of the Sky Spill continent gathering together. Just what sort of influence wouldn't they be able to flatten and raze to the ground? If they attacked the nine-furnace divine kingdom, even young Laotian would have been frightened out of his wits, withdrawing into the nine-furnace divine palace with only the great array to resist them. But now, these 50-some people didn't even dare to take a deep breath in front of Lin Ming. They felt an enormous pressure just being in his presence. Lin Ming was simply far too strong. Now that he killed Yang Yun, he officially earned the title of highest under the heavens. He was someone with the status equal to the demon emperor of 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. This was absolute domination. Moreover, he was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. Breaking through another 2 stages of life destruction in 3 to 4 years would be as simple as eating a meal to him. He would then be able to massacre swathes of divine sea masters with just a thought. Of the 90-some divine sea powerhouses remaining in the Sky Spill continent, nearly half of them had relied on lucky chances to break into the divine sea. That was over 40 people. Of the remaining 50, although a majority of them broke into the divine sea with their own strength and will, they had neither divine bodies or variation bloodlines, and they weren't even at the 7th stage of life destruction, but the most ordinary and common 6th stage of life destruction, although they were stronger than those that relied on lucky chances to break into the divine sea. It would be extremely difficult for them to step foot into the middle divine sea realm. Considering all factors, there were 20 people in the Sky Spill continent that managed to break into the middle divine sea, and only a single person that was at the late divine sea realm. That was Old Man Good Fortune. All other late divine sea masters were slain by Yang Yun. The divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent, in terms of cultivation, strength, and foundation, could only be considered a ragtag group of martial artists in front of Lin Ming. Sage Lin. Many divine sea powerhouses saluted Lin Ming. As for calling him Little Brother Lin, no one dared to refer to him by that name again. This was the honor and status conferred by absolute suppression of strength. If the current Lin Ming wanted to form his own sect, he could even take his time to annex the 9-furnace divine kingdom and build a 6th-grade sect. Yang Yun, is he really dead? Fairy Snow Gale saw Yang Yun's corpse on the ground. His body was covered with blood, and all of his blood essence was sucked out. She found this incredible. A cruel demon of his era who had managed to enslave nearly all divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent for 4 years. The sinister and powerful Yang Yun had finally died. It wasn't just Fairy Snow Gale, but everyone else let out a sigh of relief. Some of them used to have a tracing mark planted within them, and those divine sea powerhouses with a variation bloodline felt an even greater sense of relief. The woman called Yuer deeply bowed to Lin Ming. Sage Lin, killing Yang Yun is a life-saving graciousness to me. I'll carve that graciousness in my mind. Followed by Yuer, a tall and robustly built middle-aged man bowed to Lin Ming. My life and death blood brother Luo Mo died under Yang Yun's hands. I thank Sage Lin for killing Yang Yun and completing this hatred and blood debt for me. With the death of Yang Yun, everyone was happy and overjoyed, finally being able to be at ease of mind. Sage Lin, if you have any requests for us, please speak. I shall wait until my dying breath for them, a martial artist said. Lin Ming calmly replied, Yang Yun is my enemy, and we were destined to have a life and death battle. Although it incidentally helped you, it isn't a great kindness or anything like that. Whether there's something I would like done, there is indeed something. Sage Lin, please be frank. I'll wade through water and fire to accomplish it. The martial artists straightened themselves. So many divine sea powerhouses had gathered here today, and each one of them were overlords of the Sky Spill continent that ruled over powerful influences. Just what wouldn't they be able to do? Lin Ming smiled. It's not that serious. Everyone, you're all basically part of the 9-furnace divine kingdom, sublime smelting divine kingdom, 7-star divine kingdom. or one of their subordinate influences, right? Yes, there's also some freely wandering martial artists that have no sect. Around 7 to 8 of them are here. As for the Azura Divine Kingdom, they have a grudge with Sage Lin, so they completely backed Yang Yun. We didn't find any of them trustworthy, so we didn't contact them. The 7-star Divine Emperor Li Yuxiao quickly said. Lin Ming nodded. Then, I have 2 requests. First, I hope that, in the future, there'll only be 3 divine kingdoms around the Sea of Miracles. From this point onwards, the Azura Divine Kingdom shall no longer exist. Lin Ming's request was amazing. With just several words, he directly sentenced a divine kingdom to obliteration. He indeed had the qualifications to say this. Li Yuxiao sucked in a deep breath as he heard Lin Ming's words, but he wasn't surprised. The Azura Divine Kingdom was already as incompatible with Lin Ming as fire was to water. If Lin Ming planned to ascend into the divine realm in the future, he would surely leave behind his family and inheritance in the Sky Spill continent. If there was some hostile influence greedily eyeing them, how could he possibly be at peace? The 4 divine kingdoms had existed for over 10,000 years. Now, because of just a few words from Lin Ming, there would be 1 less. There would only be 3 great pillars remaining. How about it? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. No problem. Not only did Li Yuxiao agree, but the other important figures from the 3 divine kingdoms also concurred. In truth, the reason the 4 divine kingdoms could coexist with each other in a stable state for over 10,000 years was entirely because they mutually suppressed each other. The price of waging war was simply too great. As for joining forces with another divine kingdom to conquer another, if they could do it, then others could also. The interests and subterfuge between the 4 divine kingdoms were far too complex and intricate. Wanting to start a war wasn't simple at all. But now, because of Lin Ming, none of this was a problem. Lin Ming said, "Exterminate the Azura Divine Kingdom. The territory, resource, and benefits will all be divided by your 3 divine kingdoms. I won't intervene, and I don't want any of it. I only have 1 demand. When you do this, do not recklessly kill. Try to use peaceful means to solve conflict, if possible instead. As for the inheritance and descendants of the Azura Divine Kingdom, do not slaughter them all. You may absorb them into your 3 divine kingdoms and allow them to continue to exist." The leaders of the 3 divine kingdoms were delighted to hear Lin Ming say this. This was equal to handing them a giant cake. With the deterrence of Lin Ming and the 3 divine kingdoms joining forces, the Azura Divine Kingdom was doomed to destruction. There likely wouldn't be many people that would resist this. In this war, they would be able to gain the greatest harvests in exchange for the smallest losses. As for the Azura Divine Kingdom, they had existed for over 10,000 years, and the resources they accumulated were abundant beyond imagination. If the 3 divine kingdoms could equally divide in the spoils, then the many Holy Land family clans and even many 5th-grade sects would be able to take a cup of this soup. Where could anyone find such a marvelous matter? Lin Ming continued, "There is also another matter. The Azura Divine Kingdom has a subordinate influence called the Northwest Great Desert. There's someone amongst them named Wang Yichan. I don't want him to continue living on in this world." The reason that Lin Ming's real identity had been exposed was because Wang Yichan had told Yang Yun. This caused the Lin family to suffer a great catastrophe. Lin Ming had formed a grudge with Wang Yichan during his great banquet wedding, creating a viper. After Lin Ming ascended into the divine realm, he didn't want such a viper aiming at his family. If this person died, he would feel much more at ease. "This is a minor matter. Please allow me to handle it." Li Yuxiao volunteered. Wang Yichan was only a life-destruction martial artist. Killing him was no different from killing a chicken. As for the Northwest Great Desert, they certainly wouldn't dare to shelter Wang Yichan. That was the same as seeking death. From the age of 15, when Lin Ming first officially stepped onto the road of martial arts, 11 years had passed. 11 years ago, he was only an unimportant and minor character not worth remembering. But now, with just a few words, he was able to change the status quo of the Sky Spill continent. In the next 3 years, the Azura Divine Kingdom would be carved up and annexed, completely vanishing from the world. As for Sidu Haotian, that proud ruler of his era would be forced into a dead end and die on the road of regret. On this continent, the Azura Divine Kingdom would no longer exist, and the name would fade into obscurity. Of course, that was a story for another time. Lin Ming crossed several dozen million miles to arrive at the giant Leviathan in the South Sea. Within a minor dimension of the giant Leviathan, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, Demon Shine, Lin Fu, and Lin Mu were gathered together. Even Lan Yunyue had shown up. After so many years, she finally saw Lin Fu and Lin Mu again. She was filled with guilt and embarrassment upon seeing them and deeply bowed to them. Lin Fu and Lin Mu could have been said to have helped raise Lan Yunyue from childhood. As they saw her again, they were filled with emotion. Lin Ming stood at the side. Not saying anything, Mu Qinyu walked to Lin Ming's side and asked him in a soft voice, "When do you plan on leaving?" Lin Ming's heart quivered. He knew this so-called leaving was in truth ascending to the divine realm. When he left, it was unknown just when they would meet again. Towards Mu Qinyu, Lin Ming felt a great deal of guilt. After their great wedding, they only enjoyed a few months of tenderness and love before he had gone to the 4 divine kingdoms. During that adventure, he left for several years. And now that they met each other again, he would have to ascend into the divine realm soon. "I haven't really thought about it yet." Lin Ming didn't know what to say. Mu Qinyu softly smiled. "You don't have to feel guilty about anything. In truth, from the day that I gave you my heart, I knew that I might not be able to continue walking down the same path as you. I just didn't think that day would come so soon. No matter what the future brings, that is the choice I made completely of my own will and desire. You know, if you didn't exist, I would have probably perished in the South Sea War. I'm also someone that walks down the road of martial arts. All of us martial cultivators take martial arts as our central focus, with things like feelings and sentiment as mere distant details. When you go to the divine realm, do so with confidence. I'll stay in the lower realm and handle everything here." Mu Qinyu whispered into Lin Ming's ear. To a true martial artist, unless they were a martial artist that specialized in emotions, they would cultivate martial arts wholeheartedly with no time for things like feelings or sentiment. To cultivate martial arts was the struggle against the heavens. Only when a martial artist determined that there wasn't much hope for further advancement would they settle down, taking a wife and concubines, and wildly enjoying their time. Otherwise, most of them would bitterly and diligently cultivate, chasing after the great Tao with their complete heart and will. As for feelings and sentiments, they would become somewhat indifferent to them. Mu Qinyu was also a martial arts genius. Although she couldn't compare to those peak emperor-level talents, she had the support of a massive amount of resources brought by Lin Ming, as well a drop of the ancient phoenix bloodline fused into her body. It wouldn't be too difficult for her to break into the divine sea in the future. She was not the type of woman that would vacantly live her life once her man left. She also had her own road of martial arts that she desired to walk down, and she was also fiercely independent. If she hadn't met someone like Lin Ming, then not marrying for her entire life was also an acceptable matter to her. Chapter 947, Grandest Event Since Ancient Times. Chapter 947, Grandest Event Since Ancient Times. The next several months, Lin Ming resided in the giant Leviathan with his family and good friends as they traveled back to the Sky Spill continent. During this time, Lin Ming didn't train much. Instead, he spent his time with Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, his parents, and the others enjoying happy days together. After meeting each other after such a long period of separation, Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu fell into intimacy like fish into water. The two of them didn't have much experience in this regard. As martial arts cultivators, they naturally had to suppress the passions and lusts in their hearts, but now they were finally able to indulge to their heart's content. Lin Ming, what plans do you have with little sister Xingxuan? Do you plan on bringing her to the divine realm with you? After a vigorous bout of lovemaking, Mu Qinyu lay down on Lin Ming's chest. Her face was flushed red, and she was lightly panting. Lin Ming stroked his wife's fragrant and warm breasts while thinking of the answer. Ever since the Lin family clan was harmed by Yang Yun, the series of events had cast a shadow on his heart. Luckily, they hadn't attached too much importance to Lan Yunyue, or the consequences would have been much more serious. If he brought Qin Xingxuan to the divine realm, it'd be creating a weakness for him. He had no idea what sort of powerful enemies he would make in the future. If he faced an unscrupulous enemy, they were likely to harm Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming's emotions ran deep. If something really happened to Qin Xingxuan, if she was humiliated, raped, or killed, he couldn't imagine just what he would do. If he left Qin Xingxuan behind in the Sky Spill continent, then even if he managed to offend some great influence in the divine realm, she would still be safe here because of the barrier that Empyrean Primordius had set up around the planet. Lin Ming shook his head. Xingxuan's cultivation is too weak. Even with my help, it won't be easy for her to reach the divine sea in the future. And passing into higher levels will be even more difficult. Besides, the channels between the Sky Spill continent and the divine realm have been sealed away. If I try to bring her upwards, there might be some problems. Even now, I have no idea how to ascend. I'll have to ask Old Man Good Fortune or the ancient Phoenix Great Temple's temple spirit for help. The rules of the world originally only allow a divine sea master to ascend to the divine realm. Lin Ming was currently only at the 5th stage of life destruction. Even if his strength already surpassed a normal late divine sea master, he still wasn't able to go against this rule. If he wanted to ascend, he would likely have to pay some price. Bringing someone with him would make that even harder. Mu Qinyu said, I want things to be simple. However, leaving little sister Xingxuan in the lower realms is unfair to her. Lin Ming felt extremely guilty as Mu Qinyu spoke. He could give Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu countless lucky chances, but he eventually wouldn't be able to walk with them. Lin Ming took out a spatial ring. There's 80 million spirit essence stones here, as well as all sorts of rare and precious pills, heavenly materials, heaven-step treasures, and all sorts of other things. There's also the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom's national destiny stabilizing divine treasure, the coiling martial divine furnace. It can be used to stabilize the destiny of Divine Phoenix Island, with me acting as deterrence, as well as the other divine sea powerhouses that received my help. No one should think about moving against Divine Phoenix Island for some time. After Lin Ming killed Yang Yun, he naturally obtained all of his belongings. In addition to the Steps Master's treasury and the blood slaughter steps itself, Lin Ming's wealth was incalculable. Mu Qinyu silently received the spatial ring. This was a ridiculous amount of wealth, nearly equal to a divine kingdom's national treasury, especially the coiling martial divine furnace. That was a treasure used to stabilize the national destiny of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. The value was unimaginable. But Mu Qinyu wasn't happy. She knew this was the legacy that Lin Ming was leaving her. Then how will you repay little sister Xingxuan? Mu Qinyu asked. A grand marriage for the whole world to witness. We will also take this time to move Divine Phoenix Island into the central region of the Sky Spill continent. With my power and influence, We shall stand tall there and become a holy land from this point on. 3 months later, the giant Leviathan returned to the sky-spill continent. Lin Ming and everyone else passed through transmission arrays to quickly return to the central region. Before Yang Yun died, he had at least done one final good deed, and that was that he had established a near-perfect transmission array network. This made traveling through the sky-spill continent much more convenient. Soon after, an important matter spread through the entire sky-spill continent. This was the news of Lin Ming's grand marriage. Every large sex divine sea powerhouse received invitations. The highest under the heavens, Lin Ming, was actually planning to hold a dual cultivation marriage ceremony with an unknown woman. The 3 divine kingdoms, as well as many of the Holy Lands, were greatly surprised. There were even many of them that were disappointed. It had to be known that Lin Ming's current status was that of supreme power, nearly unapproachable. Even if they knew that Lin Ming would ascend into the divine realm, there were still countless influences that were eagerly willing to marry their proudest daughters to him. Even if Lin Ming ascended to the divine realm, he would still leave behind his fame and legacy in the sky-spill continent. No one would dare to move against his people, because no one could guarantee that he wouldn't return in the future. Then again, Lin Ming's connections were extremely deep now. Many divine sea powerhouses had received a life-saving graciousness from him. They owed him a great favor. When a martial artist reached the divine sea realm, it wasn't easy for them to owe anything to anyone because they tried to avoid involving themselves with karma. They found owing favors to others bitter to taste and always looked for opportunities to return them. In this situation, if anyone dared to act against the family Lin Ming left behind in the sky-spill continent, Lin Ming wouldn't even need to take action before that person became the target of the whole world. Moreover, if they saved Lin Ming's family and Lin Ming returned in the future, he would probably repay them for their kindness. It was unknown just what level of strength Lin Ming would be able to reach. Just some casual goods that he handed out might give them infinite delight. If the great influences could choose the most exquisite and perfect woman to receive Lin Ming's favor and have them win his heart by virtue of outstanding talent and beauty, then that was equal to climbing the great tree that was Lin Ming. They would be able to receive 10,000 years of endless good luck. But Lin Ming was actually planning on marrying. How could all these great influences not be disappointed? Some people were curious. They soon found out that when Lin Ming was in the South Horizon region, he had already held a great wedding. This would be the second one. In other words, Lin Ming already had a wife. This was good news. It was proof that Lin Ming didn't refuse concubines. This made everything much easier to handle. It had to be known that while Lin Ming ventured in the central region for all these years, he had kept a pure heart, indifferent like ice. They feared that Lin Ming was the sort of fellow that only had martial arts in their hearts and wholeheartedly walked down the road of martial arts with no other concerns, uninterested in the matters between men and women. If that were true, they really would have no idea where to begin. Although individuals the great influences selected were the most glorious and proud heavenly daughters, the truth was that they didn't care too much about being Lin Ming's wife. Even being a concubine was more than good enough. Taking this opportunity, many great influences brought rich gifts to Lin Ming's grand wedding, as well as the most splendid heroic young elites of their sex so that they could open their eyes and expand their vision. Of course, they also brought along the most stunning and alluring young women. All of them had heaven-gifted talents. The wedding venue was the new Vermilion Bird Palace. The Vermilion Bird Palace floated in the skies with the help of array formations. There were also several otherworldly celestial mountains floating nearby under the powered array formations. On top of these celestial mountains, there were countless multicolored rainbows that lit up the skies in dazzling glory, as well as grandiose palaces dotting the landscape. There were countless rare spirit flowers and spirit trees. Countless worldly treasures bloomed under the effects of spells. These spells had the strength of 1,000,000 spirit essence stones melted into them. The heaven and earth origin energy here was rich to the point that it nearly condensed into bubbles. Fragrant scents, clouds, pavilions, all sorts of beautiful sights accentuated each other. If a mortal were to take a single breath here, they would live past 100 years in good health. This was truly an immortal fairyland within the mortal world. In fact, most of these arrangements hadn't been done by Lin Ming, nor did he care much about doing them. As for Divine Phoenix Island, their background was too weak, and they also couldn't arrange such sites. All of this was jointly done by the 3 divine kingdoms and the various holy lands. They wished to make this grand wedding as glorious and resplendent as possible to please and curry favor with Lin Ming. These sects had all tried their hardest. They had really laid down a capital. It could be said that Lin Ming's marriage ceremony was the grandest event in the Sky Spill continent for the last several tens of thousands of years. Perhaps only the establishing ceremony of a 6th grade sect could reach similar heights. Otherwise, who would ever be able to move nearly 80 divine sea powerhouses? Nearly all of the divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent arrived. That included even the Northwest Great Desert's Wang Yanli. As for the matter concerning his dead son, he came to this wedding with a hearty laugh, even preparing generous gifts to apologize for what his son did. He didn't really care. But about Wang Yichan's death, he had over 1,000 sons after all. He only hated that his son had possibly involved him in a calamity. Besides the 3 divine kingdoms attending, there were also many important Holy Land figures, 5th grade sect sovereigns and highest elders, famed elders from all around, 5th grade family clan patriarchs, and many others. All of them brought their own gifts. There were also many wild and scattered martial artists that came. Although they had no sect behind them, they were still powerful characters, lords of their own lands. They had come to experience the illustriousness of the highest under the heavens. If they missed the grandest event of tens of thousands of years, they truly would feel regret. For some time, near the new Vermilion Bird Palace and the many celestial mountains that floated in the sky, countless shining gold divine carriages appeared. There were also jade spirit boats and spirit ships, mountains, palanquins, many of them towed by auspicious saint beasts of all varieties. This truly seemed like a grand gathering of immortals. Amongst all these dazzling divine carriages and spirit boats, there was an extremely simple green ox that stuck out like a sore thumb. Besides walking on a cloud, this green ox didn't look any different from an ox that a common mortal farming family would use. This was naturally Old Man Good Fortune's mount. Ha ha ha, little friend Lin. It's been 4 years since we last met. You've truly bloomed in magnificence. Although I already expected you to become the highest under the heavens, I didn't think that day would come so soon. This old man didn't receive an invitation, but would you perhaps allow me to join in on the festivities? Senior Good Fortune is too funny. The reason that this junior can be here today is all because I received Senior Good Fortune's shelter and guidance. This junior wanted to request Senior Good Fortune to this wedding feast, but it's only that Senior Good Fortune is secretive in movements, a divine dragon that doesn't show their head, only their tail. There was no place for me to send an invitation to. Lin Ming pleasantly laughed. He owed Old Man Good Fortune a great deal. Even in the Temple of Marvels, Old Man Good Fortune gave Lin Ming the chance to escape. He also grievously wounded White Demon. If White Demon and Yang Yun had joined forces at that time, he would have never made it out alive even with the magic cube. This grand event continued for 9 days. But Lin Ming only appeared on the first day. He brought Qin Xingxuan around to speak to the crowd and drink with some important guests. Then they flew away together. Many sects had brought proud, beautiful daughters of the heavens to this wedding banquet to obtain Lin Ming's favor. All of them were left disappointed. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories